Vishakhapatvaya Namaha, Skandapurvaya Namaha, Mahaganadhipataye Namaha.
బండి తాళం వేయడం మర్చిపోయాను.
Start out.
So that it's an auspicious day. His sins are finished. So what is
Regan.
Paper like
Regan.
I missed your
Photo తీసుకోమన్నారు మీరు.
coping with everything.
పెట్టారు అక్కడ విని పెట్టేసి ఉందా? లేదు, రావట్లేదు. ఓకే.
Board.
ప్లే చేయండి. మీరు పిన్ని పెట్టినట్టు ఆగిపోయి ఉంటుంది. ప్లే అవుతుంది అక్కడ. అదే ప్లే అవుతుందా? రావట్లే. ఆ కవర్ తీసి పెట్టండి. అయిపోయింది. ఆ కవర్ తీయండి సార్.
ఓకే.
Yesterday on today's program, and then gave good news.
It will be good for them. This is only see and another political report. Only two are there.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Sharma bhai,
Without you, I don't know how we are.
there.
Today I told Raju to come and take Papa 8:30 to 10:30 will be.
సెల్ నుంచి అయితే రావట్లేదు. వస్తుంది వాల్యూమ్ పెంచండి. వాల్యూమ్ ఎంత ఉంది? 100 ఆగింది ఇప్పుడు. ఓకే.
पदाद्रुताभ्यां नारीविमोहादिनिवारकाभ्यां नमज्जनाभीष्टततिप्रदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां क्षमादिषट्कप्रदवैभवाभ्यां समाधिदानव्रतदीक्षिताभ्यां रमाधवाङ्घ्रिस्थिरभक्तिदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नृपाणि मौली व्रजरत्नकान्ति सरिद्विराजशकन्यकाभ्यां नृपत्वदाभ्यां नतलोकपङ्क्तिर्नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां अनन्तसंसारसमुद्रतार नौकायिताभ्यां गुरुभक्तिदाभ्यां वैराग्यसाम्राज्यदपूजनाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां पापान्धकाराय परम्पराभ्यां तापत्रयाहीन्द्रखगेश्वराभ्यां जाड्याब्धिसंशोषणबालभाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां अविद्ववाराशिनिशाकराभ्यां दारिद्र्यदावाम्बुदमालिकाभ्यां दूरीकृतानम्रविपत्ततिभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नताय यो श्रीपतितां समीयुः कदाचिदप्याशु दरिद्रवर्या मूकश्च वाचस्पतितां हिताभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां कामादिसर्पव्रजभञ्जकाभ्यां विवेकवैराग्यनिधिप्रदाभ्यां बोधप्रदाभ्यां धृतमोक्षदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां स्वाच्छापराणामखि
Good morning.
दाभ्यां
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Sabhaye Namaha. Can I have your attention, please?
It's wonderful that we are meeting for the second day of the International Symposium on reconstructing the cultural history of Bharat. Yesterday we had a very tight schedule and the session went off beyond 6 p.m. And also we had a wonderful time in the evening in the ashram, and by the time we came back it was almost 11:30. So today again we are ready to have a very busy session with very distinguished speakers taking up very important issues of the aspects of reconstructing history. So yesterday, while we were discussing on the overview of the symposium, we have taken this particular issue that what ails our present history. So this was a major question before us. Before we think of having the problem of reconstructing the cultural history of Bharat, whether it was known as history in the English sense in the ancient times or otherwise, we had history. We had not only a sense of history, we had a wonderful history of the universe and so many manvantaras throughout the time. And we have also recognized that the time has no beginning and no end, but the creation has the beginning and also end. How many times it came up, how many times it is going to come, that we don't know. So we are not going into that aspect. But as far as we are existing, as far as we know that we are existing, so we should know about what happened during our existence. So that forms a part of history. So the present history, what we are having in the academia, does it serve the very purpose that, does it allow us to have a question in our mind as to from where we have come and where we are going? So both are, they are obscure. So in that sense, we thought that the present history is not going to serve the purpose of the Jiva's existence in this creation, in the Prakriti. So this was our question, and see about the historiography during the colonial period and the post-colonial period. So these two stages are there for every colony, as well colony. Not only with India, but with other countries also in Africa and other places where there was no history for them. That's what their understanding. And they also thought that there is no history, no civilization, nothing in this part of Bharat. So this idea was there in the beginning when they started writing about India, about its past. And yesterday we had one beautiful talk by Konrad Elst, because he covered certain areas where what were the links of the early remote Bharat, how it has been transpiring into the literature of the other areas, particularly in the West or in the Chinese literatures. Even those literatures are also not 2,000 years old, just 2,300, 2,400 years old. Beyond that, our literature goes. So, but still, there are certain references with which we can also understand what is going on in the present times. So, he has given a wonderful talk yesterday in the evening. And now we see how the present history is being taught here, is being read here, is being written here. This is the major problem that is before us. And we requested Francois Gautier to speak on this issue. And also before that, we have one distinguished professor from the University of Allahabad. So he has been writing for the past 20, 30 years about the colonial historiography and the Indian thought, in the Hindu view of history. So he is comparing these two things and he is doing a wonderful job. and he was very much prepared to come here, and his tickets were also booked. But it so happened that there was a marriage in his own family, so where he is supposed to stay. So he is in the mid-marriage function now, yesterday and today, and he excused himself. He was very apologetic. But when I asked him, I didn't want to miss him, so I asked him to send his pre-recorded talk on this issue. So he had with difficulties because he is of age and he is not able to do with the technology, the modern technology, but still he took the help of somebody else. So the video may not be of that quality, but at least audio may be clear to some extent, and we shall have his talk in the first place of this morning's program. So Heram Chaturvedi because I can't read the print, so I asked Professor Heram Chaturvedi, read this.
Professor Heram Chaturvedi, born on December 31st, 1955 at Indore, he passed his MA from the Department of History, University of Allahabad in 1978, after graduating from the same in 1976. Presently a professor in the same department of his alma mater, he started teaching here in January 1980. He has taught here for more than 35 years now. He has authored more than 10 books, 2 of which fetched for him the Acharya Narendra Dev Award for the years 2003 and 2005 respectively. His book Dastan Mughal Mahilaon Ka was included by the BBC London in its list of outstanding Hindi books of 2013. Other publications include more than 40 research papers and about 50 articles in journals, magazines, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Amma. So now we will hear Heram Chaturvedi and have also 2 or 3 words about him later after his speech. Please. Hello. Before that, we will have a wonderful song. Huh?
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. నా పేరు విష్ణుప్రియ. ఇప్పుడు నేను ఒక దేశభక్తి గీతం పాడబోతున్నాను. ఇయం స్వతంత్ర భారతి మహీ సువర్ణధారిణి హిమాచలాగ్ర సంచలత్ త్రివర్ణధర్మకేతనీయం స్వతంత్ర భారతి మహీ సువర్ణధారిణి హిమాచలాగ్ర సంచలత్ త్రివర్ణధర్మకేతనీయం స్వతంత్ర భారతి. तपः श्रिया सनातनी ऋषिः प्रिया सदातनी जगत्प्रतापशालिनी स्वयं प्रकाशमालिनी इयं स्वतंत्र भारती. नदीनदान्तरङ्गिणी समस्त सस्यशालिनी मनोज्वला नगोज्वला निरन्तरोज्वल जला इयं स्वतंत्र भारती. जगज्जनप्रियैषिणी हितैषिणी सुभाषिणी जनान्तरङ्गपोषिणी सुरापघातरङ्गिणी इयं स्वतंत्र भारती. शुभैश्चिरन्तवर्धताम् अहिंसया दिगीषतां प्रशान्तदिक्प्रचोदयात् प्रजास्वभीष्टदाशिरात् प्रजास्वभीष्टदाशिरात् इयं स्वतंत्र भारती मही सुवर्णधारिणी हिमाचलाग्र संचलत् त्रिवर्णधर्मकेतनीयं स्वतंत्र भारती.
I am grateful to Professor Sudarshan Rao, former chairman of the ICHR, to the Shraddhe Guruji, Sivananda, Supatha Foundation, respected Dr. K. Sivananda Murthy, Chief Patron of the Foundation, to give me this opportunity to present a paper on this all-important seminar on the paradigm shift in the cultural historiography of Bharat. Thanks to Sri N. Radha Kumari ji, because on his insistence and regular reminders, I was able to at least do this much. I would like to present what I would like to call a rather loose collage of ideas which I can improve upon, modify after the questions and comments from this August gathering. Before I proceed, I would like to make a very small statement. According to what I have studied and taught in the University of Allahabad History Department for more than 40 years, is my statement that truly speaking, Eurocentric history begins with Herodotus himself, considered to be the father of history in the Western world. While discussing the wars between Greeks and Persians, he also talks about the domination of vast area of the civilized world. He even talks about barbarian hordes, which too need some clarification and explanation. Secondly, I would like to add that during our religious sacrifices and special occasions, the priest still pronounces the sankalp or the religious vow, which is as good as this earliest statement of mine, as good as the preamble of the Constitution or prologues written in the books. With this, I begin with the definition of history, which according to me, and there has been a consensus over the years, that history is basically a study of human evolution. How the man has evolved through the stages is not only scientific in nature, but has logical, deductive steps. The very first would be to discuss creation of the universe and the earth. Since man could not have evolved any language and or script so early, it was impossible to have any written records. Hence, every study or branch of knowledge recedes into a hoary past, which later on came to be called mythology. Thus, the language of philosophy, history, sciences, literature, everything has emerged from mythology. And this is a statement given by Philip S. Miller in the introduction to the philosophy of history, which was edited by Fitzsimmons, etc. It is very nice work on philosophy of history and a very thin work. Therefore, another work which I would like to talk about at the very beginning is H.G. Wells, who had tried to analyze the evolution of the earth itself, rock foundation to mountains to lakes to oceans to rivers and everything, till the evolution of man as such. In fact, the basic features of primitive man-like ancestor, from apes to submen, which had started evolving from the above description, that is the Eocene age, considered to be 56.5 to 35.4 million years ago. And we can go for the encyclopedia to come to this conclusion. Thus, from the fish to amphibians to reptiles, the changes started occurring and are noticeable too. But the basic features till this period remained more or less the same. Maybe in their developing stage, wise changes appear at the later age of the animal. These apes were bound to seek shelter behind rocks, because had they become cave dwellers, they would have left their traces, as we find at a later stage, when they must have learned to dwell in these caves by aping other animals. This was the later stage. Moreover, they had to learn swimming. It does not come to men naturally, instinctively and by birth. This fact points to their inhabiting the land and long separations from the rivers, ponds, lakes and seas where the life began. And this has been aptly summed up by H.G. Wells in his Outline of History in the very beginning chapters, the first part of the book. I have neither initiated this study nor I will be the last to study it. I was drawn to it by a sheer accident rather than by design. Initially, I had read Edward Pocock's India in Greece and tried to understand. This book is very important, where he is speaking about the people who inhabited the Western world, and this was published from London in the year 1854. We have tried to understand how a scholar like Pocock had used etymology, geography, philology, mythology and history to bring out the fact that the names of all Greek mountains or lakes, ancient cities are not Greek derivatives, rather they are Sanskrit derivatives. Though he describes the then Indian or Aryan civilization flourishing in the region of northwestern India and Afghanistan, which was part of India then, even the geographical locations are clearly marked in the accompanying maps. It is a wonderful book. Thus, as early as 1850s, we find scholars have realized that Indian civilization was the earliest. But since the revolution broke out in 1857, and it endangered the very existence of British colonial empire, and especially the horror of this jewel in the crown slipping away, they ensured that such studies were simply ignored, if not prescribed. This civilization, being not only one of the earliest, was in fact the only oldest surviving civilization. The eminent scholar and Indic scholar A.L. Basham has described it as a living civilization where one can find the recitation of the same Vedic hymns, richas, in daily prayers. And this he is writing not in Wonder That Was India. This is in the introduction to the work edited by him, The Cultural History of India, published by the Oxford University Press, 1984. Thus the tradition have continued. While researching for Kumbh and especially this fair at Prayag, I had stumbled upon material about the creation of universe and its control by the various forces. It was in this context that apart from Trinity of gods Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh, we get reference of the planets and also the goddess as energy and its significance. How the geological changes affected the change of rivers and their course impacting the lives of the people, their customs, rituals, traditions for ages, and how the folk memory carries these changes through tales, events, fairs and socio-religious customs. In fact, the initial work, or what we may call pioneer geological work, was done by the famous geologist Professor Wadia, in whose memory is commemorated and preserved through the famous Varya Institute at Dehradun. He had shown how the Himalayan system rose, and how river systems changed, leading to changes in river navigation and naturally settlement patterns, because these early civilizations were basically river valley civilizations. Once the river system changed, this shift in population had to be inevitable. And I'm talking definitely, I'm referring to the shift in the river system in the sense that something did happen when the Saraswati went subterranean and Yamuna changed its course from being a western going river to becoming eastern flowing river. Earlier it had confluenced with the Saraswati, and now after this incident, some 1,000 years ago, it changed its course and it started confluencing with Ganga at Prayag. So this we have to keep in mind, the geological and the geographical shifting and changes that were taking place through the ages. Similarly, going through J.D. Rainier's book on purpose and method of history, during my studies and research, I came across a name, Gosse, G-O-S-S-E, and his researches on zoology and sea life. In fact, he was the pioneer of aquarium culture when he preserved fishes and other sea animals. And in 1857, 2 years before Charles Darwin's famous Origin of Species was published, Gosse had come forth with his most memorable work and titled Amphibians, an attempt to untie the geological knot, and became pioneer of what came to be prescribed as Amphibians hypothesis. His work was indeed the basis of the theory which attempted to resolve the raging contradictions of the earlier scholars regarding the age of Earth and the God's words being propagated through prophets. Geologists like Charles Lyell, who believed that these occurred simultaneously as religious canons had asserted. But Gosse put forward his thesis that if one assumed creation ex nihilo, there would necessarily be traces of previous existence that had never actually occurred. Amphibians, by the way, is Greek for navel, N-A-V-E-L, navel, called Nabi in Hindi or Sanskrit. And Gosse argued that the first man, Adam, did not require a navel because he was never born. Nevertheless, he must have had one, as do all complete human beings, just as God must have created trees with rings that never grow. Thus, Gosse argued that the fossil records, even coprolites, might also be evidence of life that had never actually existed, but which may have been instantly found by God at the moment of creation. And I think we have to go through this book, Edmund Gosse, Father and Son, edited by Michael Newton, Oxford University Press, 2004. So, if we go through all this, then we start realizing that this work, coming 2 years before the publication of Charles Darwin's Origin of Species, is a very important work which a historian like Rainier has tried to underline time and again. And he has emphasized the Amphibians theory and suggested that learned men in the past ages had already given thought to the need of providing Adam with the navel, lest he be an imperfect human being. This is as per the Western tradition. Adam's navel, however, was not the trace of his fetal connection with the carnal mother, but of his connection with some unborn Lilith who lived in the Creator's mind only. I am repeating. With some unborn Lilith who lived in the Creator's mind only. I may point out that this entire theory is an imitation or exactly in consonance to the theory of Brahma, emerging from the navel of the creator preserver Vishnu. One, when it says that there is not the trace of his connection with the carnal mother, and secondly, what the Hindu mythology underlines till this stage about the creation was just a mental affair. It was basically the Manas Srishti instead of the Maithili Srishti, which came a bit later. So this Manas Srishti was what cause theory implies. While investigating further, I have trampled upon a very important piece of evidence, thanks to the Wikipedia, where there is a list of naval cities across the world. This, in fact, is a clinching evidence which goes to prove that ancient Indian wisdom and Sanatana knowledge or Hindu mythology has shreds of evidences across the globe. How else do we find so many cities have their names which are derivatives of the word naval in their respective languages? I wish to produce the piece which is quite revealing and self-explanatory in nature. Because belonging to Prayag and knowing from which Sanskrit root this word is derived, we all know it naturally is linked to the naval birth of Brahma. The term earth navel was applied to sacred locations from the ancient world. Generally, these sites were credited with the title following their development into a sacred or spatial place, thus as Delphi or Jerusalem. But in certain cases, the original name of the site contains a translation of the word navel. The ancient Peruvian capital, Cusco, for example, literally means navel. The ancient mythology of Cusco, if you go through, you find that the city was located by the children of the sun, Survanshi, from Tiahuanaco, according to pre-designed rituals. Through rituals, this city came into being. There are several other locations around the ancient world. And if you look at it, these sites are invariably considered the center of the world or even the universe and often become primary pilgrimage locations such as Prayag, Allahabad or Makkah. Because Cusco, as we find, is literally translated would mean navel. The capital of the Inca Empire was situated as Cusco, high in the Andes mountains. Tradition states the city was founded according to geometric principles. And what is a Prayag at Allahabad? It is the altar of Brahma's sacrifice, the Antarved. Easter Island was also called Te Pito O Te Henua. Instead of pronunciating, I would also like to give you the spelling. T-E-T-Peto, P-I-T-O, -O, -T-E, -H-E-N-U-A, which when translated means the navel of the earth. Hancock suggested that its geographical location may have determined the original settlement. In fact, Jerusalem, as the capital of Holy Land, is also called Earth Navel. Therefore, the story is that the Cronus, the god of time, was driven to the depths of the universe by Zeus, it's in their tales, who forced him to vomit the stone which landed in the center of the earth. The current Omphalos is a replica of the original made in the Hellenistic period, not prior to that. Also, Eridu in Iraq is considered the original Sumerian mound of creation. Angkor Wat, the bayon in the network of temples at Angkor, was described by B. Grosslier as Amphilis in Angkor's stone cosmos. In Karnak in Egypt, an Amphilis was excavated in the sanctuary of the great temple of Amun at Karnak by G. A. Reasoner. It supports the Greek traditions of doves flying over Delphi and Karnak, etc., etc. Allahabad, formerly called Prayag and listed in the Mahabharata as the last and most important of the ancient holy places. It was considered to be the mythical creation of the universe. The chief cult shrines of Prayag stood on an island with the shrine to the primordial serpent which protected the eternal sea, seen by Huan-san 644. The goddess shrine was recently found south of Allahabad that dates to 11,000 BC, along with Mesolithic cave paintings of a dancing shaman with headdress, bangles around the wrist and a trident closely resembling Shiv. Allahabad is still the site of largest gathering of humanity on earth called the Kumbh. The axis mundi in certain beliefs and philosophies is the world center or the connection between the earth and heaven. And that is why you find the spire of the church or in all these temples or churches or mosques or pagodas, where they just symbolically try to define this navel. It is a connection between the people residing and their creator. So, if we go to the opinion of a very important scholar, Mircea Eliade, it says that every microcosm, every inhabited region has a center, that is to say a place that is sacred above all. This work was translated by Philip Marriott, Symbolism of the Center in Images and Symbols, Princeton, 1991. So this work coming is trying to define why certain places are considered to be sacred and how these symbols represent the type of I am grateful to Professor Sudarshan Rao, former chairman of the ICHR, to Dashadhe Guruji, these people are now trying to do is post ipso facto defining things which they took from other earlier religion or faith and did not find an explanation in their own text. So this theory of sacred places constituting word center or emphasis with the altar or place of prayer as the axis becomes all the more important and once more brings back our attention to Prayag or Allahabad. Because as spelled out in the ancient Sanatana scriptures, as we have already said, the basic name signifies altar. And the architecture of the sacred places often reflects this role. That is why I said, every temple or palace and by extension every sacred city or royal residence is a sacred mountain, thus becoming a center. Now we have to discuss another important term which gives us an insight into the Sanatana and its belief, which seems to be too widespread and covered the entire civilized world. It seems to have given rise to similar terms in other new religio-cultural faiths and beliefs, despite their range from the Sanatana. The term which aroused this writer's quest for further inquiry was basil. According to Encyclopedia Britannica, basil was likely a native herb of India grown from its aromatic leaves. It is also called sweet basil and belongs to the family of mint, Lamicae. A further reading of the Wikipedia reveals that apart from mythological and religious significance, this plant, so universally revered, in such great hero, it is cherished as a sacred symbol of goddess Lakshmi in Hindu homes. Later, still in Christian resurrection legends, basil plant, Ocimum sanctum, is said to have sprung around the empty tomb of the Christ. Ultimately, the Sanatan belief continues but assumes a new form with the emergence of a new religious faith called Christianity, associated with Jesus and his resurrection. During the Greek domination, it was considered to sacrosanct, and much like the divine right theory of kingship, the concept of divinity came to be associated with the royalty, and hence Basileus meant emperor in Greek, and basilica came to signify a royal sanctified hall. Later on, with the emergence of Christianity, and especially in the Greek and Eastern Orthodox churches, it came to be associated with churches too. In fact, that these churches placed pots of basil below the altar and used its leaves to sprinkle the holy water on followers gathered there. The French, drawing from Latin and Greek, call it la herbe royale, naturally signifying the Greek term, while in certain parts of Europe it is called Saint Joseph's wort. Similarly, the herb known for its aromatic properties was referred to as royal and or kingly plant and came to be called Basilican Pluton, possibly because it was believed to have been used in production of royal perfumes. This you can easily understand if you go through the etymology of basil given by Douglas Harper in the year 2018. It is as late as that. So, later still being associated with the church, it changes even the ecclesiastical usage, when only canonical laws could assign a basilica status to a church. Not all churches were basilica. So, the Basilica di San Nicola da Tolineto was reported to have been the first to be canonically created in 1783, a few years before the French Revolution. The 1917 Code of Canon Law officially recognized churches using the title of basilica from immemorial customs. Such churches are referred to as immemorial basilicas. Most of these immemorial churches are in Jerusalem and most of Israel. This concept naturally leads one to the importance of basil in the Sanatan tradition. Where else were the basil so revered traditionally apart from the Sanatan Hindu faith? A few words about basil and its symbolic tradition is imperative at this juncture to make things evident. We know, as mentioned above, that basil represents goddess Lakshmi symbolically. The next natural question would be, what does goddess Lakshmi represent? We have to visualize Vishnu, the creator preserver of the universe, in his Sarsaya form, where he lies on the serpent in the midst of the sea sagar, with goddess Lakshmi at his feet. In fact, this signifies
sorry, it's a very serious lecture that he has given to us. Professor Hiram is going to link up about our Sanatana idea of history and from where the history has to begin and how this is also viewed in the other parts of the world, and everything is interrelated. So that he has comfortably established by the end of his talks. And this second talk, if anybody is interested, we can forward the talk. You can listen to it at your leisure. And if we have still time, I think we can also play the second part in course of this second day program. Because we are running short of time, so I have put it like this. Sorry for this. And I thank Professor Hiram Ji for having given us a wonderful talk on the genesis of historical thinking and historical search into our past. Now may I request Francois Gauthier. He is again continuing the same idea about what ails history, the present history, the modern history, the current history. So I request Francois to come over here. I think he has an immediate call or something. Welcome, sir. I called you. Please come.
Namaste, everybody. Today is a very auspicious day, actually. It is Shivaji Maharaj Jayanti, the birth of Shivaji Maharaj. I wanted to start by showing a small video because I'm building a museum of history in Pune, and today we have a lot of celebrations because that museum is dedicated to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. So this is the entrance of the museum, and I wanted that people go to a temple before they enter the museum, because the museum is a temple of knowledge. So the first thing that people see is a statue of Bharat Mata and Shivaji Maharaj. And we have a pandit there on the right side. You can see a pandit. His art are being trained. So every day there's aartis and pujas. So people come to the temple, they have the darshan, and then they go to see the museum, where there are today 24 pavilions, each one with a unique exhibition. So, first I would like to pay my homage to Sadhguru. I didn't know him actually. Yesterday we were taken to the ashram, and there was a temple there dedicated to Mahalakshmi, such a strong atmosphere. I was very touched. I go back bringing him with me. Now the death of a guru is something dramatic. I met the mother of Pondicherry when she was alive. She was a French lady, and I was there when she passed away. When the guru passes away, something physical, immediate, intimate withdraws from the atmosphere. And I felt it when the mother went away. That presence, that we felt when she was there, the guidance left, and people were left to themselves. And so the death of a guru is a great tragedy, whatever people say. the sacrifice of a guru being born on this earth is something extraordinary. Okay, now I come to my talk. So my talk is about the colonial psyche of modern India intellectual history writers. I'm not a historian. I came to India by accident or by fate. I drove from Paris to Pondicherry when I was 19 years old, and actually landed in Delhi and spent my first night in the Shromindo Ashram in Delhi. And I felt the moment, in that first night, I felt the presence of Mother India, that in this country, what is called India, there's a physical presence, there is a body that emanates a presence. And I felt this in different places, of course in Pondicherry, in Delhi, in Almora, in Jaipur. I felt that this body that is India has a physical presence. Now, India has been colonized. The first answer is India has been colonized, and the minds of the Indians is still colonized. I see today as a white man, Catholic born, Catholic educated, a lover of India, that still today, after 75 years of independence, much of the Indian mind is colonized, that it thinks in patterns which were established by the British. All of you know about Macaulay. Macaulay was the Pope of British education, and he decided that the British were so few, and India was such a huge country, that if they needed to rule India, they needed Indians who would think like them. So the idea of Macaulay was to send Indians to British University, Oxford, Cambridge, and so many others, so that they would come back with a British way of thinking. And in that way, Macaulay was extremely successful, because there's a whole generation after him and after independence of Indians who think Western. You are an exception. The people who are here are exception. The people who were there yesterday are exception. But most of the Indian youth is shaped in a way that their mind is westernized. They have no idea about their heroes, their heroines, the great poets, the great warriors. Like as a Frenchman, I'm educated in Napoleon and Victor Hugo, and so being French means being proud to be French. From kindergarten, we are taught to be proud to be French. The same is true in the United States, though it's a much more recent country and they have a much smaller history, that whatever the ethnicity, whatever the religion, most Americans are brought to say, oh, I'm proud to be American. But this is not true today in India, because Indian history books, Indian curriculums are still Western-based. What Mr. Nehru did in 1947, that he took everything that was British, education, the constitutional system, the judicial system, everything, and transposed it into India without adapting it to the Indian psyche. As many of the speakers have said, and I think that gentleman there was a remarkable speaker, India has a very ancient history, a lot of knowledge. I, a white man, whatever I say today, I've learned it here in India. We talk about the Western influence on, Indian intellectuals and historians, but whatever I have learned, whatever I say today, and people come to me and they say, oh, you're great, you're doing some great things, but whatever I learned here. I owe India, whatever its fault, because of course India has many faults, I owe India whatever I know today, whatever I practice, pranayama, meditation, hatha yoga. So I have gratefulness of India, but most Indians have no clue. Today is Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's birthday. Once I printed his exhibition in Pondicherry, in Auroville, and the gentleman who printed, the Hindu, nice gentleman, had no idea. He thought he was Shivaji the actor. So this man, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, fought the most powerful army in the world, maybe 300, 400 men, and he actually defeated Aurangzeb, because after he died at a very young age, the Mughal Empire started to crumble. But people know in India more about Aurangzeb than about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. So my whole endeavor through my books, articles, this museum that I'm doing now is to tell Indians, I, a white man, a Catholic born, to tell Indians, look at your own history, look at your own people. You have such great, great heroes and heroines. I mean, in France we have Jeanne d'Arc. There's one heroine, Jeanne d'Arc was she was a woman warrior from a village who fought the British, and then she was burnt at the stake by the British with the collaboration of some of the French clergy. But in India, there are hundreds of heroines. In the museum, we're showing, Rani Chennamma. She's from Karnataka. She was an extraordinary queen who fought the British. Rani Akabat fought the Portuguese. Rani Durgavati fought the Mughals. There are hundreds of heroines in India. But the idea that Westerners and even Indians have of Indian women is that, they're persecuted, they're burned, they're raped. Of course, that rape in Delhi a few years ago did so much damage to the Indian image. But there is no country in the world, and again I come back to that temple I went yesterday, the Mahalakshmi temple. There is no country in the world, in spite of problems, in spite of excesses, where women are so worshipped, where it is recognized that the energy is feminine, that without Shakti, Sri Aurobindo said, without her I manifest not. Without her I manifest not. So there is no country in the world that worships so much women, and its history proves. So how do Indian writers keep on, of course Romila Thapar and Irfan Habib and so many others, how do they keep running down their own heroes and heroines and propping up, tyrants like Aurangzeb or Tipu Sultan or whatever? Of course, we talked about Macaulay. Now, the second problem is Indologist, Western Indologist. Now, whether it is the United States, Audrey Truchke, Michael Witzer, whether it's in France, Christophe Jaffrelot, there's a whole generation of Indologists. Now, Indologists are supposed to teach their countrymen who are generally very ignorant about India. In my country, France, for instance, most people are good-willing, but they're very ignorant about India. They have cliches, picked up here and there. Books like The City of Joy, promote poverty. Films like The Millionaire. I forgot the title. Also promote an image of poverty and caste. Slumdog Millionaire, yes. So people are very ignorant. So Indologists normally are paid by the state. In my country, France, Indologists are subsidized by the French government to enlighten the ignorant Frenchmen about India. So instead of enlightening them, what they do? They run down India. Since I've become a journalist, they've hounded me because I used to work for a very prestigious French newspaper called Le Figaro, one of the major papers. So then in Le Figaro I started writing, I did a whole series on religions in India, I talked about Islam, the Islam. So they started hounding me. They're obsessed with two things, poverty, caste, and Hindus. They have demonized Hinduism. There's a guy in France called Christophe Jaffrelot. Before him there were others, some of them died now. Now, this guy has spent his whole life demonizing Hindus. His entire life has been, he's a very learned man, and pretty young, he must be 50, 55, and academic, of course. All these people have a lot of academic credentials, they speak well, they're very well researched. So his entire life has been spent demonizing Hindus. Even the Hindu diaspora, he wrote a book about the Hindu diaspora, how the Hindu diaspora is funding Hindu fundamentalism through the BJP and Mr. Narendra Modi. Of course, Mr. Modi has been their sworn enemy for a long time and remains today their sworn enemy. And it saddens me that today, because I've been writing in French, I've been writing books, articles for so long now, I don't think I made a difference. These people still rule the roost. Whenever there are elections in India, whenever there is a catastrophe or something important, they're called by, to write articles, they call on TV, and they spew the same venom about Mr. Narendra Modi being, very dangerous man, about Hindu right-wing nationalism. And I'm helpless. And I think, oh man, I've been fighting so long, and and there is no difference. So it's like, because the French government is interested to invest in India. Recently, Mr. Macron was a guest of honor of the Republic Day, and we were happy about that. But the French government feeds these people, and these people in turn are telling the French government, no, don't invest in India, it's a dangerous country. Look, there is Hindu fundamentalism, minorities are persecuted, Muslims are persecuted, they remove Article 370. How many people in India know about Article 370? How many people in India know that, Kashmir, what is called Kashmir, divided in 3 states, Ladakh, which is predominantly Buddhist, then there is Jammu, which still has a thin Hindu majority, and then there's the Valley of Kashmir, where in 1900 there were still 1 million Hindus, and today there may be, a handful of them. Not many people understand that, but in France they have no clue. So they say, these Indologists will say Article 370 has been removed, it's such a persecution of Muslims. But actually, do people know what Article 370 means? It means that Kashmiri Muslims could go all over India, and indeed in India they have cornered the souvenir market. Even in Auroville, which is a faraway place, now the souvenir market, or they're Kashmiri Muslims. So they could go over India, buy land, set up shops, set up business. But Indians could not go to the valley to Kashmir. Isn't it an injustice? Isn't it an absolute injustice? So Mr. Modi did something. He did something right. He set up a wrong right. But we keep on explaining that, we keep on writing articles, but it makes no difference. It makes no difference. And I see even my own newspaper, Le Figaro, that the removal of Article 70, the inauguration of Ayodhya, which is something extraordinary. I've been covering Ayodhya, for the time when Mr. Advani and his car Sevak brought down this empty mosque, which was like a challenge to Hindu pride. I was there, and Mr. Advani was a good friend of mine. So I've been covering Ayodhya, and I thought that, this gives some pride back to Hindus. It's very important, Hindus need to become proud of themselves, Then historians like Irfan Habib and Romila Thapar and so many other intellectuals who are still running down their own culture, their own history, will have no place. They will be automatically removed. But at the moment, the political correct still rules in India, unfortunately, Though there is a big chance if Mr. Modi came to power, there's a big chance. So what is important, I think, if to have a new generation of Indologists who actually understand India, know India, and can go back to the West, and propagate, a more truthful image of India, a more positive image of India, which is not the case. So I have met 4 of the education ministers since Mr. Modi came to power. And to each one of them I said, you need to start a school of Indology in India, bring young Western Indologists, from every country and every Western country in the world, take them to Benares, set your center in Benares, show them a little bit of Sanskrit, of temples, of Indian culture, let them mix with the people and get a feeling of India. And then you send them back, and slowly they'll climb the ladders, and eventually you'll have a generation of Indologists who are positive towards India. Mrs. Irani was a rather, dynamic person. She was the one who said, yeah, it's a good idea. And she selected a retired lady who was a secretary in the education ministry. But then she fought with her. She tends to be a little, gets a little angry sometimes. But then the other education ministers, till the present one, Mr. Pradhan, Davana Pradhan, they have no clue. It's so sad that this Minister of Education, they have no clue about their own Indian history. Absolutely no clue. Absolutely no clue. So unless you change Indian education in the curriculums in the universities, unless you teach children, right from kindergarten, about Shivaji Maharaj, about Rani Chennamma, about Kalidasa, probably one of the greatest poets ever on the history of the planet, that even translated from the Sanskrit to English, you can see the height of his poetry. Sri Aurobindo, the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo is probably the greatest, one of the greatest modern philosophy that integrates, yoga with a modern outlook, And as this is taught, how are you going to stop the greatest brain drain in the world? Because the greatest brain drain in the world is that of Hindus. From the 60s, Hindus have started going abroad, sending their children abroad. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I understand, that Hindus want their children to have a good education. But what happens is that they go abroad, they study abroad, then they get a job, they have children, grandchildren, they take the American nationality or British nationality, and they lost to India. And this brain drain is continuing today because I'm a great admirer of Mr. Modi. I've been defending him since 2002. But in terms of education, it has been changed in homeopathic doses. You need a revolution. Because I remember with Molly Manoj Joshi, who's also a great friend of mine, and I admire him and respect him a lot. He started to try to change education. There was such an outcry, There was such, and that was, in 2000, I don't know, 2003 or 2, before the BJP lost power. And there was such an outcry when he wanted to introduce Vande Mataram in the beginning of the sessions. So he had to back out. So 20 years later, the minorities in India have been more radicalized. When I came to India, actually, you could see Muslims and Christians who were still integrated. There was still some integration. Many of them had Hindu names, and they would go to temple. But since then, there'll be such a radicalization of the Christian and Muslim community in India that the longer Mr. Modi waits to do that revolution, to say, okay, now from today, we're going to take out the Aryan invasion from the history books, because this is the foundation of today still, when it's been proved, wrong, many have written, including Westerners like Michel Danino and David Foley, they have written books about this and shown that even the genome, the genes of Indians, there have been genetic research to show that Indians share the same genome. That from the south to the north, from Brahmin to Dalits, all Indians have the same genes. So this is one more, stone to bring down the, but it is still the foundation book of, the foundation of every history, unless, Mr. Modi says from today, and his minister will not do anything unless he says. This is how it has become today, that no one will raise their voice unless Mr. Modi says so. These are the good and bad effects. So anyway, unless Mr. Modi says, from today, you will remove Aryan invasion theory from history books. We stop making of Ashoka the great hero that Nehru made him because he's supposed to have converted to Buddhism after seeing the horrors of the Kalinga battle, which is not true. I have written a book called An Entirely New History of India, and I do speak, there's an entire chapter of Ashoka, which deals about the struggles between the Jains and the Buddhists at that time, and why Ashoka converted to Buddhism. It was a political move and not a religious move. So unless Mr. Modi introduces that revolution, we will continue to see this great brain drain of the best Hindu minds, because they find a better education abroad, because in India, they just get a westernized education. Unless, Shivaji Maharaj is made a national, pan-national hero, the way Napoleon in France, I was brought up and born near the Napoleon tomb in the Invalides. My parents used to live there. So I know how much Napoleon is worshipped in France. Every year there are books, and there's a fantastic museum in Paris, in Les Invalides, on Napoleon. If you go there, you should visit that museum. When I first came to Pune, I was teaching an art of living course. My wife and I are teachers of Shri Ravi Shankar's techniques. And I thought there would be a Napoleon-like museum in Pune, Shivaji Maharaj. So I asked my driver after the course, please take me to the Shivaji Maharaj Museum. So he took me to a museum which was called the Kelka Museum. I don't know how many of you know Pune. In the Kelka Museum, there was not a single exhibit on Shivaji Maharaj. I was shocked. Actually, it's a very complicated story. The Congress divided. In Maharashtra, there are you know, they all admire the Shivaji Maharaj, but there are Brahmins who are the holders of the knowledge. They're the one who preserved the knowledge about Shivaji Maharaj. They're the one who wrote the books. And there are also converted followers of Ambedkar and converted Buddhists, you know, who also follow Shivaji Maharaj, but they're against Hinduism. So when I started building the museum 10 years ago, I got threats from these people saying, don't show anything about the Vedas, don't show anything about Mother India, don't show anything about Hindus, because they are followers of Shivaji Maharaj, but they're against Hinduism. Complicated, huh? So what I did a small shrine with a photo of Ambedkar and the statue of the Buddha, and slowly I guess some of them came to see the museum and saw that I was a genuine admirer of Shivaji Maharaj, so the threat stopped. So it's important that these two things happen. One is that a new school of Indologists is brought to India and then sent back to the West, so that the image that Westerners have of India is slowly bettered. And the second is that education needs to change in India. And as I said, this is an absolute revolution which would need tremendous courage, because the backlash would be, of course, tremendous and maybe violent. But it needs to be done. Unless you make Indian children proud, if only in sports, you know, look at the Chinese, you know, I mean, whatever, I have written a lot about China, against China, but look at the Chinese. The Chinese are so proud of being Chinese that they excel in every field, including sports. You know, the Chinese were nowhere in sports in '72 when Nixon went there, you know, and America started investing into politically and economically in China. But today, the Chinese are some of the best in the world in sports they had no clue about. Athletics, swimming, you know, gymnastics, you know, they are extraordinary. In India, because children are not so proud, you know, except for cricket. You know, I'm not a great fan of cricket. I know all of you are fans of cricket, but I think that cricket kind of, you know, it's a vampire sport that hogs all the limelight, the media attention, you know, the sponsorship. Everything is hogged by cricket for 11 players, you know, we keep on playing. I don't know how they have time to train, because they keep on playing from test to test, from this to this, never stops. So unless you make Indian children proud, how will India become the superpower that we all want to be? You know, Sri Aurobindo, Swami Vivekananda, they all said, India needs to be the spiritual leader of the world. Okay, it's happening already. You know, Hatha Yoga is now practiced by, I don't know, 1 in every 3 Americans. Meditation is beginning to be known because of scientific studies, is that, you know, it calms the mind, it regulates the blood system, it soothes the heart. Ayurveda is beginning also to come to the West. In my country, France, I have written a book on Ayurveda, and people start to know a little bit about Ayurveda. But unless Indian children are being proud of their culture, you know, and their history, and their heroes and heroines, you know, India will not become a superpower. India cannot become a superpower, because that brain drain will continue, and also they will lack that thing to, I'm Indian, you know, I'm Indian, let me make my country proud, let me excel in whatever field I am, let me bring something to my country, you know. As a lover of India, as a defender of Hindus, because all my life I've been a defender of these great people that are the Hindus, one of the most persecuted people in the world, one of the most tolerant, you know, the last people who hold this knowledge, who am I, what happens when I die, what is Dharma, what is Karma, what is an avatar, how God manifests himself or herself at different times, you know, to help humanity with different scriptures, you know. This knowledge is only held by the Hindus today. I think it was, before it was known in Egypt, in Greece, Mesopotamia, but it's been lost because of invasions, because of, you know, the colonization, both European and Islamic. This knowledge is alone in India. If India dies, people say Dharma is eternal. I'm not so sure, you know, I'm not so sure. And Hindus themselves, you know, start taking their own destiny in their hand, and I think Mr. Modi began this process, but he needs the collaboration of all Hindus. If you see this Swachh Bharat movement, which was an extraordinary initiative, looks so basic, but India needs to clean itself, you know. Again, if you want to become a superpower, India needs to clean itself. But I see today, when I go to Sri Ashram in Bangalore or even in Auroville, that the contractors were paid by the government to get rid of the trash. You know, they go and dump it at night, you know, in the Kanakapura Road in Bangalore, or in Auroville, because Auroville there are very remote places, you know. So the people didn't collaborate, you know, unless Indians stop cheating. You know, I don't think Indians are taxed more, though I had a conversation with my Hindu friend the other day. I don't think Indians are taxed now more than, you know, French or Americans, you know. But unless they stop cheating, the demonetization was also another wonderful move. You know, it was a wonderful move. But people continue to cheat today. If you need to buy a flat, you need to pay 40% in black at least, you know. Unless and I'm talking about Hindus here, not about Muslims and Christians. The biggest enemies of Hindus are Hindus. The biggest enemies of Hindus have been and still are today Hindus. We speak about, you know, the Indian historians who were influenced by the West, but the greatest betrayers of Hindus have been Hindus. I mean, even from Alexander the Great, you know, the king of Taxila, allied with him to, you know, Vijayanagar, the last great, you know, Hindu empire. Hindus have always been betrayed by Hindus, and today this is still true. United States, in France, in UK, you know, these Western ideologies find an echo in the Hindu intellectual who say, yes, you know, yes, it is true. India is still ridden by caste, you know. Brahmins are still killing, you know, Brahmins, you know. My foundation made a film on Brahmins because we did a study on Brahmins, and we found that many Brahmins actually live below the poverty line, that priest temples are paid a pittance, you know, that many of the toilets in Delhi are manned by Brahmins. Many coolies in the New Delhi railway station are Brahmins, you know. So, but that myth of the Brahmins exploiting, you know, the Dalits is still very alive in the West, you know. So, and propagated by Indians, you know, Ramachandra Gua and so many others, you know. Rajiv Sardesai. So the biggest enemies of Hindus are Hindus. Educate your children. You know, I know you do it yourself, you know, but where is the youth? You know, I see that Indian youth today is drifting away from its values. The majority of them. When I go to the US, I give lectures in big American universities. Last time I did one in Atlanta. There are 2,500 Indian students in the Atlanta University. It's one of the biggest universities in the US, you know. I did a lecture on the need to rewrite Indian history. I got 11 people out of 2,005. It was widely, you know, advertised, and they're not interested. They're not interested. So unless you change education here at home and make your children proud to be Hindus, you know, and teach them that Hinduism is not a retarded, you know, spirituality, but it's the one that holds the last knowledge in the world, you know. Unless you teach them that, and only Mr. Modi can do that today. Only he can do that, because, you know, whatever. Again, I'm a great admirer of Mr. Modi, but it's a one-man show now. You know? So unless Mr. Modi tells his education minister, you do this and you do that and you do that, and they are ready to sustain the onslaught, you know, the backlash both within India and outside India that will follow about Hindu nationalism wanting to rewrite books, or, you know, Hindu fanaticism wanting to impose Hindu Dharma. Explain to your children what is true Hinduism. What is the great spirituality that props up this religion that people call Hinduism? Unless they understand that, you know, they will also think that Hinduism is a, you know, backward religion. So, very important, one, school of Indologists in India, and slowly, you know, they will go back to the West and change the image of India to the West. Two, change education. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Professor François-ji. No, we have given him this particular topic of colonial psyche for the writers on history. But it tells us the fact that it is not simply what ails Indian history, but what ails India and Hindus. So he spoke so well about what's happening here, and it's very clear to tell us that the very idea that India is great is to be known to us through some Westerners. Only when Cunningham said that there are great things in India, so we started knowing that there are certain great things in India that we should go and see. And again, the same Western scholars, they are condemning India after 1850s, 1860s. So in the colonial historiography, there are different stages of development of the historiography. Till 1870, it was such. So they wrote very favorably. They were in fact surprised to see what is found in India. But after 1870s, they have been very cautious, and the imperialism guided them, and it controlled them. Not only guided, controlled them. And by the time we have come up to 1920s, by Harappa times, the things have changed. So again, after 1930s and 1940s, so the casteism has come into India only in 1930s. And the reservations and Dalits, movements, all these things have been creeping in into Indian psyche. So see, now, again we are to be told that, we are not a very great nation. We have so much of literature, so great poets and great Veda is there and everything is there. This also we are taught by somebody else. So that is the plight of Indian psyche. So we are to be told that we were great, we are to be told that we are nothing, and we are again to be revived that you are something. So this is what is going on in the Indian intellectual field, which has been very clearly, and he has been speaking on this issue and writing on this since the last 30 to 40 years, and we know his contribution to our great country and the nation, and he has individually and personally, he has been sacrificing all what he has for preserving and protecting Indian heritage. In Pune, his exhibition museum is a very great museum, and we are very happy to see a glimpse of the museum, the entry, how he has given this entry. So we should be really proud of having him and his museum in Pune. If there is any opportunity, whenever you go to Pune, I recommend you to go to his museum first, instead of going anywhere else. Where you go, you will know what is India, what was India, what is India, what India should be. So these three ideas, for our children, we should take the children, youth, to the museum and have them the real education. He has given a very good statement that museum is not just a museum to see. Museum is an institution which educates you. So we are very grateful, sir, and you have spent so much of time with us. Yesterday he was here with us the whole day and participated in the proceedings. And now also he has been sitting here with us. We are grateful to Francois, and he was very busy in Auroville these days, this 1 week. And with great difficulty, he has been here, and he has given his full time to us. Thank you, Francois. So now we will have a hot tea and come back in 10 minutes.
శివానంద వందనము గురుదేవ వందనము పరమేశ సతతము నీ పాద దాసులమయ్యా సతతము నీ పాద దాసులమయ్యా మా మనసు తెలుసుకొని మమ్మేలుగో స్వామి వందనము వందనము సద్గురు శివానంద వందనము గురుదేవ వందనము పరమేశ సేతు బంధన చేయ శ్రీరాముడను గాను చేతితో విరుజనదుమ అగస్యుడను గాను బ్రహ్మదేవుని కన్నా శక్తివంతుడగాను బ్రహ్మదేవుని కన్నా శక్తివంతుడగాను ఏ చూచుకొని నీ పూజయొనరింతు వందనము వందనము సద్గురు శివానంద వందనము గురుదేవ వందనము పరమేశ.
మా ఇంట్లో దాని పేరు సార్ట్, ఎస్ఓఆర్టీ సార్ట్ అని చెప్పాలి దానికి. మా అమ్మ చెప్తున్నట్టు ఇది బండి అనుకో, గుర్రపు బండిలో దీని పేరు సార్ట్ అంటారు. చాలా రకాలు ఉంటాయి, అది చెప్పిన పేరు చెప్తున్నాను. బ్రూహామ్ అని ఒక బండి ఉంటుంది, అది ఒకలా ఉంటుంది. బగ్గీ అంటారు, అది వేరు మళ్ళీని. ఇలాగా 4 పేర్లు చెప్పింది. 4 పేర్లు బండి అంటే 4 రకాలు ఉంటాయని, ఇది దీని పేరు మాత్రం సార్ట్ అని గుర్తుపెట్టుకో. జనరల్ నాలెడ్జ్ చెప్పింది. అందులో ఒక మాట, అలా గోదావరి గట్టుకు తీసుకెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ తీసుకొచ్చేవారు. బాగుండేది. గోదావరి అంటే చాలా ఇష్టం వచ్చింది. ఆ నదిలో పడుకోవాలి, నిద్ర స్నానం చేయాలి, అందరూ చేస్తున్నారు, ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వచ్చింది. అక్కడి నుంచి తిన్నగా 1 మైల్ లోపలే గోదావరి బ్రిడ్జి ఉండేది. బ్రిడ్జి చూడడం, అందులో రైలు ఎడుతుంటే చూడాలి, చాలా బాగుండేది. రైలు ఎడుతుంటే చూడాలి. అలాగా అలవాటు చేశాను.
గోదావరి పాత,
ఇప్పుడు పాత అంటారు, 1900 కట్టింది అది. ఇప్పుడు దాన్ని వదిలేశారు. అలా ఉండేది, రాతి స్తంభాలతో కట్టారు. అందులో సిమెంట్ లేదు, ఐరన్ లేదు, గానుకు సున్నం, చెక్కిన రాళ్ళు అంతే. 100 ఏళ్ళు ఒక్క రాయి కూడా అందు కదలేదు. అది అందాక వెళ్ళి తీసుకొచ్చేవాడిని. అలా తీసుకెళ్తుంటే ఓ మాట సాయంత్రం 5 గంటలకి బయటకు వెళ్తుంటే స్కూల్ పిల్లలు బరికెత్తుకుని వస్తే ఎవరు వాళ్ళని చూశాం. అది నాకు స్కూల్ అంటే ఇంప్రెషన్. అక్కడికి పంపిస్తారేమో నాకు, నేను వెళ్ళను అని చెప్పాను.
దయచేసి అందరూ లోపలికి వచ్చి కూర్చోవలసింది. మనకు బ్రిస్క్ ప్రోగ్రామే ఉంది. లంచ్ ముందు వరకు, లంచ్ తర్వాత కూడాను. ప్లీజ్ కమ్ ఇన్ and settle down in your seats.
గురుదేవుల పాత పద్మాలకి ప్రణమిల్లుతూ ఒక చిన్న పాట. ప్రశస్త భారత ప్రజానీకమును ప్రేమ సూత్రమున కలపండోయ్, సమస్త మానవ కళ్యాణానికి చక్కని బాటను వేయండోయ్. భారత కీర్తిని నిలపండోయ్, మన భారత కీర్తిని నిలపండోయ్. దివ్యతత్వము భవ్య జీవనము విలసిల్లిన మన విమల భారతిని, ధర్మరక్తిని దైవభక్తిని కార్యశక్తిగా మలచండోయ్. కర్మవీరులై నిలవండోయ్, భారత కీర్తిని నిలపండోయ్, మన భారత కీర్తిని నిలపండోయ్. ప్రశస్త భారత ప్రజానీకమును ప్రేమ సూత్రమున కలపండోయ్, సమస్త మానవ కళ్యాణానికి చక్కని బాటను వేయండోయ్. విఘటన ఎరయై వెతలకు గురియౌ కుమిలే జాతిని కాపాడండోయ్. అభినవ భారత నిర్మాణానికి అణువణువును రగిలించండోయ్. ఆదర్శముగా జీవించండోయ్, భారత కీర్తిని నిలపండోయ్, మన భారత కీర్తిని నిలపండోయ్. ప్రశస్త భారత ప్రజానీకమును ప్రేమ సూత్రమున కలపండోయ్, సమస్త మానవ కళ్యాణానికి చక్కని బాటను వేయండోయ్. సమస్త మానవ కళ్యాణానికి చక్కని బాటను వేయండోయ్. ధన్యవాదాలు.
केसरी बाना सजाए वीर का श्रृंगार कर, ले चले हम राष्ट्र नौका को भंवर से पार कर. ले चले ले चले ले चले, केसरी बाना सजाए. डर नहीं तूफान बादल का, अंधेरी रात का, डर नहीं है धूर्त दुनिया के कपट के घात का. नयन में दृढ़ ध्येय के अनुरूप ही दृढ़ भाव भर. ले चले ले चले ले चले, है भरा मन में तपस्वी मुनिवरों का त्याग है, और हृदयों में हमारे वीरता की आग है. हाथ है उद्योग में रत, राष्ट्र सेवा धार कर, राष्ट्र सेवा धार कर. ले चले ले चले ले चले, सिंधु से आसाम तक योगी शिला से मानसर गूंजते हैं विश्व जननी प्रार्थना के उच्च स्वर. सुप्त भावों को जगा उत्साह
I think I might have attended almost hundreds of such meetings here and there in the universities and also outside, where the subject has been discussed by so many experts from the platform. And I have been observing that the speakers won't be there throughout the proceedings. You might have seen that the speakers who are invited, they come on the time, they speak and they go out after they talk. But this is the first time with us here. Whenever Guruji has conducted any seminar, any symposium, the speakers in that symposium for 2 days or 3 days, even for 7 days. We have conducted seminars for 7 days in Hyderabad. There were 100 speakers for that Andhra Telugu Sahitya Sangeeta Samaroha for 7 days. For 7 days, the hall was full with the speakers as audience. But generally it doesn't happen in other meetings because the speaker would come and sit for a while and then wait till his turn comes and then speaks and goes out. But here in Guruji's symposia or conferences or seminars, all of the speakers, they stay here throughout the time and enjoy what others speak. So that is the special feature about our conferences and seminars. Dr. Aravind Rao Garu, he is a friend philosopher of our organization, elderly man, and he has been with us since yesterday. It's just as a very sincere student, he has been listening to every speech. And he has been with us, and now we are going into the very crux of the problem, that is, we are speaking about Sanatana Dharma all the time. Sanatan, what is Sanatan means, and how it is Sanatan, how it is new today, how is it is old yesterday. But it's not old, it has been eternal, and this and that we have been discussing. So Bharat culture, when we take Bharat culture, is it just sociological cultures or economic cultures or the other cultures that we generally know from the past 200 years? We have been making so many theories to define culture. So then what is Bharat culture? It's only physical culture, or it has it something to do with the mind, the thinking, and with the heart, and with the soul, and with the search of the soul and all that. So our problem today at this meeting is, has it any philosophical foundation? So we are speaking so much of culture, Bharat culture. Has it any philosophical foundations? And we want to hear this from our philosophy expert, who has been trained from none other than Pullala Sri Ramachandra. He is his disciple, and we request him to come over here and speak on the philosophical foundations of Bharat culture. Welcome, sir.
First of all, I offer my pranams to Puja Guruji, with whom I had a fairly long association, though not like you, but in a slightly different way. In the sense that though I was ASP under training long ago here in Vizag, that was in 1979, probably some of these people might not have been born at that time. I was ASP under training, and at that time somehow, I don't remember whether I met him or not. But then, I first met him in 1984 when I went as Superintendent of Police Warangal. So I was there at the time. By that time, I think he had just resigned from the department. In fact, he is, from my own, I can say we are from the same family. They're from the same police department. He had just retired, not retired, but he just left it. He just gave it up. And then there I met him. There at the time he was conducting some yajnas here and there, and then he was giving some talks about already some spiritual talks he was giving. So there I met him. And thereafter, not in a very regular way, but occasionally I used to meet him. I with some other friends who used to go, and then of course I never asked anything personal. There was no personal question. There was no personal question from me. But then we used to meet and then discuss things like same subject now, Sanatana Dharma, how to preserve this tradition of scholarship at that time, 94, 95, when I got interested in this subject. My greatest anxiety was how to preserve the Shastra tradition, because I could find some of these old Shastra scholars, hardly about 10-15 people. When I was doing my MA in Sanskrit, and particularly thereafter I was also pursuing my studies for my PhD, I could not find teachers who could teach in Sanskrit. So that was the problem. And could not find people who could tell various other. There were only a few people who were called Chatushastra Pandita. So one after the other, they were in their 70s and 80s, and once they passed away, what is going to happen to this culture, or this tradition of this Shastra? Shastra means I am referring to old Shastras like Vyakarana, Mimamsa, Tarka, etc., Vedanta. So, but then, like a God-given thing, like one of the vibhutis of Lord Krishna or Vishnu. So our internet has come, there are so many people, there is so much of information available everywhere. I think my own contention is that internet is a sort of divine gift. So now somebody sitting in America, he appears for a Sanskrit examination in the Hindu University of America. He listens to my talks and all that. I find some such people. So I am very happy that the Shastra tradition will not die. And Hinduism, maybe Hinduism, we do not know whether, like Francois Gauthier just now said, he doesn't, I am very happy that he told a very, very realistic, in a realistic way. He did not unnecessarily give us any false hope. So I congratulate, in fact, I thanked him also for his very realistic assessment. So now today, the topic, and also before starting, I also want to thank Professor Sudarshan Raoji and also Radha Kumariji and others for having given me this opportunity to be here to speak in front of you. The topic given to me today is the Vedas, Sanatana Dharma as the source for reconstructing the cultural heritage of Bharat. In fact, the title was much longer. I actually made it short. After making it short, it is like that. The Vedas, Sanatana Dharma is the source for reconstructing the cultural heritage of Bharat. So in fact, if we see the world situation now, we are actually meeting at a time where there is a lot of churning, or rather a lot of upheaval in the field of culture in several countries. If you are following what is happening in Europe and America and those places, they are also in great danger of losing their culture. In fact, various new and mad ideas like wokeism and then things like gender fluidity and various other things, they have come into their social life, and old family norms are broken. Until recently, we used to know, even a child could say who is a man and who is a woman. Now the Supreme Court of America is debating as to how to define a woman. So that is the stage in which they are. So we are in such a stage of confusion. The Western countries who boast of very great civilization and all that, they are battered by so many mad ideas from various quarters. So we are also facing a similar situation for different reasons. So we have to see what are the philosophical foundations, what exactly are the threats, and what can we do for reconstructing. So since yesterday we had many speakers, we heard so many speakers talking about how history has to be rewritten and all that. It's a very, very great thing, because that alone can build up that sense of pride in the young minds. So that is a very important thing. And this subject was also partly, spoken by my friend Mr. R.V.S. Avadhanlu. He also spoke about the Puranas and then the Vedic literature and all that. It is a sort of continuation of what Professor R.V.S. Avadhani said. So this cultural heritage, if we see, it is usually associated with a religion. Whenever we talk about a culture, whether it is Western culture or Indian culture, it is usually associated with the religion of that particular land. And in the case of, if we see the Abrahamic religions, for example, Christianity, Islam and Judaism, these three are the Abrahamic religions, they do have one book. That one book alone gives them the theology, epistemology, ontology, whatever, and also morals. For them, what that particular one book says, it contains everything. And luckily for us, and for them, it will be very difficult to change it also. And for us, luckily, we have got two levels of texts. I don't know, till I started reading Sanskrit, till I started knowing about Gita, I never knew that there is a thing called Shruti and Smriti. I was considering myself a fairly well-educated man, but then I never heard about those two words called Shruti and Smriti. So luckily, when I got into, by my great good luck, when I got into the studies of Sanskrit, then for the first time I heard that, oh, there is what is called Shruti. Shruti is basically the primary text of Hinduism. Primary text of Sanatana Dharma, we can say. What is this so primary about it? Shruti, as the very word indicates, Shruti means something which has been heard. And what is it that has been heard? It is heard by, and by whom? It is heard by the rishis. And it is heard as a sort of divine voice. So it is not as though they sat and then they heard some divine voice. They sat in deep contemplation. They were trying to know what is the nature of reality. Who am I? The basic question. And what is me? What is this? The world around me, the Jagat around me, and this Jiva, Jagat, and also what we call the supreme reality. What exactly is the connection? So this sort of examination they started doing. And then there was no agenda to start a religion. The basic thing we have to see is that they had no agenda to start a religion. They were basically, it is not one person. Religion, usually, if you talk about Abrahamic religions, you find somebody who started that religion at a particular point of time in history. And then he claimed, yes, I have got some divine communication. And then it is my duty to make you all accept. And because of some good luck, he could get some immediate followers. And because of some good luck, he could also build up some army, and then he could invade and then capture, and then he could spread the religion like that. So, but then in the case of Hinduism, it is not by one person. It is by so many sages. Yesterday, our friend Avadhanlu was giving a long list of sages. That long list of, if we see, these are all the people who were contemplating the nature of reality. So many places, not in one place, in so many places. And they used to occasionally meet. Like if you read a book called Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, there is a king, Janaka. We don't know whether he is the same Janaka who was the father of Sita. But then there is a king, Janaka, in whose court so many people, all these scholars, all these rishis, they used to sit and then they used to debate as to whether God is one or whether there are so many crores, 33 crore gods, etc. So all these things, they used to discuss. And then they were debating as to the nature of reality. So that was the point. And debate and discussion is the hallmark of our Hindu civilization, Indian civilization. Not only in Hinduism, you find it in Buddhism, Jainism. Of course, Sikhism is a religion which has come in very, very tough times. We don't expect that debate in that. But Buddhism, Jainism and Hinduism, the Sanatana Dharma or Hinduism, there is a lot of debate. There is a lot of debate and discussion. They are all encouraged. And without debating, the student, in fact, the student also is supposed to pose questions to the teacher. And the teacher should not get angry. Ma vidvishavahi. So in that mantra, the very opening mantra says, Ma vidvishavahi. Let us not have any ill feelings. If you question and then if I can't answer, I should not have any ill feelings. So that sort of environment was there. And in that quest, what is the type of quest? Suppose, there is one small episode in one Upanishad called Taittiriya Upanishad. One son, his name is Bhrigu, he goes to his father, Varuna. So the mantra says, Bhrigurvai Varunihi Varunam Pitaram Upasasara. In fact, Avadhanlu read that line yesterday also. So he goes to his father and asks, your father, he doesn't say, oh father, oh Bhagavan, Adihi Bhagavo Brahmeti, oh my Lord, you please tell me, what is the nature of reality? Then what does the father say? Father says it is something which cannot be straight away communicated to you. It is something which you have to contemplate and then you have to realize. So how do you contemplate and what is the equipment you have for contemplation? So he says you are having this, the food body, Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, etc., etc. You have got these 5 indriyas, sense organs and the mind. And tapasa brahma vijignyasasva. Tapasi is thinking, contemplation. Tapasi is not something going to forest or anything. You have to sit quietly in a very undisturbed manner in our own room. Nowadays we don't have any forests to go. And then we have to sit and think. So tapasa brahma vijignyasasva, tapo brahmeti. And what is the equipment you have? What is the laboratory you have? Your own mind is the laboratory. Instead of looking outward, you have to look inward. Annam pranam chakshur mano pranamiti. That's what he says. You are having this Annamaya body, Pranamaya kosha, etc., etc. You have to think. You withdraw from the external world and you think. Then what is the solution ultimately that Upanishad gives? What is the nature of the highest reality? It is not Brahma or Vishnu or anybody. If you go to religion, somebody says Vishnu is supreme, somebody says Shiva is supreme, somebody says somebody else is supreme. But then Upanishads, our Vedic literature says there is only one reality, and that is not a person. It is called Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. It says Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. If you want to translate into English, it means infinitely existing consciousness. The exact translation will be infinitely existing consciousness. And that consciousness has got a power to manifest as this whole universe. And what all we see, all of us, both animate and inanimate, everything is a manifestation in that consciousness. So this is the most modern question also. Even now, we are debating on this issue, whether matter is primary or intelligence is primary. Matter and consciousness, the debate is even now going on. And materialists, of course, they say that consciousness comes from matter. But then somehow the Upanishadic sages said consciousness is something which is manifesting as this whole universe, both animate and inanimate. So this is what they said. And you have to give a name for that. And what is the name given to that? For usage, you have to give a name. And what is the name given to that? They called it Brahman. Just Brahman. Brahman is a neuter gender. If you say Vishnu, you say he. You use the pronoun he. If you say Lalita, you say she. But there is no he or she. Of course, there was no gender fluidity at that time, no LGBT, etc. They said it. So when you say it, so that is how we find in that sentence also, Tat Tvam Asi. Tat is a pronoun of neuter gender. Tat is a pronoun of neuter gender. So it is referred to in that way. So that is the highest reality. And you see, the Upanishads, they also realized the limitations of the human beings. Because if you say that this is the only reality, and you have to work well, and then you have to be moral, you have to be ethical in your behavior, who will listen, who will not listen. So you need somebody with a rod sitting above and then monitoring us, trying to see what you are doing, recording what we do and what we think, everything. So they also allowed all these things at a lower level. At a lower level, I use the word lower level because we also talk about gods at 2 levels. That is, the absolute reality is something which is absolutely unchanging, and that is something which is that what we call Brahman. And for all practical purposes, you need somebody. That is how we said, okay, in the society there were already so many traditions. Somebody somewhere in the land, some area, they were followers of Vishnu. In South India, they were followers of Muruga, Ganesh, etc. In some other areas like Orissa, they were followers of, sun god. So like that, Shiva, Vishnu, everything. All these things, they integrated. They wanted to harmonize. So that is what happened. So reality, when you come to God, God again is at 2 levels. One is called the higher level or the absolute level, and the other is a tentative level. What we call transactional or empirical level. So that is how our people say defined. And if I say somebody to a strong Vaishnava or a strong Shaiva, they will fight with me. But then this is what Vedanta says. This is what Vedanta says. And this is not to discourage anybody or anything, but this is what is reality. So that is one level, one thing. So that is where, in order to come to these, say, conclusions, there are things like the epistemology and ontology, which you don't find in other places. Like in the morning, Francois Gauthier was saying, there's something unique. Our people thought in a totally different way. Epistemology, what are the means of valid knowledge, or rather, what are the valid means of knowledge? And pratyaksha, pramana, pratyaksha, etc. Pratyaksha, anumana, pramana, upamana, shabda, so many things. All these pramanas they said. But all these pramanas cannot lead to that. So that is why it is called aprameya, something which cannot be known by the pramanas. Something which you have to think and then find out. That which knows everything. That which knows everything. How can you know it with your senses and mind? And when your mind operates, that is what is behind everything. So that is what is a knower. So how can we know the knower? So that is what is the question, is the basic question. So that is where issues like ontology, the world which we are seeing in front of us, whether it is real or tentatively real, all such questions you don't find anywhere in any other text except in the Vedanta text. So this is one, one important aspect. Then, as I said, these are the Vedas are the primary texts. Vedas means Vedas include Upanishads also. Veda, it is called Vedanta. Why is it called Vedanta? The end portion, Veda plus Anta, the end portions of the Veda are Vedanta. That is the philosophy. They are the philosophical texts. And right from the beginning, we have got several philosophical passages in the Vedas. So Vedas, when we say the primary text, and in the primary text, there is not much about the ethics. There is not, here and there are some comments, but then there is not much about ethics and all this day-to-day behavior, how a person has to conduct himself in society, etc. So, but then there are secondary texts, what are called Smriti. Shruti is one, directly heard or something which is visualized in their state of contemplation. The second is Smriti, something which is recalled to memory. Smriti, Smaranam, you know the word Smriti, Smaranam. So that is recalled to memory, something which is recalled from what is told in the Vedas. So that is what is the Smriti. And the Smritis again are two types. That is, one is Itihasa, the other is, Itihasa and Purana can be put in one category. And the other are the Dharmashastra Granthas. You have got so many texts. So primary texts are only four, that is the four Vedas. But the secondary texts, probably they run into roughly 100, around 100 maybe. If you include Itihasa 2, Puranas about 18 plus Upapuranas, plus about 40 odd Smriti Granthas, starting from Manusmriti to so many other Smritis. If you include all those things, they come to roughly 100. So many texts are there. And in these texts, there are so many details about how a person has to conduct himself. So Shruti may say something broadly. You tell the truth, Satyam Vada, Dharmanchara. So something like that in a very, very brief manner. It is somewhat like a text of law. But then this is something like a case law. We know the law and case law. So the advocates, they talk about case law. So they have to see the case law. If you say somebody is telling the truth, so what exactly are the ingredients of that particular thing called truth? So are all those ingredients present here or not? So we have to see that. So this truth is something, or Dhanam. What is Dhanam? Dhanam again, the Upanishad simply says Dhanam. Or maybe sometimes it may elaborate slightly a little bit. One Upanishad says Hriyadeyam, Shriyadeyam, Samvidadeyam, etc. One Upanishad says whatever you give with some amount of humility, and you give according to your whatever money you have, whatever wealth, depending on your state of wealth. So things like that. But then this case law, what we find in the Smriti, they tell us as to how the human being has to behave. Then the one important thing in the Vedic literature is that the vision of oneness. When I said there is only one reality, that is supreme reality called Brahman, which is manifesting as the whole thing, that is basically the vision of oneness. And that vision of oneness, right from the beginning, right from the Vedas, we are seeing, that is, if we see the mantra, everybody knows the line, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. Most of us know the line. The full sloka, the mantra goes like this: Indram, Mitram, Varunam, Agnimahuhu, Atho divyassa suparno garutman ekam sat vipra bahudha vadanti agnim yamam matarishwana mahu. Whatever you call it, Agni, Matarishwa, Varuna, whatever you say, they are all manifestations of that one reality. And if we see Purusha Suktam, yesterday also there was a reference to Purusha Suktam. In fact, I think David Frawley, he was mentioning this Purusha Suktam. Purusha eva edagam sarvam, he said. That one Purusha is the whole thing. Purusha again is a technical word. Purusha doesn't mean man. Purusha doesn't mean it excludes a Stri or anything. Purusha includes every ant, every mosquito, everything. And also a blade of grass. Brahmadi Stamba Paryantam, it says. Brahma means there is what is called a creator Brahma. Creator Brahma is also a created person, is a manifestation in that reality. So in that manifestation, we visualize for our own purposes, we visualize it as a cosmic entity called Brahma. So that cosmic entity called Brahma, so he, starting from that, we call him the cosmic being. Purusha means that which pervades, that which enters into all the Puri Sete, Puram, our body is like a Puram. Puram is a town or a village, whatever. So our body is like that, and then that which goes into all Puras in the form of intelligence, and activates the intelligence of all the beings. So that is what is Purusha. So Purusha doesn't mean it excludes Stri or anything. So this Purusha Sukta is an experiment, a sort of visualization. Like yesterday Conrad else was saying, it was a sort of visualization of the whole universe or whole creation as one organic being. To say that everybody is part of that. So Purusha evedagam sarvam yad bhutam yadcha pavyam, that is whatever is present here, whatever is present, past, future, everything is that Purusha only. And Sahasra Shirusha Purusha. When I was young, I was only thinking, why only 1,000 heads? In Vedic literature, when we say 1,000, it means infinite. Infinite. That's all. Infinite. That means even the head of an ant, even the intelligence which is present in the antahkarana of an ant is a reflection of that cosmos, that supreme, consciousness. So that is the idea which we have, or which we said in the Upanishads. And of course, it has percolated to our Vedic, daily rituals also. In fact, Purusha Sukta, it is so ubiquitous. You find it everywhere. You go to a temple and then you try to ask them to do some puja. They do Purusha Sukta Vidhanam. So Purusha Sukta Vidhana, they recite the same thing. And similarly, immediately after Purusha Sukta, there is another thing which we say, Sa Brahma, Sa Shiva, Sa Hari, Sa Indra, Sotshara, Paramaswarat. You say, he is Brahma, he is Vishnu, he is Shiva. That is what is Akshara, Brahma, etc., etc. So like this, we have these mantras, any number of mantras in this Vedic literature. Mantra Pushpam, we say, Tvam Brahma, Tvam Rudra, Tvam Prajapati, etc., etc. So all these things. Then again, if you see, coming to Indian knowledge systems, I will not touch upon them too much, because yesterday Mr. Avadhanlu was talking about them. Indian knowledge, I will just make a mention. Indian knowledge systems, again, they are the pillars. They are the pillars of our culture. There are 6 Vedanga. Vedanga means the limbs for understanding the Vedas. That is Shiksha, Vyakaranam, Chandas, Nirukta, Jyotisha and Kalpa. These 6 are the branches of, not branches of Vedas, they are the auxiliary, or rather the limbs of the Vedas. These are essential in order to understand what is told in the meaning, what is told in the Vedas. Yesterday we were listening to Mr. Nilesh Oak, who talked about the astronomy, the importance of astronomy in understanding our text. In fact, it is very much necessary. Probably somebody might have done analysis regarding the Vedas also, they might have done. There are great people in West also, our own people who are in the West, who are like Professor Subhash Kak, somewhere in, I think he is in Atlanta or somewhere. And Professor Ramasubramaniam, if you know, he is in Mumbai, IIT Mumbai. There are some such people who have done a lot of research into that. So we need the knowledge of Shiksha. Shiksha is phonetics. You see, we have given our interaction with Indian culture has given this what is called 18th century enlightenment. You see, this is, we often, very often forget. Like Francois was saying in the morning, people made us believe that we know nothing. We are all snake catchers and snake charmers, etc. So, but then we have forgotten. The more basic problem is we have forgotten. So this acquaintance with the Indian systems, starting with even old philosophers like Schopenhauer and people like that. And then Emerson and Thoreau, they were actually called Boston Brahmins. You might have heard about the word called Boston Brahmins. You just Google, in that Google search, you type just Boston Brahmins, and then you get right down to T.S. Eliot and all those, T.S. Eliot and then W.B. Yeats, those people, they were all in the list of Boston Brahmins. So these people, actually Emerson and Thoreau, they knew about our basic text, that is the Veda, Upanishads, etc. Even before Vivekananda went to America. Vivekananda, before he spoke at that Chicago. So these people were aware of those texts. So this knowledge had spread even by that time. So Shiksha is something which is talking about phonetics. I was talking about this intellectual movements. One intellectual movement which the West saw was the Renaissance. And the second intellectual movement, they say, is the 18th century Enlightenment. 18th century Enlightenment is the direct result of their interaction with the Chinese and Indian civilizations. So that we have to kindly note, and then there is a lot of research needed into this field, both Chinese and India. Not only India, we should not boast. Chinese also had great civilization. So Chinese and Indian civilization. And in fact, Mr. Toynbee, the history of, study of history by Will Durant. Will Durant's first volume is our Oriental Heritage. Will Durant, there is a historian called Will Durant, philosopher also. That Oriental Heritage, we have to necessarily read that book to know about ancient India. So in that book, he writes both about Chinese and Indian civilization. And these two civilizations have given lot many insights to. I don't say that they have copied. They copied all the rockets and all the technology from us. But then, lot many insights. There is a totally new idea. In fact, the liberty, fraternity, equality, all these ideas, they are in the Upanishads. Voltaire and Rousseau, they were actually impressed. They were great students of these Upanishads. They were all knowing all these Upanishads. So anyway, Shiksha is something relating to phonetics, how word has to be correctly pronounced. Vyakaranam again is grammar, Chandas is prosody, Niruktam is again etymological, unless you know the etymological meaning, you do not know as to what meaning you have to take at a particular place. Then Jyotisha, like we said, astronomy. Then again Kalpa, Sulba Sutras, etc., talking about the mathematical, how a Vedi, Yajna Vedi has to be built and all that. There are certain our modern scholars like Ramasubramaniam, they say about how basic principles of geometry and trigonometry, etc., they were known to them. Then again, we have got this Upavedas, etc. Then again, we have got texts of this Ayurveda. I will not go into details, Ayurveda, etc. Then Niti Shastra is another thing where some more research is needed. Niti means not morals. Niti doesn't mean morals. Niti means the statecraft. Kamandaka Niti Shastra, there is a book called Kamandaka Niti Shastra. Of course, Artha Shastra of Kautilya is known to many people, but Kamandaka Niti Shastra is not known to many people, not commented upon, not researched by scholars. That is one book which I found where I was reading Ramayana. For Ramayana, there is one Vyakhya called Dharmakutam. In that particular writer has quoted extensively from that Kamandaka. I was so surprised. In fact, when I was teaching, my talks on Ramayana are there on the YouTube. So I taught Ramayana right from beginning to end. After reading about Sheldon Pollock, I did not make any reference to Sheldon Pollock, but I gave about 200 and odd talks are there on the YouTube. So, but anyway, that Kamandaka Niti Shastra is something which requires a lot of study. I found many good things in that. Similarly, from Rajadharma Parva, of a part of Shanti Parva, of Mahabharata, a lot of research is needed in that. Then again, we have got Yoga Upanishads. There are, out of 108 Upanishads, we have got about 20 Upanishads which talk about yoga. In addition, we have got this tradition called Yoga tradition, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, etc. Patanjali Yoga Sutras again is a sort of treatise on this whole system of Veda. And that again has given a lot of insights to all the modern psychologists. If you take a book of modern psychology, when will it start? It will not start from any ancient thing. It will only start from 18th century or something like that. So very many concepts of Western psychology now, for example, your stream of consciousness. Patanjali says, not Patanjali, Patanjali's commentary that where there is a bhashyam called Vyasa Bhashyam. So there is Chitta Srotaha. Chitta Srotaha Vahati Punyaya Vahati Papaya. Chitta Srota. Srota means flow. This flow of the mind, this stream of consciousness, all these ideas, so many ideas. If you just listen to this Patanjali, in fact, I was fortunate to teach that also. I have taught the entire Patanjali Yoga Sutras. If somebody is interested, kindly listen to that Patanjali Yoga Sutra right from all the 4 padas, along with that Sanskrit commentary also I have taught. Then again, there are so many things in that ancient, say, our knowledge traditions. I will not go into that. This Shastra Charcha I mentioned, that is the debating tradition which is there in us. And another point we have to note is that there was no conflict between science and say religion. Because our religion also, suppose you are a Vaishnava, so you are worshipping Vishnu, but at the same time you are reading out the same mantras or same passages from the Vedas which refer to that supreme consciousness. When we are reading, when you go to a Shiva temple also you read Purusha Suktam, etc. You go to Vishnu temple, there also you read Purusha Sukta. The same mantras. And even at home, when we are doing puja, our daily puja, we read Purusha Sukta, we read Rudram. Rudram, what is Rudram? Rudram again, it mentions all the people in the society, all tribes of what is that? Rathakarebhyah. In fact, it also says about Namo Mahadbhyah, Shullakebhyah, Namo to great people and also to mean people, and also to Shvabhyah, Shvapatibhyah, that is to dogs, and also to people who maintain these kennels. Rathakarebhyah, Rathibhyo, Rathakarebhyah, etc. All sections of that society, that primitive society, not primitive we cannot say, whatever, primitive, okay, we can also say that. Some 5,000-6,000 years ago, or in fact yesterday he was saying, our Nilesh ji was saying, we should not say 5,000-6,000 years, it is something which is absurd. But anyway, whatever it is, so whatever social say sections were there at the time, all those things are mentioned. Why? Saying that all these are forms of the same Rudra. It is not as though all these are different sections, they have to be divided, etc., etc. These are all, they are the forms of the same Rudra. One Rudra is manifesting in so many ways. That is, you are trying to visualize the whole society as one unit, and then it is something which is, if you see even somebody who is eating a dog, you have to see him as one manifestation of Rudra. So you have to give him adequate, the proper respect. So that sort of vision is there. And our idea is to see that oneness in all things. If you see Gita also, Gita again and again it says, for example, it says, one prominent thing is in the 18th chapter, that is where the vision of oneness, the Jnanam, Satvika Jnanam, Rajasa Jnanam and Tamasa Jnanam. Satvika Jnanam is something which sees oneness in thousands of things. He says, Sarva Bhuteshu Yena Ekam Jnanam Ekam Bhavam Avyayam Ikshate Avibhaktam Vibhakteshu Tad Jnanam Vidhi Satvikam. That is Avibhaktam Vibhakteshu. That is, they look as so totally divided, totally different. But then it is one Avibhaktam, one undivided thing which is seen as so many divided things. What a wonderful statement. But then Rajasa Jnanam is something which divides. Rajasa Jnanam is something, this is different, that is different, that is different. So that is what we say divide and rule. But our approach is unity in diversity. So that is the basic distinction, one value which we have to see. And such a vision basically has shaped our religious traditions also. You see, why these Vaishnavas and Shaivas did not fight right from the beginning? Of course, they fought sometime in, say, after 12th century or so, when the Upanishadic thought was forgotten in society. When the Upanishadic thought declined and then its influence declined, then these Shaivas, Vaishnavas, etc., they took support of the kings. The best way to fight is we have to take support of a king. So they took support of the kings and then they fought. We see issues in Tamil Nadu, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, etc. So, but then in the beginning they did not fight. So even if a person was a Vaishnava, he also had respect for Shiva. And how did it happen? We all know the famous story of Shankaracharya, person who was born in Kaladi, Kerala, who went right up to Srinagar. He discussed with so many scholars all over the country, and then he saw what were the prominent religious traditions in various parts of the country, and then he said, he also said these are certain, say, not exactly non-Vedic, they are certain primitive or rather crude inhuman traditions. For example, Bali means that's a human sacrifice, etc. So those things, certain many things he negated. Then he systematized, he harmonized so many traditions. So that is why he was called Shanmata Sthapanacharya. You don't find any one person establishing 6 religions. Whereas Shankaracharya is called Shanmata Sthapanacharya, a person who established or standardized or harmonized 6 traditions. He also introduced the system called Panchayatanam. Panchayatana is, if you go to some traditional person's house, you find what is called a Panchayatanam. For example, my home family deity is Narasimha Swami, a form of Vishnu, let us say. So I put that in the middle, Narasimha Salagramam in the middle, and then all around we have got Ganesha on one side, Sun on one side, and Durga on one side, and Surya on one side. So this is called Panchayatanam. Adityam, Ambikam, Vishnum, Gananatham, Maheshwaram. These are 5 are the Panchayatana. So this sort of harmony was brought in by all these religious leaders. So this is one thing which we see. So these are the things which unite the country. And they saw the unity among people. And of course, yesterday, Sanatana Dharma. Yeah, now we come to the question of Sanatana. The word Sanatana. Sanatana literally means not ancient. Sanatana means something which is eternal. If you see Amarakosha, Sanatana, Sadatana, that is what Amarakosha says. Sanatana means Sana is a word which says always. It is something which is always there. Then why is it always there? Yesterday also Mr. Conrad Els was commenting about Apaurushaya. Apaurushaya is something, it is not as though something it has come directly from God, something which is impersonal in nature. In fact, I totally agree with that. Even modern scholars, very many modern scholars, they agree with that view, that it is something which is impersonal. It is something like physics. He was giving the example of physics. So when you say that absolute reality is nothing but it is infinitely existing consciousness, then where is the question of debating with that? It is applicable here in India, it is applicable in Australia, it is applicable somewhere in Africa, everywhere it is applicable. So that is one thing which we have to see. And that is why it is called Sanatana Dharma. And Dharma again, there are several definitions. For example, the Manusmriti, which many people don't want to see also, many people burn also. That Manusmriti, if we really read, there are a couple of passages, there are a few, very, very few lines which are really horrible. We do not know whether they are insertions. I don't say they are insertions or anything because I don't know. I am not an expert in that field. But then there are so many great things also in that. We have to read Manusmriti. There is a Kulluka Bhatta Vyakhyanam. Luckily, it is also in Telugu. Kindly, you can see a bookstall where that Vyakhyanam also is translated into Telugu. Kindly read that book. We all have to read that book. So there is a great definition, like a very comprehensive definition about Dharma. Dharma, we all know that Dharanat, Dharma Uchyate, it is a very simplest definition. Dharanat, that which holds the society from falling apart, from breaking. So if you want to hold something together, you have to have something which is keeping all the people, say, agreeable to that. Suppose you have got a value system to which all the people are agreeable, then only they will be together. If you have some system, okay, I maintain my own distance, my own height, and then you be there at my feet. So some people will slip away. So that cannot be Dharma. So Dharma is something which holds. And the definition given is a wonderful definition. If I have time, I suppose, sir. It's 11:53. Okay. The Dharma, it says, Vedvadbhis sevita sadbhihi. I will not read that shloka. The meaning is, that is something which is followed by learned people, not merely learned people, but those who are committed to truth. And also Nityam Advesha Ragivihi, those who have transcended this Dvesha and Raga. And again, Hridayena Abhyanugnataha, that which comes from their heart. It is not as though they are doing some lip service to that, it has to come from the heart. So those people, that is what is Dharma. Their conduct or what they say or what they do is Dharma. So that is a wonderful definition. And if we come to Itihasas also, Itihasas, the same thing is there, some same plan. In fact, the plan of our ancients to transmit this heritage to the common man was through Itihasa and Purana. In Mahabharata, the very first chapter says, Itihasa Puranabhyam Vedam Samupa Brahmayet. He says, there is a formula given. You have to transmit that what we call nowadays this intergenerational transfer and whatnot. So all that thing has to happen through this Itihasa and Purana. What is told as some statement of law, it has to be explained through this Itihasa and Purana. So that is how this Itihasa and Puranas came into existence. That was the scheme. That was the scheme of teaching. So this is one thing which we have to note. And in that sense only, with keeping that in mind only, this Vyasa and Valmiki, they created certain great, two great Itihasas. In fact, both of them, they have got such a grand cultural vision for the whole society, and that vision guided the society till date, is guiding the society till date. Yesterday, there was a reference to Ramayana. If we see the episode of marriage of Sita and Rama, the same procedure is continuing even now. The same procedure is continuing now. And again, if we see Shiva Kalyanam, Parvati Kalyanam, Parvati Shiva Kalyanam also, there again, the same tradition is continued. It's such a living tradition which is there right from those Itihasa days and also Purana days, something which we see. Then again, this the two levels, coming back to the two levels called Shruti and Smriti, we can always change this Smriti. That thing also is permitted in our own text, our own Smriti. Shruti says, where there is a contradiction between Shruti and Smriti, Smriti can be ignored or you have to keep it aside. That is a formula, established formula, even in the Vedas. And in fact, the Taittiriya Upanishad also, there is a line saying, Atha yadite dharma vichikitsava, vritta vichikitsava syat, ye tatra brahmana sammarsinaha. Some people who may be knowing that line. So if you have got any doubt about what has to be done and what is right and what is wrong in a particular place, you see what the elders of that place, what the learned people, again learned and also people who are conscientious, what such people are doing. You please follow that. So that is what it says. So Smriti is something which can be changed. And in this context, I have to tell you that our Guruji, he got a new Smriti written. In fact, I always say our Swamiji's big Swamiji's iconic people, they have to come together and then write a modern Smriti. When everybody is throwing stones on us, we are not even trying to defend ourselves, we are not even trying to say this is the truth. So when somebody says Sanatana Dharma is caste, we are not saying that Sanatana Dharma is not caste. So that Purusha Sukta, unfortunately, one particular line in that Purusha Sukta, out of 10,000 mantras in Purusha Sukta, there is only one mantra which talks about, in that same Purusha Sukta, which I said is a visualization of the whole, society as one organic being. There is one line which says, Brahmanosya mukhamasit bahu rajanyah krutaha. This famous or notorious line, many people know. And that is the reason why people, they burn Manusmriti. But then, that is only not only visualization. It doesn't say Brahmana. You see the actual meaning also. Brahmana asya mukham asit. There may be many people who know Sanskrit. Brahmana asya mukham asit means Brahmin became its head. Asit, not even became. He was his head. Bahu rajanyah krutaha. Rajanya, Kshatriya was made his shoulders. And Vaishya was made into his thighs. And Padvyam Shudra Jayata. Unfortunately, that one particular line says, from the feet, Shudra came. So in the first three padas, the syntax, whatever you say, that vibhakti is different. And the last pada, that vibhakti is different. Padvyam, it says, Panchami vibhakti, it comes. From the feet, Shudra came. And unfortunately, that one particular line is a great boon for our Western rulers. They said, okay, this is what they called Varna. This again, Varna and caste, I have written a lot about it in my book. I will not go into that because it's a very big subject. Our people have only talked about Varna, but not caste. The only thing we have to remember is, Varnas are only four, depending on the mixture of the Sattva, Rajas and Tamoguna in different proportions. In different proportions and different beings, not only human beings, but in all animals. The one animal, the same cow, if you see one cow is having some rajoguna, it goes to, angrily looks at everybody. Then even a dog, it can be a dog, it can be any animal, even the vegetables we eat, even the food we eat is again sattva-guna, rajoguna, etc. So everything in the universe, nata dasti pruthivyam yat, Gita says, these three gunas, they go to make everything in the universe organic, organic, inorganic, or rather sentient and insentient. So these varnas, there are only 4, but castes are 4,000. Kindly note that no Rishi has said, no, God had said, no book says, but then there is a mention of these things, even in Manusmriti. Mention is there, because they were very particular about not allowing Varna Sankara. Particularly about the Brahmin women, if by chance, if they had a child from Shudra, that boy was called a Chandala. We have to know these facts. Basically, if we read Manusmriti, we see, it is not as though new caste is created. There is already a section in the society who are hunters, who are Chandas. There are people like that, who do all that menial jobs like the skinning of animals and things like that. So very many, all those things. Suta, for example, Suta is a charioteer. The charioteer, that profession was very much there. It is not as though it was newly created by Manu or anything. It was already there in the society. A Swarnakara was already there in the society. Similarly, somebody who was a Vastra, person who is what we call weaver, that profession existed in the society. So all these things we have to see. It is not as though Manu created or any other Rishi created. These are already there. There is a mention of these things in the Vedas, but no God, no book. Let us be very, very firm, because I discussed with several scholars. It is not as though I am a great scholar. I discussed with several great scholars in this Vedic literature, Vedas, Puranas, etc. And everybody says this is what is the reality. It is not a creation by... And nobody comes out. Our great misfortune, as in the morning Francois was saying, our great misfortune is our Swamijis are silent. Who has to speak? Our Swamijis are silent. So, in fact, Hinduism, my guru Tattvavidanandaji, he says Hinduism is not a vertical religion where there is a command. Like in Christianity, there is a pope, and then that pope appoints bishops everywhere in the world. So there is no such command here. There is nobody between me and Brahman. In fact, there is nobody between a human being and the Brahman. You become a Brahman. You purify your mind and you become Brahman. That is what it says. So that is the reason why, unfortunately, nobody is coming forward. Nobody is coming forward. And in Hinduism, he says, my guru Tattvavidananda says, it is a horizontal religion where everybody is responsible for preserving dharma. You and I, everybody, particularly the youngsters here, I request them, kindly know Sanskrit. Why? If you don't know Sanskrit, you will be always moving around, all these secondary texts, secondary sources. The primary source is only the Sanskrit. In fact, even a historian, yesterday I realized that historian has to jolly well know some Sanskrit. And there should be a liberal reading of Sanskrit, not only the Shastras, but very liberal readings, including literature and all that. Literature, they should know art, and then they should know tradition. All these things, they are very much needed. So my appeal or request to all the youngsters is, there is nothing wrong. You are not going to become, say, Purohits by learning Sanskrit. So kindly learn Sanskrit. That is something which opens up a totally new world. It opens up a new world. By not knowing, you are always at the mercy of some Sheldon Pollock or Wendy Doniger when she writes about this, some Hindus, subaltern studies, etc., etc. We are at the mercy of so many people. We are not knowing what is there in our books. So that is a tragedy. So anyway, coming to this. So this is one important point we have to see is that I am now talking about the challenges for in the reconstruction and preservation of culture. The challenges are that we do have several pockets of excellence. Because, for example, if I want to see a great Vyakarana Pandita or some great Nyaya Shastra Pandita, I go to any Peetham, Sringeri or Kanchi or Peshawar Peetham or any Peetham, and you find great scholars there. And but then, how is it going to unite the society? How is it going to give a feeling to everybody, yes, it is mine? Even history also, when we say, yes, Mahabharata war took place in 7000 BC or 12,000 BC, Ramayana, etc., etc., of course, that it can at least go into people. If some by good fortune, if some history books are changed, of course, many people will know. But then the Shastras, how is it that is going to transform? Because our vision, whatever that when a vision of oneness is not being put in practice, that is the basic problem. That vision of oneness, where it is not being put in practice, and that is one reason why we are having so much of social distancing. The greatest, our strength, of course, I will talk first. One more great strength is the intrinsic strength of our doctrine. Professor Sudarshan was saying the philosophical foundation. We are the only people in the whole world now surviving. The last people who are the only people who are now left in the world, as he was saying in the morning. We are the only people who are having a philosophical foundation for our religion, whereas the other religions, they are based on faith. And that is the reason why many educated people are going out of religion now. Particularly from Christianity, many people are going out. That is a tragedy, unfortunately. So anyway, so this is, our Shrutis are very egalitarian in nature, very liberal, very inclusive, what you call secularism, what you call liberalism, etc. We find all these things in our Shruti. But when we come to Smriti, some little bit of poison here and there. A Shudra should not eat, should not listen to the Vedas, etc. But unfortunately, or rather fortunately, no such thing has been recorded in history. There is one more point we have to see. Everybody says, hey, your books say Shudra should not listen to Vedas. If Shudra listens to Vedas, then again some molten lead has to be poured into his ears, etc. But then all these foreign, visitors who came from all over the world, they did not record even an isolated incident of any such thing. This is one thing which we have to remember. So our people talked more and did less. Our people, they are very great experts in giving some shapa, giving some strong statements, but doing very little. Right now, like us now, we talk a lot and then do little. So similarly, they also told something in our, say, Smritis, but probably I have not come across any such incident anywhere recorded by any foreign tourists, even in ancient times, people like Fakyan or Huansang, whatever. So this is one thing. So we see that we are very much on philosophical, our dharma is on great philosophical foundation. But then the greatest threat is not what our texts say, but then what is attributed to us. Just now I was referring to that is caste. Hinduism is caste. So this is something which has been attributed to us, and I explained in fairly some detail. So this is something which all of us have to know. The caste in India, if we really want to know what is caste, then we have to see our books, our old books. You go to any scholar, Hinduism is caste, okay, you go to Marxist scholars also, you go to any other scholar, let them show one authority where, apart from Chaturvarnyamaya system, etc., even the Chaturvarnyamaya system, that is again I have to read one passage from Gita Bhashya. I will take a few minutes, sir. That is, we know that Mahabharata, we know that Gita is only a small part of Mahabharata, we know that. And for the entire Mahabharata, one writer called Nilakantha has written commentary. Of course, there are some other commentaries also. For some parvas, they are available. For the entire Mahabharata, they are not available. For the whole of Mahabharata, this Nilakantha Vyakya is available, also available in the market. So this, for example, in the 18th chapter 18-41, somebody can note. So the sloka says, Brahmana Kshatriya Visham Sudranancha Parantapa Karmani Pravibhaktani Swabhava Prabhavair Gunaihi. So for this Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra, the duties are allotted, like you give your job profile, the aptitude test, conduct an aptitude test and then give a job to a person. Karmani Pravibhaktani means works have been divided. Karmani means all the duties have been, social responsibilities have been given, depending on the innate nature of a person. Swabhava Prabhavaihi Gunaihi. There the commentator writes, there is again, he refers to an episode in Mahabharata. Nilakantha Vyakya is so interesting. So he refers to an episode where, we all know the story of Nahusha catching Bhima. All the people, they know, the story of Nahusha, King Nahusha, who got a shapam, who got a curse, and he becomes a huge python. And then he can catch anybody. Even Bhima gets trapped by him. So Bhima, he is about to be swallowed. Then Dharmaraja comes in search of him, and then he sees this great Sarpa. Then again there is a discussion. And then that Sarpa says, no, if you answer my questions correctly, then I will free this man. So then he says, there some questions are there, but one important question was about who is a Brahmana. So you see, even in from this, what do we know? Even at that time, even in the Mahabharata time, there was as much debate about what is a Brahmana and how a Brahmin should be. So as we are having now. So there he says, it is like, if you don't give a proper answer, I will swallow this man. It is like somebody saying, putting a gun, tell me the truth, otherwise I will shoot you. Like police interrogation, you have to tell the truth, otherwise I will shoot you. So at that time, we have to jolly well tell the truth. So what is the truth? He says, he quotes from several other episodes, that is Nahusha episode. He says this, you see, there are qualities which are found in general, some qualities which are found in all people. But then some special qualities which are to be there in a Brahmin. What are those qualities? For example, Satyam, Dhanam, Kshama, Seelam, etc. These are some qualities. So I will read the same Vakyas. Most of you will understand. Tasmat Yasmin Kasminschid Varne Shamadayo Drushyante. Yasmin Kasminschid Varne Shamadayo Drushyante means in whatever Varna, the Shama, Dama, Dhanam, Daya, Titiksha, etc., all these gunas are there, he has to be treated as a Brahmana. He has to be taken as Brahmana. Yasmin Kasminschid Varne, where is it? Shamadayo Drushyante. Shudropi. Etaihi Lakshanaihi Brahmana eva Jnatavyaha. Even if he is born in a Shudra family, he has to be taken as a Brahmana. Then again, Yatracha. Brahmanepi Shudra Dharma Drushyante. Even a Brahmin, if he is having that tamo guna, laziness, basically laziness. Brahmin is not supposed to be lazy. If he is a lazy, he is a Shudra. So that is what I am not saying. That is what Bharatam says. So, etaihi lakshanaihi, Shudropi etair lakshanaihi Brahmana eva jnatavyaha. Yatracha Brahmanepi Shudra dharma drushyante, sa Shudraha eva. He should be a Shudra. Then again, Tathacha Aranyake. Aranyake means in that Aranya Kanda, that is Aranya Parvam, not Kanda. It is also called Vana Parva in Sanskrit. In that thing, Sarpabhutam Nahusham Prati, Yudhishthira Vakyam. Yudhishthirudi ఈ విధంగా చెప్పాడట. ఏమిటి? సత్యం దానం క్షమ శీలం ఆనుశంస్యం తపో ఘృణ దృశ్యంతే యత్ర నాగేంద్ర సబ్రాహ్మణ ఇతి స్మృతః. ఈ గుణాలన్నీ ఎవడిలో ఉంటాయో వాడే బ్రాహ్మణుడు. తర్వాత ఎత్ర ఇతత్ లక్ష్యతే సర్ప వృత్తం స బ్రాహ్మణ. ఎత్ర ఏతత్ న లక్ష్యతే, ఎత్ర ఇతత్ న భవేత్, ఎత్ర ఇతత్ న భవేత్ సర్ప తం శూద్రమితి నిర్దిశేత్. వేర్ దీస్ క్వాలిటీస్ ఆర్ నాట్ దేర్, యూ ట్రీట్ హిమ్ యాజ్ ఎ శూద్ర. So that is what Dharmaraja tells that Nahusha at gunpoint. So this is what we have to see. So we have to see these things. There are so many things which help us to take a very, very liberal view of things, to take a very, very liberal views. And then what is all this for? Why are we reconstructing this culture? What is the very purpose of reconstructing culture? The purpose of reconstructing our culture is to unite the society. It is not to know that Mahabharata war has taken place at some time, or some other war has taken at some other time. So it is to unite society. It is to answer people like that Udayanidhi Stalin or anybody. So this is what we are all supposed to know. And as I repeatedly find fault, in fact in a recent book of mine I also found fault with our Swamijis for not coming forward very clearly. They were nothing to lose. They were nothing to lose. In fact, their silence is harming us a lot. And Brahmin is a very hounded person. Like Francois was telling in the morning, a Brahmin is a person who is much hounded in the society. And one more great threat now we see is what we see from outside, these external theories which are now coming. You must have heard about the critical race theory, etc., which is there in America. That is, you might have heard about what is called cultural Marxism. So cultural Marxism, to tell briefly, you see, Marxists, they found that their philosophy, economic philosophy, that is classification of people in terms of economic categories, it worked in some places, but in many places it did not work. For example, in European countries, it did not work. And so they were wondering as to why they could not achieve this revolution in places like Germany. And in fact, from Germany, many people were driven out. Many communists were driven out, and then they all went and took shelter in America. And then they were called the Frankfurt School of Communism. And thereafter, it grows gradually, they captured the universities. Where exactly do you capture the minds of people? In the universities. So you go to universities, capture the minds of young people. So now they started a new division called culture. So when this economic, the communist theory is oppressor, oppressed. They have to find two people, two polarities. So one is oppressor and the other is oppressed. Then they are very happy talking about the oppressed and then feeling, having a sort of holier than thou feeling, etc. So but then when the revolution is not happening, you have to divide the society in some manner. So how to divide? So there is not economic oppression, but there is a thing called cultural oppression. So they started a theory called critical theory. This is something which is very, very critical for the division of the society. And then they called it critical race theory in recent years. And in very recently, in the last few years, we are also seeing it as critical caste theory, which is now being applied to Indian society, both in America and also here. In America, they're using the same critical race theory and critical caste theory to to target particularly one group, that is the Brahmin group. Because if one fellow called Brahmin goes away from Hindu society, then this whole society will be ours. So that is what is the basic formula starting from Francis Xavier. So this new doctrines like this Wendy Doniger's book about this subaltern studies. Subaltern studies is basically again this cultural division only. Yours is a highbrow culture. What all we spoke since yesterday is all this highbrow culture. What about this lowbrow culture? Lowbrow about the common man. What you see feeling one with you. So how are you going to unify with unite him? There is no such thing as lowbrow culture. We have to do a lot of research and tell them, write lot many books and then tell them, Rama, in fact, when he goes to forest, Guha comes to him and hugs him. Do you expect Guha to come and hug a king? If there was no, that equality, sense of equality and friendship. So it is not as though Rama goes to Guha and hugs him. Guha comes because he sees that Rama is in distress. So he has to be consoled. So he himself comes and hugs. So there are so many passages like that we see all over our Itihasas, Puranas, etc. So these are the things which we have to bring out. So the Ramayana also, there are several passages spoken on those points in some of my talks. So these people are called the cultural Marxists. So they use cultural divide or cultural division in society as a way of dividing the society. That is what we are seeing in now our great candidate for Prime Minister, that is Rahul Gandhi, who says, he says, no, there should be caste. Are you having courage? Are you bold enough to divide castes? So he is challenging. That Kula Ganana in Hyderabad, also Telangana government, they wanted to do Kula Ganana. In fact, I wrote an article, Kula Ganana is a Videshi Shaktula agenda. And all the old Marxists, they started writing. In fact, for my article, there are 4 articles which came as a sort of rejoinder. Arvind Rao knows nothing, so he doesn't know about Marxism. So cultural Marxism, they have not heard because they have not updated their knowledge about cultural Marxism, critical race theory, etc. So anyway, they are so vociferous. The enemies are so vociferous. Cultural enemies are so vociferous, and we are very innocent. So that is again reinforcing what Francois Gauthier has said in the morning. So I feel rather unhappy that we have to, we are not up to the mark in fighting. So with these things, of course, some good social experiments are going on, like our Prime Minister is doing something at a political level, that Kashi Tamil Sangam or Mahakala Corridor in Ujjain, Ayodhya Temple and so many other initiatives. But then they will not be adequate. So all of us, including the religious leaders, unless they all move together, the very purpose of reconstructing culture, the purpose will not be achieved. You may write some books and all that, but they will be there in libraries, or they will not be prescribed. They can be proscribed maybe. So with these words, I say that we have to, it is a responsibility of every one of us to preserve Dharma. We have to understand that. Again and again, my appeal to all youngsters is, you have to be aware of the social happenings. Thank you. Namaskar.
Arvind Rao Garu has clearly given us the principles guiding our culture, and these principles are based on the Shastras, which have emerged from the Vedas, from the Shrutis and Smritis. So, what exactly culture works for us? As we say about the Ishvara, who is as a tattva an abstract one, we do not know. But when he comes into this Srishti, he does everything. Not only does everything, he is everything. So this way we try to understand the abstract thing manifesting into the universe, and it is molding the minds of the intellectual human beings, this particular species. Because we are only speaking of, when we speak of culture, we are speaking only of the human beings and their intellect. So that way, culture works on two major grounds. We have the mind and we have body and body actions, the karma. So mind, the attitudinal functioning, a laboratory there. So that has to be covered by the culture, and with the culture, the principles, the attitudes are molded in the mind. And these attitudes are transferred into the actions. So it works in both ways. That way the results of the culture is, on one way he becomes Brahman, as Arvind Rao Garu has said. So the one aspect on the abstract level, he becomes a Brahman, Brahmana or Brahman, whatever it may be called. And the other way, when the entire thing transfers into his life, the conduct of his life, the karma of his life, the attitudes he shows in the society, and how he works with the society and within the society, this makes him Arya. So Arya is a shabda which we use to the person who is in the society. Arya is not actually, as discussed earlier in so many forums on the intellectual things, that Arya is something tribal. This is again a Western idea that has come into our minds, that Aryans have come from society. It's a race or a tribe, and they have invaded India and all that. So Arya means the one who conducts his life according to the principles which are based on the Shrutis and the Smritis. So Arya is its own term in the manifestation, and Brahman is the term when the Jiva evolves itself into the Ishvara. So these two things are there. The culture works on both sides. So the second aspect that we have chosen for today's afternoon function is, and the meeting is, one, the philosophical foundations of the culture, and the other, how it is shown in the manifestation. So here again, what Arvind Rao has said about Niti, Shastras, and attitudes, and a life of man in the society, how it makes him Arya. So these aspects are covered by another speaker on this, a younger one. And before I call her to speak to you, I think there is one small Desha Bhakti Geetam. Prabhakar Garu?
We have amongst us an illustrious son of a great patriot, Shri Pilla Ramarao Garu. Shri Pilla Ramarao Garu was the first Mahanagar Sanghachalak who started RSS branch in Vishakhapatnam during 1940. And he was freedom fighter, prominent educationist, and founder of Bharatiya Vidya Kendra, educational institutions in 1957 and he has groomed thousands of students into great sons of Bharat Mata. And his son, Mr. Pilla Ramanamurthy, is a Sanskrit scholar, and he would like to present a small kavita now. Over to Ramanamurthy garu.
Asmat Mata Pitrubhyo Namah, Asmat Gurubhyo Namah, Sri Sivananda Sadguru Devayai Namah. Yesterday, on listening to the various speeches of the illustrious scholars, and as well as today, yesterday night, it came into my mind, a poetry has to be written on this Sanatana Dharma or Veda Bhumi. So this starts like this. Sirshika Pattabhishekam. Vedana Bhumi Kadu, Veda Bhumi Manadi. ఉత్తి నేల కాదు ఉద్గ్రంథాలకు పుట్టినిల్లిది. బీజాక్షరాలు కావవి జీవాత్మకు ప్రాణమిచ్చే వేద మంత్రాలవి. శూన్యం నుండి విస్ఫోటనంతో నాదమూలంగా సృష్టికి శ్రీకారం చుట్టిన ఆదిపరాశక్తి మహిమలవి. నాదమయమైన చతుర్వేదాలు భగవంతుని నుండి పరమాంశలకు మలినరహితునిగా సంస్కారవంతునిగా తీర్చిదిద్దాయి. విభాగపరచబడిన వేదాల వివరణాత్మక విశ్లేషణయే ఉపనిషత్తులని, అనుసంధాన ఉపాసన మార్గదర్శక వేదాంతమే ఉపనిషత్ సారమని, లౌకికులకు కామిత ఫలము, అలౌకికులకు ముక్తి, నాస్తికులకు సన్మార్గ మార్గదర్శకాలని, భారతీయ సంస్కృతి సంప్రదాయాల అభివృద్ధికి నిలువెత్తు సాక్ష్యంగా సనాతన ధర్మం నిలిచిందని, గాయత్ర్యాది మహామంత్ర నిక్షిప్తమై నిగూఢ దార్శనిక జీవన సాధనమై, జ్యోతిష్యాది సకల శాస్త్ర విజ్ఞాన విరాజమానమై, అణువు మొదలు బ్రహ్మాండం వరకు విషయ విశ్లేషణను శాస్త్రబద్ధంగా సిద్ధాంతీకరించిన భారతీయుల ఘనతయై, అష్టాదశ పురాణాలు, చతుర్విధ పురుషార్థాలు, ఆశ్రమాల నిర్వహణలో వివరణాత్మక సంవిధానమై, అత్యుత్తమ మానవ సంబంధాలకు ముక్తిప్రదాతగా నిలిచి దిక్సూచిలా నడిపించే భగవద్గీత సందేశమై, నక్షత్ర రాసుల గమనాలలోనే ముడిపడి ఉన్న మనిషి సంపూర్ణ జీవితమై, పతంజలి మహర్షి ప్రసాదించిన వివిధ యోగక్రియా పద్ధతుల ఆచరణ యోగమై, ఎందరెందరు ఎన్నెన్ని మార్లు కొల్లగొట్టినా తరగని చెరగని భారతీయ సనాతన ధర్మ వారసత్వ సంపదని అజ్ఞానంతో విమర్శించేవారు జ్ఞానదీప్తులై వెళతారని, మంచి కోసం ఆవిర్భవించిన అమృత భాండంలో స్వార్థపూరిత విషపు చుక్కలు చెందించే విషనాగులు భక్తితో ప్రణమిల్లుతాయని, జీవనాదాత్మకమైన ప్రాణజ్యోతి వెలుగులో మన సనాతన ధర్మానికి పట్టాభిషేకం చేస్తారని ఆకాంక్షిద్దాం. ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన నిర్వాహకులకి ధన్యవాదాలు.
So, we see human evolution in two phases, Aryan and then Brahman. So, first lecture was on the foundations of our Bharat culture, and the second foundation is how to make an Aryan with our Smritis and the Niti Shastras and the values which have to be imbibed in the human being. May I now request Hema, she is from UK, to present her paper on Yeah, you can read out. So you please bless her.
Namaste everyone. I know quite a few of you have approached me very eagerly, asking if I was going to speak about my political career, how I got elected as district councillor. To be honest, I don't see myself as a politician. Not really, no. I've been doing a lot of community service prior to that, and I see it as an organic extension of my seva to the society. I was involved in Seva Day, whether taking food to elderly and disabled or giving food to food banks or as a trustee of Hindu Education Board UK, or a trustee of Women Stepping Out, working towards women's issues locally. All of this was my seva, or my way of giving back to the society I was living there. You might be thinking, what is this thought process? What is this thought process that is making Hema say, although she is an elected district councillor, what is it that is making her say that she doesn't see herself as a politician? It is a landmark event because first Telugu women getting elected as a district councillor in Warwickshire. However, what is the thought process that is denying this historical event? So coming back to the history, everyone looks at the chronology of events as history, whether it is political history or economic history. But the history is made by people, and people are driven by their thoughts. What is it that is contributing to their thought processes? What is the culture which is making them take key decisions in their lives which are turning out to be historical events and which turn out to be history for us? So today I'm followed by very profound speakers like Francois Gauthier and also Dr. Anand Rao Garu. Both of them have taken very important topics about Indian history and also about Sanatana Dharma. What I'm going to talk about is going to be a blend of both of these things. History usually is looked at as events that have happened, a chronology of events that have happened. Truly so, because that forms the skeleton of history. But would just a skeleton be enough? What are these other factors which are contributing to making of this skeleton? The cultural factors. We'll be looking into that. I will be delving into the cultural history of Bharat within the contextual framework of Sanatana Dharma. I will be exploring the profound and enduring aspects of India's cultural evolution, emphasizing the foundational role of Sanatana Dharma. Within its timeless and universal principles guiding the cultural fabric of the country. The unfolding narrative reveals philosophical depth, artistic expression, societal values, intricately woven into the cultural tapestry, showcasing the interconnectedness of spirituality, art, and daily life. I will be emphasizing the distinct nature of Indian history through a blend of Hindu texts and also historical events. It becomes evident that political historians may perceive the wealth of information as abstract and intangible. However, cultural history emerges as a vital approach seeking to delve into the depths of cultural consciousness, tracing the forces shaping people's lives across politics, literature, art, and various activities. We look at Sanatana Dharma, and often it is referred to as Hinduism. It has played a profound and shaping role in history of India. Its principles, philosophies, practices have been instrumental in influencing various aspects of Indian civilization, including social, cultural, political, and economic dimensions. So today, let me explore how the principles of Sanatana Dharma have shaped the history of India. I will start with philosophical foundations as I'm following after Arvind Rao Garu. Before I delve into that, I will also be giving few examples connecting the philosophical foundations with the historical events that have happened in India. The principles of Sanatana Dharma, as expressed in ancient texts, like the Vedas, Upanishads, and Bhagavad Gita, provided the philosophical foundations for Indian thought. Concepts such as dharma, righteousness, karma, action and consequences, and moksha, liberation, shaped the intellectual discourse, influencing the perspectives of rulers, scholars, and also general populace. As I said, it influenced rulers. Let's look into the example. Let's take Kakatiyas. First, I will narrate how politically it is put down. We all know who is the last ruler of Kakatiya kingdom. Do you know who is the last ruler of Kakatiyas? Fantastic answer, thank you. It is Prataparudra. And Kakatiyas were attacked several times, both by Khilji and also Tughlaq, again and again. And they couldn't get into the capital city, which is currently Warangal. It was called Ekashila Nagaram at one point. So Malik Kafir, who was sent by Tughlaq, stationed outside of the capital city for months and months with no luck. He couldn't get into the fort. So at last, Prataparudra himself surrenders, and then he's taken, he was on his way, being taken to Delhi, and then Prataparudra and his queen commits suicide. They drown themselves. And that's the end of Kakatiya Empire. Now politically, when you look at it, Prataparudra was captured, or he surrendered, and then he was he died, and it finishes in 3 lines or 3 sentences, that he was captured, he died, and then end of Kakatiya rule. But when we look at it culturally, the cultural aspect of it, what is the thought process? Why did he actually surrender? His capital city was impenetrable. He was there fine. The Praja were fine inside the fort. What made him think that he has to surrender? What is it? What is the thought process that made him surrender? It's Raja Dharma. From Sanatana Dharma, there is Raja Dharma. The Raja Dharma is to protect people. Not only people in his capital city, not only his capital city, but also people around, the villagers that were surrounded around the capital city were being attacked by Malik Kafir. People were killed. And that is something happening for months and months, so he had to surrender for people, for the well-being of people. Now, this is a historical event where a ruler surrendered, but the thought process behind it is equally important, and that forms our cultural history. Now, Sanatana Dharma accommodates a diverse range of philosophical schools, including Vedas, Samkhya, Yoga, Nyaya. This inclusivity allowed for a rich tapestry of philosophical debates and discussions, fostering intellectual growth and diversity of thought. We can look at how Vedas have been preserved. They are still available now. After many hundreds of years, they are still available here. If we can look at the techniques that were used to pass on that knowledge orally from one generation to other, I will take one example, Ganapatis. They helped out. It is a memory technique they have used for the collective memory of Vedas to be passed on from one generation to the others. The understanding of Vedas through Vedangas, Tarka, Nyaya, Samkhya, all of these contribute to the psyche of the people. I want to look into a social organization which is Varnashrama Dharma. The Varna system, and with its classification of society into 4 Varnas, Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, was influenced by Sanatana Dharma. While it has been a subject of debate and criticism, it aimed at organizing society based on individual inclinations and skills, promoting a sense of duty, that is dharma, and also social harmony. We can look into Kula Puranas, Sthala Puranas. These are all primary sources which help in building our history. Although they are put down as part of cultural history, they come with their own limitations, but they do contribute to the actual history of this country. The social life, the concept of dharma extends to moral responsibilities and ethical conduct of a human being. It guided individuals in their roles within society, emphasizing duties towards family, community, and also larger world. This ethical framework contributed to the stability and cohesion of Indian society. Here I would like to take one example from history. What is it that made Indian princes actually go into a war with nothing at stake? Do you know which war was that? Where they went into a war, and it's not 1 or 2,000 people, it's 3 million of them, went into a war with nothing at stake, no gain either. Can you think? It's in modern history. World War, the World War I and World War II. India had nothing at stake. And forget about British India, ruled by British, princely states. They contributed beyond their abilities in money and in men and in resources during the World War. What is the thought process? This is a very historical event that has happened. What is the thought process involved that made them do that? As I just emphasized, that it is the ethical conduct and moral responsibility they felt. The princess, driven by Rajadharma, they thought it is their Rajadharma to serve the sovereign power, to contribute whatever they can, while their ruler, Britain, is at war. They contributed beyond their ability. And Indian army during these world wars was the largest army, next only to Britain. It was bigger than Australian army, bigger than Canadian army, bigger than African army. These are all colonies, British colonies. But India contributed beyond anyone else. Let's look into cultural expressions and art side of it, how that contributes to our Indian history. Sanatan Dharma influenced various art forms, from classical dance and music to sculpture and painting. The depiction of deities, the stories and spiritual themes in art became a way of conveying religious and also philosophical concepts to masses. Here we can look into Shilpa Shastras, Nyaya Shastras, Chitrakala, Sangeeta Shastra. All of these Shastras, none of them, Guru Garu has always pointed out, they are not for entertainment. They had much higher goal. The aim was moksha. If you take any of these art forms, the aim is moksha, attaining the ultimate truth. The temple architecture, which is Shilpa Shastra, the architectural grandeur of Hindu temples with their intricate carvings and sculptures reflects the spiritual and cultural aspirations of the society. These structures served not only as places of worship, but also as centers of learning and cultural exchange. These are key primary sources to build Indian history. Now, looking into governance and also political philosophy, the principles of dharma were integral to political philosophy as well. The texts like Arthashastra or Nyaya Shastra were studied by the rulers and administrators. Rulers were expected to govern justly, ensuring the welfare of their subjects and upholding righteousness. So the Arthashastra guided them not only in economic decisions that they were taking, but also in their political decisions that they were taking. And also Rajadharma. I so passionately talk about Rajadharma because in my dissertation on princely states, there is a chapter that I wrote about what is that psychology of the princess that made them contribute towards world wars. And here I also explored how they have acted as buffer between the British rule and also the people to protect the traditions, to protect the art forms, the patronage that they provided to musicians and skilled people. Even now, to this day, if we are able to see what we are able to see, that is the traditions, the art forms, music, dance, it is thanks to the princess who have given that patronage and encouraged these art forms during their rule. They not only thought the well-being of the people lies in protecting the boundaries of their kingdom, but they also looked at different aspects. The Raja Dharma that they upheld derived from Sanatana Dharma. It emphasized the ethical responsibilities of rulers. It underscores the idea that political power came with a moral duty to serve the well-being of the people. We can look into the festivals as well, how Sanatana Dharma introduced a multitude of rituals and ceremonies that became integral to daily life, from daily prayers, puja, to life cycle rituals and annual festivals. These practices provided a structural framework for spiritual expression and communal bonding. I would like to talk about different festivals that happened, that we celebrate: Diwali, Holi, Navratri. Not only have religious significance, but also serve as cultural celebrations, and they carry the history with them. If you look at Samakka Saraka, that celebration, it is a political history. When you look at it deeper, it is tribal protests that happened during Kakatiya's times to protect their forests. That was a political event, and it's a tribal protest. However, it has turned into a religious ceremony or religious celebration now. People have carried that memory of that event which happened in history in their folklore and slowly converted it into religious ceremonies. So there is history hidden in everything. History hidden in our culture, in our tradition, and also in religious practices. Now, the principles of Sanatana Dharma found expression in classical Sanskrit literature, including epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata. These epics, along with Puranas, conveyed moral and ethical teachings through narratives that became fundamental to cultural fabric of India. Even the education system, the Gurukula system, was rooted in Sanatana Dharma. The students who went through Gurukula system went on to become rulers or administrators or soldiers or even army generals. But the holistic approach to the education that was provided in Gurukulas carried on with them, and the decisions they have taken became historical events, and cultural history is flesh and blood of history. If we look at political events or the events in history, it is just a mere skeleton. And a person is not made out of a skeleton. You need flesh and blood. And the cultural history of India gives the life to that structure, which is a skeleton. That is a political history. So even the family system that is in India, the joint family system that is prevalent in India at one point, not now, the extended family structure guided by the principles of dharma and mutual support played crucial role in social cohesion and economic stabilities. if you look at Kula Puranas as well, you will see that the skills have been passed on from one generation to the other. They made sure that the next generation is able to carry on what they were doing. Vruttulu. In Kula Puranas, we see Chakali, Mangali Puranas as well, and bards, folklore, and dramatics, paintings, Patalu, Burrakatalu, Patalu, all of this, they carry history and very crucial primary source for building Indian history. The concept of respecting elders and seeking their guidance is deeply ingrained in Sanatana Dharma. You must have seen in history where Shah Jahan has killed his brothers to be a king, or Aurangzeb has killed several people to be a king. You will hardly see that when you're looking into Hindu history, driven by Sanatana Dharma. We can also explore a little into environmental ethics in the context of Sanatana Dharma. The foundational philosophy of Hinduism is deeply rooted in the interconnectedness of all living beings and the recognition of nature as a sacred and integral part of existence. The principles and the practices within the spiritual tradition emphasize not only respect for the environment, but also the active, nurturing, and harmonious coexistence with the natural world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Where else do you hear this kind of concepts? Mata cha Parvati Devi Pita Devo Maheshwara Bhandava Shiva Bhaktascha Swadesho Bhuvanatrayam. My mom is Parvati, my dad is Shiva. Wherever I go, all the three lokas are my homeland. You will see there are lots of people, my generation, who have emigrated. And if you look at the statistics in Australia, in UK, in USA, the least number of people in jail, less than 0.01%, are Hindus. What is the thought process that is giving these statistics? These are crucial statistics. 2% of Indians in USA or in UK contribute to more than 6% of GDP. How? What is the thought process? It is this Sanatana Dharma. World is one family. They go everywhere. They follow Sanatana Dharma. These statistics are crucial evidences to show this. Unity of life. The philosophy extends beyond human-centric perspectives. So Hindus don't draw a boundary and say we extend our seva only to human beings. It has never been that way. Every element of nature, from plants and animals to rivers and mountains, is an integral part of larger family of existence. Where else do you see people worshipping rivers, giving arti to river? worshipping mountains, worshipping plants, worshipping different animals. It is this Sanatana Dharma which gives you that interconnected world view, which encourages individuals to treat nature with reverence and care. Ahimsa, another beautiful concept in Sanatana Dharma, a core tenet in Sanatana Dharma. Non-violence. This principle extended to environment as well, promoting a lifestyle that minimizes harm to animals, to flora and fauna. Papaya paripeedanam. So everyone's afraid of doing papam because they want to get better life, next life. So they follow ahimsa wherever they can. Only when dharma is under threat is when they pick up weapons or act. Otherwise, in their daily life, they acted very responsibly. Many followers of Sanatana Dharma practice vegetarianism as an expression of ahimsa, acknowledging the interconnectedness of life and choosing a diet that minimizes harm to animals. The dietary choice is seen as a way to nurture compassion and reduce ecological footprint. We all know Ashoka. When we think of ahimsa and we think about Indian history, the one name that pops up is Ashoka. Unfortunately, the Mauryas ended after Ashoka. He was the last greatest king in that dynasty. The personal dharma which he should have been following, which is ahimsa, he has extended it to whole of his kingdom, which led to his downfall, not just the downfall of the empire. Here we can see how wrong application of dharma can also lead to events in history. So, dharma is key to the thought process of people, and that resulted in political history and also events in Indian history. Sanatana Dharma teaches the divine manifests in various forms in natural world. Rivers, mountains, trees, animals are considered sacred, embodying the divine presence. This perspective instills a deep respect for nature as a manifestation of the divine. Another great principle is gratitude in Sanatana Dharma, which encourages individuals to express gratitude to nature for its abundance and resources, recognizing that the earth provides sustenance for life. Followers are urged to live with an attitude of gratitude, fostering an ecological conscience. If we look at Sammaka Saraka again, sometime 600 years ago, 14th century, 13th century, this event has happened. They tried to protect the forests. They stopped the rulers from exploiting the forests further. The political movement or the political protests which happened, the tribal protests, led to religious ceremonies later on, and it became a festival. We can also look into the philosophy that encourages sustainable living practices, promoting the idea of taking only what is necessary. Because these tribal people, they didn't want the forest to be exploited more than what is required. If there are honeybees and honeycombs, they would only take what was necessary. They didn't go around harvesting all the honey in the forest, make some business out of it. That was not their lifestyle. So Sanatana Dharma extended to everyone, and it resulted in the key decisions that people have taken. Also, you might have come across the farmer protests during Tughlaq. Everyone remembers Tughlaq, where he increased the revenue, the tax, and the farmers, in protest to the rule, they left the kingdom. And there are several farmer protests that have happened during British time as well, where they just didn't want to do farming. They left their land, they left the town, they said, we are not going to pay these taxes, went into the forest or went into other places. So they only did what was necessary, and they have not exploited beyond that point. I'm conscious of how much time I'm taking. I'm trying to skip some of the points. Sanatana Dharma encouraged eco-friendly habits in daily life. This includes practices like using natural materials, minimizing waste, and adopting sustainable technologies that align with principles of ecological harmony. We all talk about carbon footprint, about how to go zero carbon these days. But that was there in Sanatana Dharma from the start. Also, connecting to the nature and yoga. Yoga was an integral part, and still is, of Sanatana Dharma, often involves practices performed in natural surroundings. This connection to nature through yoga emphasizes the holistic well-being of individuals and promotes a deeper understanding of interdependence between human life and the environment. So, in total, the environmental ethics in Sanatana Dharma transcends a mere acknowledgement of nature's importance. It encompasses a profound spiritual and ethical framework that encourages active nurturing, respect, and harmonious coexistence with natural world. So, I would like to conclude. In essence, the principles of Sanatana Dharma have not only shaped the spiritual and religious landscape of India, but have also permeated every aspect of its history, contributing to a unique and enduring civilization. As we have discussed, the events that have happened in history are not the sole things, sole factors that we look into when we look into Indian history. We have to always look into the cultural factors that have influenced people to take those key decisions that have led to these political events. And if we look at political events as skeleton, then the flesh and blood of that body of history would be the cultural history, which is Sanatan Dharma, especially when it comes to Indian history. The influence of these principles continues to resonate in contemporary India, reflecting a dynamic synthesis of tradition and modernity. So, we should always give equal importance to cultural history as we give to the political history. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Hema. You have explained the brass tacks of Sanatana Dharma, how it transpired the political and the cultural life of people in India, and how it has its great influence on the diaspora also, those who are living in the other nations, how they are behaving like that, and how the crime rate is so low as 0.1, and how they are contributing small number, contributing to 6% of GDP. So all this, it is inherently, it's existing in each human being of Bharatiya. The Bharatiya culture has influenced every mind. So how the culture molds the mind, the attitudes, and also molds its actions. Both are synchronized there here in the Sanatana Dharma. Thank you, Hema. Now I think we are blessed with one more time. Dr. David Frawley is willing to speak to us. I think, shall we have a quick meal and then come back in about half an hour, 40 minutes? Because it's already 1. So we shall have lunch now and then come back in 40 minutes. Or shall we have David Frawley now and go to lunch? It is your will and wish. Is it ready? It is ready. So let us have lunch and then come back as soon as possible so that we can have this bonus lecture, bonus blessing from him, Vamadeva Shastri Garu. Please.
गीता जयति जयति भारत माता बुधगीता निखिल माता वन निरदानत जन सुहिता जयति जयति भारत माता जयति 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 भजामि भारतमातरम् भजामि भारतमातरम् संश्रयामि भारतमातरम् भजामि भारतमातरम् संश्रयामि भारतमातरम् भवामि भारतसेवकोऽहं नमामि भारतमातरम् भजामि भारतमातरम् संश्रयामि भारतमातरम् भवामि भारतसेवकोऽहं नमामि भारतमातरम् भजामि भारतमातरम् ऋषिवरदर्शितधर्मवथागमचरितां चित्रसकलितां ललितां ऋषिवरदर्शितधर्मवथागमचरितां चित्रसकलितां ललितां क्षेत्रतीर्थसत्तपोद्धारुणीं यज्ञधारिणीं जगत्तारिणीं क्षेत्रतीर्थसत्तपोद्धारुणीं यज्ञधारिणीं जगत्तारिणीं भजामि भारतमातरम् संश्रयामि भारतमातरम् शौर्यधैर्यवीरप्रतापनवशक्तिमयीं त्वामुज्ज्वलाकृतिं शौर्यधैर्यवीरप्रतापनवशक्तिमयीं त्वामुज्ज्वलाकृतिं शान्तदया सौजन्यमानसां क्षमास्नेहमय प्रसन्नद्युतिं शान्तदया सौजन्यमानसां क्षमास्नेहमय प्रसन्नद्युतिं भजामि भारतमातरम् संश्रयामि भारतमातरम् श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणागमजननीं शास्त्रमयीं विद्याधिष्ठात्रीं श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणागमजननीं शास्त्रमयीं विद्याधिष्ठात्रीं परापरज्ञानोल्लसितां तां विश्वगुरुरूपिणीं विशारदां परापरज्ञानोल्लसितां तां विश्वगुरुरूपिणीं विशारदां भजामि भारतमातरम् संश्रयामि भारतमातरम् भवामि भारतसेवकोऽहं नमामि भारतमातरम् भजामि भारतमातरम् संश्रयामि भारतमातरम् संश्रयामि भारतमातरं संश्रयामि भारतमातरम्.
Welcome to you all for the post-lunch session, maybe the last technical session, and I invite our accountant friend, old young friend, Mr. Mamidi Giridhar, to come over to the dais, and he is free to sing and dance to his tune. Thank you.
श्री महागणाधिपते नमः, श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः, हरि ओम, सभाये नमः, जय श्री राम, हर हर महादेव, कृष्णं वंदे जगद्गुरुं. It fills me with a lot of emotions when I am on a podium with Guruji next to us, because we have not known a life without Guruji. We have grown completely, all our life we were in his lap. So whatever we are, good, bad, ugly, it was his grace and his blessings. So today I take the liberty of standing in front of you and presenting a few of my thoughts. For the past 2 days, we've had a rich exchange of ideas, thoughts. Great scholars spoke about so many things about our Sanatana Dharma, about the literature, about the depth of the thoughts that we had, and what are the methods, how are we going to revive it, and what are the ways and means in which we are going to reclaim and recapture the lost glory of our culture and Sanatana Dharma. We have heard from great scholars like Vamadeva Shastri Garu, then François Gauthier ji, then also from Conrad Els, and so many people. Today, I am neither a scholar, nor have I done extensive research. I am a typical English-speaking Mekale Putra. So I have unfortunately had no opportunity or scope to read or understand any of these things beyond what I heard from Guruji. Guruji used to say two things. I'm sure all of you have heard it, and it's there in the YouTube also. While speaking on Bharatiyata, he mentioned two things. He said, read our Puranas and Itihasas. Our Puranas and Itihasas teach you what nothing else can teach you. They actually are the gateway to understanding Bharatiyata, understanding the philosophy of this great land. Second, what he said is, have darshan of this country. Go on a yatra. Have darshan of this great country. Please don't go on a tour. We don't have tourism in Sri Salem or Kashi. We have yatra. Our ministry is called Ministry of Tourism, unfortunately. Tourists go to Goa or probably Kashmir or Kerala boat house. That's tourism for us. But this country, more than 90%, 95% of it goes on yatra. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to present as a yatri one aspect of Mahabharata. I'll try and present to you how the richness of this particular itihasa is seen on the ground today. let's say if I have to ask, let's keep it interactive because I'm sure this is the most challenging session in the day. After a good meal, sumptuous meal Radhaka provided, I don't know whether how many of us will manage to stay awake. So let's keep it interactive. So other than, let's say, especially from the Telugu audience, if let's say Jagan or Chandrababu Naidu as Chief Minister goes to Delhi, what do? Our headlines say, Jagan Nedu Hastina Prayanam. Yes or no? So Delhi is Hastinapur, right? Yes or no? No. Delhi is not Hastinapur. Why? Because the first chapter, the first sentence in Mahabharata is when Shantanu is walking on the banks of river Ganga. He falls in love with Ganga and the story starts. 7 of the Ashtavasus are given as Ahuti in Ganga by Ganga Devi. We know that. That means there should be Ganga in Hastinapura. Is there Ganga in Delhi? Obviously it is not Hastinapura. So this is the narratives that have been built up. So I went in search of Hastinapura. There is a place called Hastinapura, right? So how many towns can we name and quote from this great epic that we know of? Probably Mathura, probably Kurukshetra, right? Delhi, Hastinapur, 4 places, Kashi, Mathura, that's it. I have so far discovered more than 110 places in my own, search. I'm sure this search is not stopping here. The more and more I search for it, more and more places are revealing themselves to me. So it is a yatra that you go, the nation, the great Bhumi of Bharat will reveal itself to you. So let's see a few of my findings. This is not the comprehensive thing about it. I picked up a few and I thought I'll just walk you through so that we have some understanding of what this nation is all about. See, Nilesh Oakji yesterday presented very confident dates with regard to when the Mahabharata happened. You pick and choose a date, right? From Dr. S.R. Rao, who dated the marine archaeological site of Dwarka to around 1000 BCE, to Dr. P.V. Vartak, who said it's 5561 BCE. There are huge date variations. And everybody has logic. Everybody comes out with their own set of logics, right? It's so difficult for us to really say one of these dates is correct and others is wrong, right? We have Aryabhatta's date, 3102 BC is what we generally are considering to be the date of Mahabharata. But as you see, there are different dates. If you go by Mahapadmananda's timeline, probably it is very close to what B.B. Lal and S.R. Rao have spoken about. But dates apart, let's see, again from an archaeology point of view, it was B.B. Lal who did this research and he came to the conclusion that all the Mahabharata sites, there is painted graveware, PGW, and so it all belongs to around 1000 BC millennia, right? But then every character, every event in Mahabharata has a place on the ground, on the earth. Even the minutest characters that you would not have heard of, there is a place. Let's walk through that. So look at the map of Mahabharata. Right from, of course, I think the pointer is not working, but anyway, you can see that from Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, down to, the eastern part of the country, huge canvas of kingdoms, and they're all interconnected. They used to intermarry. This was a breathing civilization. It was a nation which connected to every nook and corner of it. Now, how do we do this reconstruction to reconnect all these things? How do we reconnect it? Just look at this Google Earth map. You see that white patch that is going from north to south, or rather top to bottom, that is Ganga, as it flows today. But you see next to it, you see a thick green line, on which you see Bhaisuma, Hastinapur, Shukratal, Parikshitgarh and Ghadmukteshwar. These are all towns which are existing now, kshetras which are there, but they are about anything between 5 to 10 kilometers away from the Ganga flow as of today. And that is called Budi Ganga. And Ganga used to flow in these places. During Mahabharat time, the Ganga used to flow in these towns. Today it has shifted. So, like Nilesh Okji picked up astronomy for his research, probably somebody who picks up the tectonic movements in this country, how the rivers have changed their courses, probably you will have a different date. Probably you will arrive at his own date, I don't know. It's a research that needs to be done. Similarly, if you go down the stream also, you have Kampilya, you have Kanyakubja. They are also at least 5 to 11, 10, 11 kilometers away from the flow of Ganga today. So rest assured, if you are going to go on a yatra close to the Ganga but away from Ganga, you will see so many sites associated with Mahabharata, and it's not it's no coincidence at all. So let's look at some prominent towns. We spoke about Hastinapur, I told you. There is a Hastinapur. And even now there is Prachin Pandukeshwar Mahamandir there. This is on a tila. So we have historians, and we have archaeologists. We have Jayashree madam here, who is an archaeologist. So a lot of people in history and archaeology, they understand if there is a mound, that means it's an archaeological site. So B. Bilal did an excavation there. You see the photo at the bottom. You see the pottery sheds even now. They just dig a pit, they go get some material, analyze it and give a conclusion. But the entire tila is filled with these pottery sheds. People go there, they don't understand what it is. At best they'll go to the temple, do puja and come off. But if you pick up one of these pottery sheds, you are actually touching something which was created during Mahabharat period. You need to have a connection to it. We don't hold any respect for our own heritage. Tons and tons of material is available in each of these sites. But that's the kind of respect we give to our own sites. So there is Hastinapur, by the way. Okay? Then let's look at Delhi. Delhi is Indraprastha. It is not Hastinapura, it is Indraprastha. So there was Kandava forest there, we know that. Kandava Dahana, we know the story. So after the Kandava forest was burnt, then Hastinapur was formed. Even today, there are 5 sites, at least 5 sites, which are associated with Mahabharata. You have the Prachin Hanuman Mandir in Connaught Place. Then you have Kalkaji Mandir, which is Kali Mata Mandir. Of course, they have different legends. For paucity of time, I'm not going to details of it. Then Bhairav Mandir in Purana Kila. Bhairav Mandir and Hanuman Mandir, both are, the legend says that these were, Prana Pratishtha was done by Bhima. Then you have Yog Maya Mandir. This is the only Yog Maya Mandir in the whole country. What is Yog Maya? We know it. It is Bhagavan Krishna's sister who wants Kamsa of impending death for him, right? So here, the Murti is a Shila. It's a stone. It is not a Murti. Of course, they put a Murti now, but the ancient stone is just behind Qutub Minar. Just behind Qutub Minar. Of course, now Hindu-Muslim unity and all, they talk, so there's some urs going on there. Forget it, but this is a very unique site which belongs to the Mahabharat period. Then we have Nigambot Ghat. This is a crematorium now. People cremate their dead there. But Nigambot Ghat is mentioned in Mahabharat, where Yudhishthira, Krishna and Arjuna used to sit on the banks and discuss many things. They had many samvads on that ghat. So this is something which is related to Mahabharata. These 5 sites are there in Indraprastha. How many of us have seen any of them when we go to Delhi? I'm sure a lot of you have gone to Delhi. Great. We just got one hand. So next time when you go to Delhi, kindly please have darshan of these. Now let's look at Mathura. I'm sure a lot of you are going to see Mathura. I'm going to skip this. So we know that we have Krishna Janmastan, Chir Haran Ghat, even now that is there, Chir Haran Ghat. Govardhan Giri is there, Vrindavan is there, and Kaliya Mandir is also there. Kali Mandir is, Kaliya Mardana he did, right? So there is Mandir for that also here. Anyway, I'm going to skip through this and let's go to something which we are not so aware of it. I picked a few of Krishna Kshetras. Dwarka, we all know, he went there. Sudama Mandir in Porbandar. Prabhasa Pattan, where Krishna Niryana happened. Guruji took some of his family members there. I mean, we are all family members. And then he did Tarpan to Krishna at that spot. And then we have Sandipani Ashram in Ujjain and Bed Dwarka. Now, let me pause here for Bet Dwarka. Bet Dwarka is an existing island where for hundreds of years, we were all, the Shraddhalu, the Sanatanis always thought that that is the place where the island of Bhagavan Krishna. Even now, people go on the jetty and then have darshan there. Till S.R. Rao discovered what he found under the sea. That means the living memory of the people is on Bet Dwarka. Now, what S.R. Rao ji has discovered, that's about a few hundred meters away from the shore, and he has carbon dated it to 1000 BCE. So maybe there is a settlement below that, we don't know. Because in Mahabharata itself, Bhagavan Krishna says that Dwarka will be submerged, it reappears and resubmerges 3 times. Probably we are seeing the third, Dwarka. Maybe we dig in, we don't know. We are not sure of it. But the people need to be aware, connected. So Bet Dwarka was made as Bhagavan Krishna's Dwarka, right? So then similarly, the birthplace of Pandavas. We all know Panduraju was cursed, and so he went into the forests with his wives. And so it is Pandukeshwar in Uttarakhand, which the people believe is the birthplace of Pandavas. There is a place called Kashipur in Uttarakhand. It is in Mahabharata, it is called as Ujjanak. That is where Kauravas and Pandavas took their training from Acharya Dronacharya. I'm not going into these characters because now I'm focusing on geography alone, but you will be surprised to know the people that Acharya Drona trained included Karna, included Ekalavya. It is not that suddenly he reappeared, Karna reappeared from somewhere on the day of the Shakti Pariksha, on their test day. No, sorry. He took training from Dronacharya. So the narratives that are built needs to be shattered. Arvind Raoji and R.V. Saudhanlu Garu, they are expert scholars in the original text. Probably they need to try and decode these things. There is a lady on IIT grad by name Ami Ganatra. I don't know how many of you know, but she has brought out wonderful books trying to decongest and trying to unravel some of these characters. So, a lot of things that we saw in B.R. Chopra's movies or N.T. Ramarao's movies are completely false narratives that they have created. Anyway, so this is where Pandavas and Kauravas had their Gurukul. Then there is a place called Kampilya. Can somebody tell me what is Kampilya famous for in Mahabharata? Of course, I'm not expecting speakers or experts. Correct. It's capital of Panchala Rajya. So this is where Mata Draupadi was born. I have written there. No, but the answer I was looking for is that place where Draupadi was born. There is a place where Draupadi was born. Then there is Ahitshatra. This is in Uttar Kuru, north of Ganga. It is Ashwatthama's capital. How come Ashwatthama's capital? Can somebody say? Can tell me? Wonderful, wonderful. So Ashwatthama ruled as a king. The part of the Panchala Rajya which was given as Guru Dakshina when Drona picked it up, south was left to Panchal Naresh, and north of Ganga was kept by Drona himself. So he gave the kingdom to his son Ashwatthama to rule. So Ashwatthama was a king. He ruled from Ahitshatra in near this, very close to Bareilly. Then Lakshagraha. You see, this event happened and house was burnt and nothing is left. But the memory is not lost. There is still a tila there, there's a mound there where people believe this is where the Lakshagraha event happened. The good news is, just 4 days back, the court in Uttar Pradesh granted full unconditional access to Hindus here. Otherwise, there's a dispute between Hindus and Muslims. Now it has completely come into the hands of the Hindus. Then, of course, Kashi, I'm not going to get into the details. Kosala, we know, Bhavya Ram Mandir is coming up. Sad thing is, the Kosala king sided with Kauravas then. Descendant of Rama sided with Kauravas in the battle, and he was killed. Then let's look at this last town, Shringvarapur, Nishada kingdom. Can you relate to a character in Mahabharata to the Nishada kingdom? Guhudu was in Ramayana. Now let's talk about Mahabharata. Wonderful. Absolutely right. Wonderful. So the thing is, Ekalavya was a prince. He was not a scheduled tribe in some tribal areas like it's portrayed in our movies. He was, by the way, cousin of Bhagavan Krishna. We don't have lords, we have Bhagavans or Prabhus, so we don't have lords, by the way. Anyway, Bhagavan Krishna's cousin brother. And he was killed by Bhagavan Krishna in a battle where he was supporting Jarasandha's army. He fought on the side of Jarasandha, Bhagavan Krishna killed him. So he was not some Dalit or Dravida or a scheduled tribe who was being persecuted by so-called Brahminical Dronacharya. No. He was a prince and he has a kingdom also. That we need to understand. Then you see there are places like in Bihar, you have Rajgir. The Tila itself is called Jarasandha's Akhada. Right? So, and then we have Hanuman Chatti, where we know that Bhima and Hanuman meet. We know that story. So that's the place it happened. Then there is Kalinjar, Chedi, which is the capital of, which was the native place of Shishupala. Shishupala, we know, is one of the, in Krishna Avatara, Shishupala and Dantavaktra, right? Shishupala comes from there. Then you see the Kangra, Trigarta Rajya. Can anybody say what is importance of Trigarta in Mahabharata? Susharma, right. So what is Susharma's role? Pardon? No, not Uttaragroharana. He was the one responsible for the killing of Abhimanyu. Yeah. So he weans away Arjuna far away from the action, and it takes one whole day to kill Susharma brothers. You know the history of Kangra. This fort is now under ASI control. But next to that, the current Katoch family, which are descendants of the same clan, they have their own palace. In the palace you should visit, there is a Vamshavali, there's a Vamsavruksha. Their Vamshavruksha goes to 5,000 years. They fought against Bhagavan Rama. They fought against the British. Every 30-40 years they kept on fighting with somebody. They fought against, I mean, they were in the Kaurava army, obviously, Susharma was there. They fought against Akbar, they fought against Jahangir, Shah Jahan, they kept on fighting. Kangra has a very, very rich history. When Muhammad Ghori attacked it, he could not breach the walls. Ultimately what happened? He had to bribe the gatekeepers and get an entry into it. Every animal that was with him, every human being that he had, carried whatever they could loot. I believe they could only loot 25%. You can understand the richness of this place. That is Kangra for you. Similarly, Hidimbi Mandir in Manali. Then we have Parashar Kund. Parashar, who is Parashar Maharshi? Father of Vedavyasa. Great-grandfather of the Pandavas and Kauravas. So there is a place in Himachal Pradesh where Parashar Kund is there. You can see there is a floating island within that water. It's a floating island. So every single character in Mahabharata, there is a place. Then you see, let's look at Kashmir. Kashmir, we all lost connection to Kashmir. There is a place called Pandrethan Mandir. This is in a highly fortified area of the cantonment, Badami Bagh cantonment, which army protects. You and I cannot go there. But that is something which was founded by the Pandavas. Similarly, near the line of control in Uri, there is Pandava Mandir. See, the photograph on the right side is what I took when I went the first time around. Second time, the temple is being built. Who was building it? A sadhu from Odisha went and built. He collected funds from his sources and he took about 5-6 years to collect the funds and he's built a mandir. This is very close to the line of control. Then you have in Jammu area, you have Pandav Gufa in Akhnur, which is again very close to the line of control. Then you see Gurez. Gurez is 100% Sunni Muslims, but the river is called Kishan Ganga. Now, Gurez is a very beautiful place. It is more beautiful than Switzerland. None of us go there. But in Gurez, the history of Gurez is that's called Dardistan. In Mahabharata, the kings of Gurez came to Rajasuya Yaga of Yudhishthira and they presented him ornaments made of Pipilika. Pipilika is ant. So there are two versions to it. One, they could create miniature gold ornaments of Pipilika size. Another version is they used ants to mine gold. They used to drop a thread into the earth, into the holes, and they used to drop honey into it. So the ants used to go in. When they come back, they used to come out with sand, gold dust. That they used to mine. This is the kind of a technology Dardistan had in Gurez. Right? And they visited Yudhishthira and presented him with ornaments in Rajasuya Yaga. Where is Kashmir? Where is, you can understand the connections. Then let's look at the east. Prag-Jyotishyapura. That is the actual name of Guwahati. Prag-Jyotishyapura. I know all of you would have, whoever has gone to Guwahati would have probably had darshan of Mata Kamakhya, right? But the name of the town comes from Navagraha Mandir. I don't know how many of you have visited Navagraha Mandir. Wonderful. Mataji visited it. So that mandir, very unique in the country. The Navagrahas are not Murti form. They are Shivlings. 9 Shivlings. Each Graha is represented by a Shivling. So the name of the town itself is Jyotishyapura. Navagraha. It comes from Navagraha Alaya. And in those days, during Pandava's time, Brahmaputra used to flow next to this, mandir. Today it has gone almost 5-6 kilometers back. So the changes that have happened to it. And then there is Vashishthashram in Guwahati, near Guwahati rather. Then you look at this, Banasura's capital is Sonitpur in Tezpur, near Tezpur, Banasura. So look at the connections. Where is Kashmir? Where is Assam? How are we connected? Now let's look at the 8 wives of Bhagavan Krishna. Where do they come from? So you know the first wife was Rukmini, Mata Rukmini. She was a princess of Vidarbha from a place called Kaundinyapura in Maharashtra. Then Jambavati. There is a place in a place called Jamkhed in Maharashtra where there is a cave 2 kilometers up the village where they claim that that's a place where Krishna and Jambavan had a dual fight. We know that story, right? So she's from that place. And Satyabhama, she was their own Satrajit. We know what happened. You know, she was cousin of Krishna. So she was very much a Yadava princess. Then we have Kalindi. Kalindi is from the Yamuna river. After the Kaliya Mardhan, that princess pertained to that. Nagnajit, Ayodhya. We all know about how he kidnapped Rukmini, but we don't know about Mitravinda. Mitravinda also, similar story. He kidnapped Mitravinda and then married her. And when the Mitravinda actually, even Duryodhana wanted to marry her, so there's a fight and then Arjuna supports Krishna and then they defeat their army and that's how he marries Mitravinda. And Nagnajit, again she's from Ayodhya, Kosala. Look at the connections we are talking about. Then these last two wives are very interesting. Lakshmana, she is from Madra Desha. We know there is one more princess from Madra, which is Madri, mother of Nakula and Sahadeva. So even Lakshmana was from Madra Desha, which is Sialkot in Pakistan today. And then Bhadra, the 8th wife, she is from Jhelum district in Pakistan. So today, of course, it's Pakistan, but then look at the connections that we had, right? Now, let's look at some of the kshetras they spent while they were in exile. 12 years plus the 1 year they were in Ajñatvasa. Let's look at some of the places. You see, Gadmukteshwar. We saw the Gadmukteshwar, which is like 4 or 5 kilometers away from Ganga. I think Arvind Rao Garu mentioned about Nahusha story, right? This is Nahusha Kupa. So I'm not going into the story, but just imagine it's a story which is like probably 1 page in the whole of Mahabharata. Even if you don't know about Nahusha, you will still know Mahabharata. But for this character, there's a place. Gadmukteshwar. Because after Nahusha, Yudhishthira Nahusha Samvada, Nahusha got Mukti. That is why it's called Gadmukteshwar. This is the closest point from Delhi to Ganga. If you are going to Delhi, it hardly takes you 2.5 hours. Of course, leave the traffic, add for another 1 hour. Let's 3.5 hours. You can reach this place and you can have Ganga Darshan or Bath. But Gadmukteshwar. Even now, the Juna Akhada has their establishment there. and the sadhus are still continuing the parampara which is coming from hundreds of years. One more issue I wanted to show here is you see the Vatavruksha there. And then you have the Kund. Most of the kshetras in north which are invaded, destroyed by Muslims or invaders, they still retain these two aspects. You would have a Vatavruksha and you will have some water body. The mandirs could have been destroyed, mandirs could have been built recently, but you will find this commonality in all the kshetras. Here in Gadmukteshwar, you look at the Shivling, not the one at the end, but you look at the other one, completely corroded. I mean, you can imagine the tons of water that would have been poured on it for centuries. We don't know. That's the state of the Shivling today. So we had this parampara. If it breaks, we'll replace it with a new one, right? But anyway, you can understand the antiquity of this place. Then look at, let's look at some of the places. Kamyaka Vana. They went to Kamyaka Vana. There is a Kamyaka Tirtha. Lomasa Tirtha. Lomasa Maharshi. How many of us know here? Can somebody raise their hands? Yeah, it's about 3-4 of us. You're not supposed to raise your hands. So 3-4 of us, that's it. Lomasa Maharshi is such a character you can conveniently ignore and still you know Mahabharata. He was the one who takes the Pandavas to many kshetras while they are in exile when Arjuna is in Indraloka. So he assures them that Arjuna is safe and he takes them to a lot of kshetras, gives them jnana, gives them a lot of stories about Puranas, Itihasas. There is Lomasa Tirtha, right? And then there's Shalihotra Tirtha, Yaksha Prashna. We know that story of Yaksha Prashna in Mahabharata. And Yaksha Prashna has 3-4 claimants. We'll see 2 claimants here. One is that, and Shink Tirtha. Again, that's another Yaksha Prashna Tirtha. Then you have Pandu Pindara. Pandu Pindara was supposed to be the southernmost part of the Pandava kingdom. And here, the name itself suggests Pandu Pindara. Even today, the tradition continues that every Amavasya, thousands of people come and offer Tarpana and Pindadan. So, what I am stressing in each of these places is the parampara which we don't know when it started, it is still continuing. In spite of Islamic rule, in spite of so many challenges, many of these places the parampara is still continuing. And the last one you see, Arunai Tirtha. Durvasa is a very important character in Mahabharata. We know Durvasa's curses and we know Durvasa, what he did to Draupadi. We know so many things. But there is his ashram is there and his entire establishment on the banks of Saraswati river. In Arunai, there was they believe that there was a, Triveni Sangam of the river. All of them are dried up now, but this is again is in a huge tila. Tila should tell Jayashree ji that this needs to be excavated. That's an archaeological site. Then look at Virat Nagar. Virat Nagar is a place where they spent the last 1 year of their exile in incognito. So look at the stones. I have no explanations. I was stunned, I was surprised. You see the second photograph. I just took a random picture of the landscape. You can count at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 or 8 skulls you can count. And look at the skull shape that is there. So something like a snail, something like a pug mark of a huge bird, and you have a bird-like creature, elephant-like head, natural formations. I don't know, no explanation for it. All the archaeological department and ICHR talks about it is this Buddha Vihara. What happened before Buddha? Nobody cares, Probably it's time for us to nudge the government and authorities to do something on it. No explanations. Look at the formations. What do you have to say for that? Then let's look at the places which are associated with the war preparations. Before war, a lot of things happened. So what are the places? So, of course, Pandavas asked for 5 villages, right? Which are the 5 villages? They are Indraprastha, obviously. Second is Sonaprastha, which is today's Sonipat. Third is Panaprastha, which is Panipat. Then Bhagaprastha, Bhagpat. And Tilaprastha, which is today's Faridabad. The 5 places which are close by. This is what they asked for. But you see, Panaprastha, there is a mazar there. I have put this photograph on purpose. This mazar is the place where the last Hindu king to sit on the throne of Delhi died. Can somebody tell me what is his name? Who was the last king to sit on the throne of Delhi? No. No. In our textbooks, if you rub your memory, his name was called as Hemu, who died in the second battle of Panipat. That's a very abusive name attached to his name by the so-called historians, calling him Hemu. His actual name was Maharaja Hemachandra Vikramaditya. So he was beheaded at this spot. In fact, inside that there is a sheet of history of that place written, but there is a mazar built, and the mazar is occupied by a Tamil Muslim. So locals have been demanding to retrieve it back, and every year on that day they do Havan in the honor of Raja Vikramaditya. Even now they do it. Each of these places, I'm again repeatedly telling you, the parampara is still continuing. We don't know it, but it's happening there. Then Bhagaprastha. That Shivling, the locals believe that it was, Prana Pratishtha was done by Parashurama. Aurangzeb tried to remove it. He brought in 2-3 elephants and tried to drag it. So you see there's if you carefully see at the bottom of it, you see some dents in that. The chain hurt it a little bit, but in spite of their best efforts, they could do nothing to the Shivling. So these are the 5 villages, and we can see them in the map. You see, Panaprastha is the only thing is a little away, otherwise they are all pretty close to Indraprastha, which is logical, right? Obviously they want the brothers to be close by, they asked for 5 villages, and you know what Duryodhana's reply was. Now look at the one at the bottom, Parikshit Ghad. Bhagavan Krishna from Upaplavya, when he went to Hastinapura for going as an emissary, as a peace emissary, there he stayed overnight in this place called Parikshit Ghad. And this Shivling, the locals believe, is Prana Pratishtha was done by Bhagavan Krishna. So maybe this is not that old, maybe 400, 500 years, I don't know, I don't care. But for me, Bhagavan Krishna visited this place, spent a night, should connect me to that. I am not getting into archaeology, I am not getting into astronomy, how old is it, how old is the Shivling, I am not bothered. But for me, the living memory of the people is very crucial. So this is where Bhagavan Krishna spent his night before he went for the peace talks. And then you see on the left hand top, you see Pitrudak Tirth, Pehova. Nileshji, you also visited that place. So Pitrudak Tirth is a place, the name itself Pitrudak Tirth. That was on the banks of Saraswati river. So this is the place where Maharshi Vishwamitra was declared as a Brahma Rishi. And then this is the place where Bhagavan Krishna took all the soldiers and all great warriors from the Pandava side one last time to offer Tarpan and Pindadan to their forefathers before the war. Because we don't know who is going to survive. But since then, the parampara is still continuing there. If you are very poor, you can't afford, 100 rupees you give, there is a cot on that, the rice bag, chhatri, all whatever we give as daan during your Shraddha period, all that are kept on the bed, he does a sankalpa for you, asks you to go around it 3 times, 100 rupees. If you are capable of spending more, then he prepares pindas. Still more, he'll do so exclusively for you. From 100 rupees to 10,000 rupees, parampara is still going on there. And it is such a simple place, no hangulu or bottom, nothing. It's, the parampara is continuing there. You can understand how deeply these issues are ingrained in our society. Last but not the least, Chakra Tirtha. Again, this is again debatable. Whether Barbarika was there or not, again it's a toss-up. But for those who believe Barbarika was there and Bhagavan Krishna killed him, this is a place where they believe that his head was kept on elevated place and he watched the Mahabharata war. And we know that at the end of it, somebody goes and says, who killed? Arjuna and Bhima, everybody had conflict. I killed more, you killed more. Then finally he said, I didn't see any of you killing. It was Bhagavan Krishna was killing it and Kali was drinking all the blood. That's all I saw. Barbarika's statement of Mahabharata war. Right? Then you see Vidur Kutir. This is on the north bank of Ganga. When all the male population of Hastinapura left for the war, what about the women? So Mahatma Vidur took all the women onto the north bank of Ganga and protected them. He kept them in his protective custody till the war was over. Similarly, Karanka Tila. So this is there close to Kurukshetra. We know that Bhishma Pitamaha gave him the title of Artharadhika. He was not Maharadhika. When he was given a title of Artharadhika, Karna rejected it, and in protest he did not fight the battle till Bhishma was in command. 10 days he did not fight. So he was stay put in this place called Karankatila. Just imagine. It's still in the living memory of the people. Karankatila. He stayed there. 10 days he stayed there. By the way, Bhishma did not give him Artharadhika because he had some grudge against him. Karna is a glorified character in our serials and in our movies. But he lost to Pandavas in every war before that. So Bhishma knew what his capabilities were and he correctly gave him Artharadhika. Anyway, so that is still there, place is still there. Kadak Pandava, there is a place called Kadak Pandava. From Upaplavya, when Pandavas went, they need to gather all the Akshonis, whoever is coming to fight on their behalf, they stayed here. And look at the legend. Udupi cooks, they claim that they cooked food for all the Kaurava army in this place. I mean, I'm not getting into the historicity of it. It is a living memory of the people, right? So they all stayed there and a huge bandara was made and all the soldiers from Pandava side were fed in this place. Memory is still there. People are believing it and people are going there. Now, let's look at the pictures related to the war. What happened during the war? And what are the places associated directly with the war? Of course, we have Kurukshetra. So I have marked 4 places here. You can see Runtuk, Aruntuk, Kapil Yaksha and Machruk Yaksha. So Saraswati river flows in the north of this entire region. Kurukshetra is not one town. It's a massive area where the war took place. Saraswati river flows in the north and Drishadwati flows in the bottom. There is a sloka. Tarantuk, Arantuk, Yor Yanantaram, Rama Hridayancha, Machakyusyacha, Etat Kurukshetra Samanta Panchakam, Pita Mahayottara Vedi Richaryata. This is in Vanaparva 208 sloka. So it is describing the area where this war happened. So these are 4 yakshas. Yakshas again don't fit into your typical, so-called Vedic structure. But they are there. And I went discovering them. I don't know how many of you have heard of it or you have seen these photographs of it. I don't know. But they believe that if you have to do Kurukshetra Yatra, you need to have darshan of all these 4 people. Let's look at the 4 of them. See, Aruntuk Yaksha. I somehow wanted to avoid my photograph in that, but the photograph I took of it exclusively, that got corrupted. So I'm sorry, I was left with only this photograph where I'm there. So that's where it is. But then you have Machruk, Arantuk, Kapil and Rantuk Yaksha. Rantuk Yaksha is very close to Kurukshetra, which is bang next to the highway. Grand Trunk Highway, which goes up to Kabul, is the same highway. But unfortunately, nobody knows about it. Nobody goes there. There's no path to go to this place. It's in the middle of nowhere. But it is there. These 4 yakshas are still there. And symbolically, all 4 are there. Then we'll look at some things which are close to Kurukshetra, some of the places associated with the war itself. So we know in Kurukshetra there is Bhishma Vadasthal, which is Narakatari. There is that Kshetra where Arjuna has pulled out water, that is there, still there. Sannihit Sarovar is there in Kurukshetra. I'm sure people who have gone there would have seen that. Sannihit Sarovar is famous for much before the war, during total solar eclipse, Bhagavan Krishna used to go sit in this lake and do japam and whatever. He used to do sadhana there. That is why he recommended that the war happens there. Because there is Sthaneshwar Mandir. If somebody dies there, he can attain Uttamagati. So that is the logic on which Kurukshetra came in. Kurukshetra was originally called as Sthaneshwar. Sthaneshwar changed into Thaneshwar. It's called Thaneshwar. Because the war was fought there, it became Kurukshetra. The original name was Thaneshwar. And then you have the Brahma Sarovar, where ghats are there for all the great warriors, the Pandavas, Karna, and all their ghats are there. Then there is Harshka Tila, Bhadrakali Mandir. We have one Bhadrakali in Warangal also. So if you see, somebody tells you that in 16th century or 17th century, Shivaji had darshan of, let's say, Shirdi Sai Baba. Right? It looks odd. So if it is Shirdi Baba Mandir, obviously it should have been in the last, 100 years, not before that. Similarly, when you hear the name Bhadrakali, Bhadrakali mandirs were built during a certain period, not before that, not after that. So you can understand the antiquity of this particular place. And then Geetopadesh Sthal, Jyotisar. That is where I think Guruji went there, and our team has actually done Pada Puja to him with lotus flowers picked up from the pond next close to it. But the sad part of it is the pond doesn't exist now. It has been completely taken over by akhadas. It has been completely commercialized. Then Abhimanyu Khera. There is a village called Amin where they believe Abhimanyu is killed. Chakravyuha or Padmavyuha, whatever you want to call that, it is there. Let me ask this question. How many of you know Bhurishrava? You know. Who is Bhurishrava? Pardon? No. Okay, let me ask another question. Who was the oldest warrior to fight in Kurukshetra war? Huh? No. No. Not for you. Pardon? No. Strangely, no. I'm trying to wake up people who are sleeping. No, Narakasura didn't fight with that. Let me tell you. See, it's a character which we don't know. All of us know Mahabharata. Still we don't know this character. The oldest warrior to fight in the Mahabharata war, in Kurukshetra war, is a king called Bahlika. Who was Bahlika? Correct. Pedanana. Shantanu's elder brother. We'll come to that. So he abdicates. He leaves the Hastinapur throne and goes wandering. So that is how the second brother, Shantanu takes over Hastinapur. So he goes away to the north and builds his own kingdom. Well, legends are there, but I'm just looking at the basic history of the theme, right? He was so old, people say that his eyebrows used to fall on his eyes. He couldn't see. So he folded them, lifted them, tied with a cloth, and he fought. You can understand what they're talking about, right? His grandson is Bhurishrava. So his son is Somadatta. So there was a feud in their family. I'm not getting into the whole story. But Satyaki and this family had a feud. So Bhurishrava kicks Satyaki in the war, insults him, and Satyaki he faints from a blow from Bhurishrava and is in an unconscious state. So Bhurishrava takes a knife, sword, and he is about to kill him. When he was about to strike the blow, from somewhere far away, Arjuna shoots and cuts off his right hand. So he questions Arjuna, how did you interfere when two warriors are fighting? How did you interfere? So his reply was, you have no business to question my action because what did you do to my son? So you have no right to question me, number one. Number two, I am his guru and I am a king under whom he is fighting. It is my duty to protect him, I will protect him. Do what you want. So Bhurishrava, then he decided that he is going to leave this world, and he lays down kusha grass and sits on it and gets into meditation. He was a great bhakta of Shiva. So immediately Satyaki gets up and chops off his head. So he is killed by Satyaki. Arjuna keeps protesting, but he is killed. So the place where he was killed, there is a temple there, Bhurisraveshwaralaya. Can you imagine? A character which almost literally nobody knew. There is a temple for it, there is a kshetra for it. So this is the discovery that I have been going through. I never knew Bhurishrava before I went there. When you go on this yatra, unfortunately, like how Nehru had to rediscover India, we'll have to rediscover our own civilization and culture. That's the sad part. Then you have Ghad Mandir, where Karnavad happened, where Karna was killed. Dundu Tirth, the name of the Tirth itself is Dundu Tirth, because they were searching for Duryodhana. And Jalastambhana Vidya, we know, he went and, stayed there. And, this photograph is a very glorified, noble photograph I took. This area is so filthy with all buffaloes and all nonsense. The best shot I could get was avoiding all that, right? This is the sad part of it. But Dundu Tirth, where we know that he was in, Jalastambhana, he goes there is called out, is killed. So don't Tirth. Duryodhana vadhistar. Then let's look at the war is over. Paucity of time, I'm not going into every detail. I've just, it's just an introduction to these things. I'm not getting into the full picture of it. Post-war, what did they do? You see, the last act was killing the Upapandavas by Ashwatthama in the middle of the night. So next day we know Bhima goes there and Arjuna goes there. We know Brahmasilo Namastram, both of them throw at each other. We know all that story. I'm not getting into the story. This is the place where the locals claim that happened. Hatakeshwar, where Ashwatthama was disgraced. His money was removed and he was cursed to live for eternity in Kushturoga, leprosy. Then Pandavas had to clean a lot of their sins. So they went to a lot of tirthas and then they did, yatras. You see, Kulottaran Tirth. Name itself suggests Kulottaran Tirth. Because Pandavas had to ensure that their next generations are not affected by the acts they did. So they went there. Similarly, Jayanti Devi Mandir in Jind. This was established by Yudhishthira. Then Kotikut Tirth. This was established by Maharani Kunti. Then, of course, whoever have you gone to Badrinath, 3 kilometers away is Mana, where Vyas Gufa is there. And then the final Swargarohan point of in Mana itself. You can see that stone which is covering, both the paths. You can see the human fingers on that. They claim it was Bhima who put that stone so that Draupadi could walk on it. Right? So that is the Swargarohan point. Then, post the Pandavas, or rather during the Pandavas' time itself, the Ganga river started changing course. It started flooding Hastinapura. So they moved away from Hastinapura during their lifetime itself and settled down in a place called Parikshitgarh. So even now the tanks and all were established by Gandhari. So there is a Gandhari Kund even now there. Then there is Shringi Ashram. So they claim that, Kali Yuga started in Shringi Ashram. What is the basis of it? You know that Parikshit drops a dead snake on the, shoulder of Shringi Rishi's father. So Shringi curses him. You can see that statue where he's cursing him. Then we know only 7 days was left for Parikshit. So Shuka Maharshi comes and gives him Bhagavata Saptaha. He narrates that. So you see the Shukratal. You see that Vatavruksha. They have 60 to 70 feet long branches without any to support it. This again is on a tila. They call it Shukratal, it's Shukratal. Whenever a parrot comes on top, everybody raises and then seek the blessing of the parrots. Because Shuka Maharshi. Small towns, Ratlam, Unnao, God knows, Kannauj, small towns, people come in bus loads, Pravachana Kartas they bring. Even now, Bhagavata Saptaha is going on there for hundreds of years. They come there, 7 days, they stay there. There is Goshala, they cook their own food, eat, and Pravachana Karta tells them they do bhajan and go away. 7 days, 7 days. This is Uttar Pradesh. This is about 20-30 kilometers from Muzaffarnagar. Shukratal. This again is on the banks of Budi Ganga. There is a small Ganga even flowing even now, but the original Ganga used to flow here. So just imagine. Parikshit, what happened? There is a place there. Then we know Janamejaya Sarpayaga. There is a place called Safidon. Of course, the mandir are new. But again, you see Vatavruksha and a point of water. Even now, people, Sarpadosha who have, they go to puja there and leave their clothes in that tank and come off. The parampara is continuing for hundreds and thousands of years, still going on. Temples are built now. They're all new temples because they're all destroyed long back. And temple was not a important thing, let's say 2,500 years back. It was more of the Kshetra. Kshetra was important, not a temple per se. But you see, Safidon, there is a place for Janamejaya Sarpayaga also. Now let's look at the Kshetras which are outside the territory of today's India. I've used the word India only first time here, otherwise I never use the word India. So let's call this geographic territory India. Bharat, goes beyond the territories of today's India. So let's look at some of the Kshetras. Again, these are all indicative. I'm not here to present the entire gamut of all the Kshetras, but just to have a glimpse of what we are talking about. There is a town called Sialkot, which is just 11 kilometers from the border in the Jammu region. Those of you who have gone to Jammu, you would have gone to the border, and there's written 11 kilometers Sialkot. Sialkot was former, the in-laws place of Sanya Mirza. So Sialkot was the capital of Madhya Desha, Sagala. We know two people have come from that, Madri and Lakshmana. Two people have come from Krishna's wife, Lakshmana, and Madri Devi. They came from Sagala, which is capital of Madhya Desha. And then you have Gandhara. Popularly, everybody thinks Kandahar is Gandhari, so Afghanistan is Gandhar. No, sorry. It is Takshashila. Takshashila was the capital of Gandhar Desh. Shakuni and Gandhari come from this place. That region was called Gandhar. Kandahar as a town was established much, much later. Kandahar was not part of that. Yeah, there are Hindu mandirs there, but that's not part of, Gandhar kingdom. It's not the headquarters of the Gandhar kingdom. Then there is Varun Dev Mandir in Karachi on an island called Manora Island. The name itself is Manora, even now, Manohara Island. And of course, nobody can go, including Pakistani citizens can't go there, because this is bang in the middle of Pakistan naval headquarters. All the Pakistani navy is around this, and so nobody can go there. You can only see in a satellite, otherwise you can't go there. So it is believed that Bhagavan Krishna and Yadavas used to go once to Prabhasapatna for their picnics and once to Karachi. So they used to go once to the west and once to the east. This is the place where Bhagavan Krishna visited. So it's still Manohar Island, is Manora Island, it's still there. Then there is Katasraj Mandir. This is the third candidate for Yaksha Prashna. We saw two candidates, now this is the third claimant. This Katasraj Mandir is believed that the pond is created by the drop of tear of Parameshwara. After Sati's death, his eye drop created this pond. Katasraj. This is again in Chakwal, Pakistan. There is Panj Tirth in Peshawar, where Panduraja came here and prayed. That's a place. And in Peshawar, there is Gaur Khatri Mandir. Goraknath went there and did penance in Peshawar. By the way, what is the old name of, Sanskrit name of Peshawar? Wonderful. Purushapura is in the south bank of Kabul River. There is another town called Charsadda on the north bank of Kabul River. Do we know the name of it? Original name of it? Pushkalavati. That's Charsadda today. Then let's go to Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, we spoke about Bahlika. There is a town called Balkh. This is west of Mazar-e-Sharif. Even now the town is called Balkh. Right? And there are ruins there. These are archaeological ruins even in Balkh. And then Kapisa. Kabul was called Kapisa. So north of Bagram Air Base is a place called Kapisa. Even now that place is called Kapisa. So ruins, you can see the lion and all, you can see the Hindu architecture, you can see even now. Kapisa. That's called Kapisa. Kapisa became Kabul, it finally changed it. And then Meru Parvata, the Pamir Knot. That is the origin of all the Himalayan ranges. You see, the Himalayan range, Karakoram range, Kunlun, Tian Shan, Hindu Kush, so many ranges start from the Pamir Knot. Why is Pamir Knot important in Mahabharata? Arjuna goes in the northern direction during the Rajasuya Yaga, in Rajasuya Yaga. Then he crosses this and he sees the Meru Parvata, prostrates in front of it, takes his blessing and goes further up into Uttarakuru. Uttarakuru is Kyrgyzstan. Today's Kyrgyzstan is probably the Uttarakuru. So Tajikistan, all these places were once part of the great Bharat. So in Bangladesh, there is a place called Mahasthangarh. This is the capital of Paundraka Desha. I'm sure some of you would relate to Paundraka Rajya, Paundraka Krishna, Paundraka Vasudeva, right? He was a duplicate of Vasudeva. Krishna kills him finally. So that is in this place in Bangladesh, which is Paundraka Desha, in Bangladesh today, right? So now let's go into the conclusions. My two bits I want to present here. I'm sure there are a lot many things we can take away from here. Every Bharatiya should visit these holy kshetras. Unless we visit, we can't reclaim it. We can't be armchair commentators. We need to go there. The more we go there, we reclaim it. See, just imagine I've asked so many questions. Hardly anybody answered. Hardly one or two people answered. That shows that this has gone away from our memory. Now, how do you reclaim your culture? This is how you reclaim it. Go and reclaim it. Why are we not reclaiming it? So it is that urge in us which will make us save these holy kshetras. Similarly, government has to invest in that. They're absolutely dirty. You know, you go to Brahma Visuddha Puran, Shiva Puran, Garuda Puran, you look at many Puranas. All these kshetras are explained in that. They say that if you have a bath in that kshetra, 7 generations will be benefited. Kulottar and Tirth, or somewhere else. Or, your 10 janmas papa will be cleaned. You go put one finger in that, you'll need 7 years to come out of that disease there. It's so horrible. I've actually petitioned to the governor of Haryana with a detailed explanation of what it is. A lot of people have occupied these places. There is land sharks, it's in dilapidated condition, but look at the memory of the people, it's still holding. There is Lomasa Maharshi I showed you. In that town, nobody knows where Lomasa Tirtha is there. It's a small village, nobody knows it. When I did my inquiries, I found out that the people who are now living there were all from Pakistan. During the partition, Hindus came here, there was a Muslim dominated area, they occupied that, they have fields, they are running it, they don't know anything about the kshetra. So I caught out of one archaeologist, I told him I'm in a certain place. He gave me a direction, go left, right, he is sitting somewhere, he is telling me the directions. So it's just remaining in the minds of archaeologists and historians. So it is time for us, Bharatiyas, to save our history and heritage from historians and archaeologists. Sorry. We need to take it back. Jijabai was not a historian. If she was a historian, probably we wouldn't have had a Shivaji. It was in the living memory of the people. Today, that is lost for us. It is for us to regain that. Similarly, there is a huge responsibility on Peethadipatis, Akhadas, Hindu influencers, and you have academia, Hindu organizations. It is for us to propagate. It is for us to do these things. If we don't do it, who is going to do it? Don't expect anybody to do it. Kanva Ashram. How is a Kanva Ashram important for us? Because that is where King Bharata was born. Of course, name Bharata can be interpreted Bharata, so many interpretations there. One of the interpretations is ruled by King Bharat, right? Bharata. He was born to Shakuntala and Dushyanta in Kanva Mahamuni Ashram. Do we know where Kanva Ashram is there? Why successive governments have ignored it? It's a question that we need to put, right? We don't care for our heritage. Last but not the least, even the entertainment industry and media has to popularize these places. One place you popularize and then it gets popularity. Like for instance, Bhu Kailas, a movie was taken and suddenly, you know what happened, what is that? Gokarna became very popular. You go to any place in the country, most of these kshetras, you would find majority are Telugu people. We are addicted to yatras. But for us, only 2 things attract us. Either you tell them that so many tons of your papa can be cleaned here, they will go. Or you go here, your son will get admission or you will get a visa, we will go. So Punya Preeti and Papa Bhiti. Only 2 things will send us. We don't care for the rest of the heritage. Right? This is what it is. Then last but not the least, now Neelaj ji and others, they are doing great work and we need more of it. So all these disciplines, geology, paleontology, paleohydrology, paleobiology, astronomy, oceanography, linguistics, genetics, river morphology, historic metallurgy, and so many others, they all need to come together. Now Neelaj ji has done whatever he has done as an individual effort. He has come to his conclusion the way he has done. Maybe others have done. Shrikant Talagiri has done his work on the linguistics on his own. Each one is doing in islands. But it is for us to really come together, bring all disciplines together, and then go to the depth of this. Sadly, our challenge is the leftists don't want this, we know it. Why? Because they have declared this is a mythology. The so-called rightists also don't want it because anything other than what is shown by B.R. Chopra or Ramanand Sagar, they will not accept it. So both of them don't want the truth. That is the challenge. So we are Bharata. We will always be searching for truth. So for us, truth is important. When these things happen, if there are slight changes here and there, so be it. How does it matter? The beauty is never taken away. The messaging is not taken away. That is the sad part of it. So I think we need to invest. Luckily, we got this Sanoli chariot which was discovered. And Rakhi Gadi DNA, unfortunately, Varsan Shindeji could not come. But otherwise, he's the one who was presented this DNA of Rakhi Gadi. And we know S.R. Rao ji has done in oceanography. So we need more of this. We need lots of funding and lots of focus on this. Whether Ram Setu is real Ram Setu, man-made, we don't know. Why should NASA tell us or some channel in USA tell us? Why can't we go discover it? But still we take credit, somebody says something. Why? That's the problem for us. So, as a closing remark, let's remember what Bhagavan Krishna said in Bhagavad Gita. Hatova prapsisi swargam jitva va bhogyase mahim. Tasmad uttishtandu kaunteya yuddhaya panischaya. Get up and fight. What do? We have to fight. I'm not asking you to hold a sword and fight. As a Sanatani, what do? Please go there and take 10 people, propagate it, do something at your end. Keep this in the living memory of the people. Your next generation, if they don't remember, it is lost. Take your children, your grandchildren, your friends, relatives, take them to these kshetras, connect them to them. That is exactly what Guruji did. Why do you think I'm able to present so many things to you? Since my childhood, literally when I was even in probably first class, Guruji took us to all these kshetras. He took us to the south. I was a small kid in his first yatra. From then on, hundreds of yatras we went with him. So he left that interest in us, that you need to go discover Bharat. Sadly, we have to discover because the parampara is cut. It is there for us to go and have darshan. I wish and hope that some of the things that I presented will be of use, and if that can help you try and reach out to have darshan of this great Mahabharat, I think I would have done my purpose. Thank you.
After Mahabharata war, Pandavas have gone on yatras. After 2 days brisk session, Giri has taken us for a yatra. So the whole yatra, a pious yatra, and we are very happy that this is a wonderful conclusion of all the technical sessions. So he wants us, first point he said, now it is time that you should be ready to fight. The discussions and everything is over. So now, what is that you are planning for future action? Thinking is done. It should be followed by action. And our chairman, NVDS Rajagaru, is also thinking of some action after this symposium. So similarly, after this, after fight, then you can think of yatra. Giri, first we should force the governments to do something and improve and make all the facilities there. And now they are thinking of Buddhist yatra, this yatra, that yatra. Similarly, they can have a Ramayana yatra, a Mahabharata yatra, and give some subsidies to the people and the students to go. And at least the coffee table books may be prepared for this. So these things government can do, and our government is an independent government and culture premi government. So this has to do. We expect that in future, very early, our Department of Culture may take some interest in this and then plan for wonderful yatras of our Itihas and Pauranik Kshetras. So now I invite Vamadeva Shastri Garu to come over here and give his blessing message. before valedictory session.
go to Supatha Foundation only. And for that, if I can be any help, you can take my telephone number from Jyoti Foundation only. I am free, and for that I can help you also at my. I am basically an engineer and a postgraduate from IIT Kharagpur. I am free, and for that I can work all over the country. I am basically an engineer and a postgraduate from IIT my life. I am free, and for that I can work all over the country. I heard my friend chemical engineer coming all the way from USA and talking so much about Sanatana Dharma, I felt highly, I don't know what I should say, humiliated. I said, now it is time that I should go through all these things, because I have been teaching my daughters something about Hinduism, but not good enough to teach a lot. But I have learned a lot now. I will try to do something for the rest of my life. Thank you.
నా పేరు వేదూరు కామేశ్వర శర్మ అండి. నేను తెలుగులోనే మాట్లాడదాం అనుకున్నాను. అందరూ తెలుగు వాళ్ళే. వాళ్ళకు కూడా మన ఫ్రెండ్స్ అందరూ కూడా వాళ్ళకి వచ్చింది. హిందూ మతం గురించి తెలుసుకున్నారంటే చాలా సంతోషం. నేను గురువుగారి ప్రసంగాలు ఎప్పుడు వినడమే. విశాఖపట్నమే మాది. కళాభారతులు కానీ మరొకళ్ళు కానీ ఇంకేదైనా సంగీతం కానీ అలా ఉన్నాను. ఇంతసారి నాకు అవకాశం వచ్చింది. మా తమ్ముడేమో పలానా తోట అవుతాను ఒక 5-6 నెలల కింద అనుకుంటాను. ఇలాగే జరిగింది. అప్పుడు వచ్చారు. ఈసారి కూడా నేను మధ్యాహ్నం నుంచి వచ్చాను. అందరూ ప్రసంగాలు చాలా చక్కటి ప్రసంగాలు చేశారు. ఒక్కొక్కరు ఒక్కొక్క విషయం మీద మాట్లాడారు. అవి మనకి లోతుగా ఆలోచించడం చెప్తున్నాయి. నా వయసు కూడా 75 సంవత్సరాలు. నాకు జ్ఞానం వచ్చిందంటే ఒక 15 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ఎక్కువగా పేపర్ మీద ఆధారపడి పడినట్టు. పేపర్ చదవడం అని చేయడం న్యూలీ ఇండిపెండెంట్ కంట్రీస్కి, నేషనల్ కంట్రీస్కి ఏవి కావాలో అవి చేయలేదని తర్వాత నాకు తెలిసిందనమాట. స్వాతంత్రం అంటే వచ్చింది, కానీ ఇప్పటికీ మనకి మాట్లాడే స్వేచ్ఛ లేదు. ఆ కలం అనేది ఉంది. మన పాలకులు చేసింది అదే ఉంది. నేటివ్ అనగానే చాలా చిన్న చూపుగా ఉన్నాయి. అది మతం అనండి, ఆచారం అనండి, సంప్రదాయం అనండి, భాష అనండి, ఏదైనా సరే మన అక్కర్లేదు. తెలుగులో ఒక సామెత ఉందండి, పొరుగంటి పొల్లకూర రుచి. దాట్ విచ్ ఈస్ అదర్స్ హౌస్ వీ వుడ్ లైక్. అంటే ఇవన్నీ చూస్తుంటే ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో తమిళనాడులో మనకు మతం గురించి, తెలుగు గురించి, వాటి గురించి అన్నీ చాలా జరిగాయి. అందువల్ల అది చూసి ఇంకా బాధపడ్డానండి. ఒక ముదిగంట శివప్రసాద్ గారిని ఒక వ్యక్తి రాశారు తెలుగులో. అది ఒక చిన్న బుక్లెట్ వచ్చింది. అది చూసి మాట్లాడాను. వచ్చిందంటే వచ్చి తెచ్చుకోలేదండి. దాని అంతలో వచ్చింది. అంతే చాలా బాగా జరిగిందండి. ఇది ఇప్పుడు ఎవరితోని అరవిందరావు గారితో వాళ్ళతో మాట్లాడడం వల్ల యువతకి చేరాలండి. ఇది మనలో ఎక్స్క్లూజివ్గా కాకుండా ఏదో కాలేజీలకి, హైస్కూల్కి మనం ఇంత పంపించామనుకోండి ఎంతో కొంత లోపలికి వెళ్తుందని నా ఉద్దేశం. ఇది నా సూచన అండి. నాకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు అందరికీ, ఆర్గనైజర్స్ అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు.
During these 2 days, I was jotting down 2 important points what Guruji used to speak to us and appraise us. And there is a immense satisfaction I am sure today to be here. That collectively we all could offer a flower at the feet of Puja Guruji and also our great culture by conducting this seminar. all kudos and appreciation to our sister Radha Kumari, our uncle, Sri Uncle, Sri Raj and Uncle Raghavendra for excellent planning and executing this great mission today. And sincere congratulations and regards to all of them. And secondly, today we know that there is no Bharat without Sanatana Dharma, and hence there is no world without Bharat. At Puja Guruji's feet, we all could collectively offer these flowers today. We consciously offer ourselves as fuel for this Mahayajna which has been started and propagated by Puja Guruji. And finally, today it is clear to us, especially all the senior citizens, all of us, that the evening of our lives, when our children are in the prime of their youth, Akhanda Bharat would be a reality and nothing can stop this activity.
Good evening, everyone. This has been an exceptional feeling and experience. Most of the people who have seen media on YouTube and have read articles, etc., now we could see them. That was the main reason. Actually, my car broke down, but I told my wife, I have to see these people and say thank you. Very important. For me, you guys are intellectual kshatriyas fighting on behalf of Dharma. It's very, very important. So I thank you, each one of you. And regarding perspectives, I would strongly suggest to everyone, please read. Please read. One of the first encounters that I actually saw, David Crowley or Shastra Garu was when I was searching, and it was in the aftermath of a comment on Hindu terrorism. And he wrote, why a Hindu cannot be a terrorist. That is probably, that article, that blog post is probably the shortest way, the way you can put what Dharma is all about. Thank you, sir. And he has written exceptional books. I strongly suggest, one hour is nothing for anybody to get into depth into subject. When you look at a big YouTube video or when you read a book, that is where you find people have put in enormous amount of their thought process into those 2 pages. Please read and support it. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I am Dr. K. Rajshekhar, recently retired from Surgical Hospital of India Limited and enrolled as an advocate after retirement. These 2 days, I feel that I am fortunate to attend this symposium, 2 days symposium, where I could witness very important deliberations on a very important topic. Participants across the globe came all the way from UK, France, US, and from many other countries also. In fact, I wholeheartedly am too small to convey my congratulations to organizers, all of the presence, but still I want to congratulate them for taking all the pains and for involving all the senior-most faculty who could address on the topic, on the relevant topic. I had a habit of visiting most of the places touring most of the places in India and abroad. In India, I went to Kurukshetra. Gidisa presented a wonderful lecture, and he left an idea to conduct tour programs. Yes, I do agree with him. In order to create awareness among the youth, if you look at the seminar hall, most of the participants are above 60, all senior citizens. Hardly 1 or 2% only below 50 or below 60 years. But it is our basic responsibility to bring this idea into the youth. Let people see Ramayana, Ramayana, and Mahabharata. At least for each and every episode carries a lot of information. Coming to the Kurukshetra, which is in Haryana, I went there. We did an academic program conducted at Patiala University. From there, I went to all the places, Haryana, all the places in Kurukshetra. I have seen that Kund, where Duryodhana died himself and he took his last breath. Similarly, the chariot, Dhamma, chariot, and many other important tourist places. I request all the participants, please take an opportunity to visit all such important places. In yesterday's regulations, it was said 5,500 years, or 5,500 BC. But most of our next generation people are abroad. Who will convince them? Who will carry this message to them? Because it was the Nepalese system which defeated our culture, our cultural history, Indian history, they have removed the original history and replaced it with some other thing. Indian history means not just blood and war. Beyond that, there is something. Let all of us carry that important message. Beyond that, there is something besides the history which is there in black and white. Some people deliberately during Parliament, during the British time, they have deliberately, wantedly, they have created this problem. Because of that, we are reading all these things. Let all of us reconstruct the history of India. The most important. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. From my side, I will definitely come and extend a helping hand in conducting any tour programs for visiting such places, because I went several times to Haryana and to historic places. Let all of us go to such places. Recently we went to Sharda, experienced the divinity, and again we are going to, next week we are going to Ayodhya, Varanasi, entire spiritual tourism. Thank you very much for giving me.
Thank you. So now we have come to the very pleasant session, the valedictory session, and I request Sri NVDS Radhagaru, the chairman of the foundation, to come out today, and Professor R. Raghavendran, chairman of the organization committee of the symposium, to come out here. And I did not say that our beloved Radha Kumari has to come down. Please help me. She has to come. And Professor V. Kishan Rao from former registrar of Uttama University and present member of ICHR, and he is member of so many government organization committees. Kishan Rao is one of the members of the organization committee. And Hema, one another member of the organization committee. And because he should not get cold.
So, Giridhar, Mamidi, come over here. You are the argument. You have forgotten that. It seems you have not done anything for the organization. You forgot yourself. Come. Now we will have a brief report of the 2-day symposium from the chairman of the foundation, Sri Raghav. Sri Guru Namaha. Firstly, salutations to all these speakers who have taken pain all the way and came over here, spare their time, valuable time, given us a lot of valuable inputs which carry a lot of thought and give us a sense of action for which we need to take further steps in the coming times. And really, sir, we bow in reverence to all the speakers for their valuable contribution on these 2 days. Permit me to talk in Telugu. There is a summary that is made out very briefly about these 2 days. And we have, lastly, the foundation has a lot of takeaway from these 2 day sessions. And there were a lot of advisors from the audience that it is better if youth are also involved. We agree with you, sir, and we have endeavored our very best by way of propagating in the media, conferences, teleconferences, through WhatsApp messages, and try to involve as many youth as possible. And if only all of you can help us, when we conduct this kind of programs, we involve some of your near and dear and make them also get benefit from these valuable sessions that we are conducting now and in future. With this, ఈ 2 రోజులుగా జరిగినటువంటి కార్యక్రమాల గురించి క్లుప్తంగా ఒక చిన్న నివేదిక మేము ముందు ఉంచబోతున్నాం. భారతీయ సంస్కృతిని పశ్చిమ దేశ చరిత్రకారులు ఉద్దేశపూర్వకంగా వక్రీకరించి ఆధునిక భారతీయుల ఆత్మగౌరవంపై దెబ్బతీశారని పండిట్ శ్రీ వామదేవ శాస్త్రి గారు అభిప్రాయం వ్యక్తం చేశారు. ఆయన నగరంలో ఈ శివానంద సుపాత ఫౌండేషన్ నిర్వహిస్తున్న 2 రోజుల సదస్సులో పాల్గొని శ్రోతలకి ఎంతో తీవ్ర విధిగా
వారి యొక్క అభిప్రాయాలను తెలియజేశారు. భారతదేశ సంస్కృతి చరిత్ర పునర్నిర్మాణంపై చాలా మంది వక్తలు ప్రసంగించారు. శ్రీ వామదేవ శాస్త్రి గారు గతంలో ఆయన పేరు డేవిడ్ ఫ్రాలే అని అందరికీ విదితమే. వారిని తెలియని వారు భారతదేశంలోనూ ప్రపంచంలోనూ ఉండరు అంటే అతిశయోక్తి మాత్రం కాదు. అయోధ్యలో అలాగే వారి శ్రీమతి శాంభవి గారు కూడా ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొని వారి ప్రసంగం ద్వారా గురువు గారిని మనకు పరిచయం చేసి గురువు గారితో వారికి ఉండే అనుబంధాన్ని, లోతైన అనుబంధాన్ని వ్యక్తం చేసి మనకి తెలియని విషయాలు కూడా వారి ద్వారా తెలియజేసినందుకు వారిద్దరికి పాదాలు వందనం చేస్తున్నాం. శ్రీ వామదేవ శాస్త్రి గారు వారి ప్రసంగంలో అయోధ్య యొక్క నిర్మాణాన్ని ఎంతో శ్లాఘించారు. మహోన్నతమైన భారతీయ సంస్కృతిని ప్రపంచానికి దారి చూపుతుందని, సద్గురు శివానందమూర్తి గారి వంటి మహనీయులు భారతదేశాన్ని, ప్రపంచాన్ని సన్మార్గంలో నడిపిస్తారని వారు తెలియజేశారు. భారతదేశ చరిత్రలో 2024 సంవత్సరం చాలా అతి ముఖ్యమైనదని, 1947 లాగా భారతీయులు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలని ఆయన వివరంగా ఉద్ఘాటించారు. ఆగస్టు 15, 1947లో భారత్కు రాజకీయ స్వాతంత్రం వస్తే ఈ సంవత్సరం రామమందిర నిర్మాణంతో నాగరికత పరంగా స్వాతంత్రం లభించింది. ఇది మరొక మహోజ్వలమైన సంఘటన తెలియజేశారు. ప్రొఫెసర్ వై సుదర్శన్ రావు గారు ఈ సదస్సు యొక్క ముఖ్యోద్దేశాన్ని వివరించారు. ఆర్ రాఘవేంద్ర గారు వారి యొక్క ఈ సదస్సు యొక్క ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశాన్ని ఉద్ఘాటిస్తూ ఎవల్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ ఏ సుప్రీం బీయింగ్, how it has come into being, in his own inimitable style, he has narrated graphically how the evolution took place and how Guruji is primarily in that process right from beginning till now and to this minute. That's how he has explained. Raghavendra gaరి స్పీచ్ ని నాలాంటి చిన్నవాడు ఏమీ తెలియని వాడు చెప్పడం అనేది చాలా సాహసం అవుతుంది. వారి స్పీచ్ మీద నేను ఉద్ఘాటన చేయలేను. అంత మహోజ్వలమైనటువంటి స్పీచ్, అంత 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 ఉన్నతమైనటువంటి ఉద్ఘాటన వారు చేయగలిగారు. వారికి మా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ నమస్కారాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాం. అలాగే ఎందరో వక్తలు మాట్లాడుతూ ద బిగ్గెస్ట్ ఎనిమీ ఫర్ హిందూ ఈజ్ హిందూ అని చెప్పారు. అది మనం స్వాగతించవలసినటువంటి కామెంట్ అనొచ్చు, ఎంకరేజ్మెంట్ అనొచ్చు. ఐ డెఫినెట్లీ ఫీల్ దట్ వీ షుడ్ ఆల్ ఫీల్ దట్ ద హిందూయిజం ఈజ్ ఎ గ్రేట్ కల్చర్. ద హిందూ culture should be propagated in a big way. The charity should begin at the home with me, my wife, my children. I do not, without reforming myself in my family, I cannot look to the world for reforming the others. So every one of us, instead of blaming somebody, we will only try to reform, sir, in our own hearts, in our own houses, in our own family, that we are Hindus, we are Bharatiyas, and we live in a particular cultural system and try to imbibe what we have been suggesting here. Like that, we have been reminded of a lot of Vedas and Puranas and the in-depth knowledge about those things, and we have received some suggestions suggestions that something should be done, like the matter of Indology, how we need to propagate Indology and see that you have a system of protecting yourselves and also the rest of the for the rest of the generations. Yes, that is a very grateful suggestion that has come from the speakers, and also we have been asked to take some knowledge into Sanskrit verses. That is also an excellent suggestion given by the speakers, and they have done a lot of research and a lot of material has been given to us. A lot of people, though not present here, have been following these proceedings through the website and logging themselves into that at their leisure time. What we'll also do is, we'll make this into a YouTube proposition and see these are circulated to all the people so that they can hear to these lectures at their leisure time and get benefited out of it. And as far as suggestions are concerned, we'll sit with our experts like Raghavendra Garu and Sudarshan Garu and see that some action plan, what we can do at our levels in the foundation. We'll try to draw a plan, and we always humbly submit to you that whatever programs we do, kindly give us your support by your august presence, participation, and that will be a great blessing for us in forging forward. With these few words, once again, I offer my pranams to all the speakers and all the audience who have been coming here for the past 2 days and giving your participation in this August gathering. Thank you, one and all.
నార్మల్గా ఇంట్లో లేకపోతే రిపోర్ట్ అంటూ ఉంటుంది. ఒక 5 minutes ప్రొఫెసర్ వి కృష్ణరావు గారు ఈ సర్వ్స్ ది రిపోర్ట్ చేసి రిపోర్ట్ ఈ సర్వీస్ ప్రొఫెసర్ వి కృష్ణరావు. ఓం శ్రీ గురుభ్యో నమః. At the outset, I would like to thank our most revered person, Professor Raghavendra, Rajagaru, and my revered brother, Professor Y. Sudarshan Garu, and all the organizing members who have been very kind in supporting the great cause what our Guruji has planned. I am here to share some of the ideas, some of the feelings, what I have assessed from my own side. Not that I am here to assess or talk about the thematic presentation being given by the most experts who have come from all over the world and from India. And each one they have done justice to the subject what it has been chosen by our Supatha Foundation, Sivananda Supatha Foundation. And this is an international symposium on reconstructing the cultural history of Bharat, problems and perspectives. When we see each speaker starting from the introduction to the concluding part, one can visualize that what great input each one they have given to us. It is almost like a feast to all of us and enjoy. Raghavendra uncle has started giving the mission of Pujya Guruji. That's an inspiring words to begin with. At any kind of symposium, in fact, when we take the words of Pujya Guruji. Pujya Guruji is omnipresent. Physically, you are not seeing him, but he is there
in the midst of all of us, and we feel for that. And therefore, the program and the proceedings have gone so perfectly that not even a single minute is wasted for nothing, for various any other discussions. So, Radhananakul is an inspiring personality who has been the guiding spirit for the entire family of Puja Guruji and the extended family of Puja Guruji. And we look at him always, and we see in him Puja Guruji in person. And with real respect to Radhananakul, I thank him for all of his. And another great person is my sister, Radha Kumari. I always call her Radhaka. She never smiles. She does her job silently, meticulously, and implements everything in perfect. There is no question of any compromise. More in particular, the discipline what Puja Guruji has taught everyone. So she is a perfect human being with lots of love and affection to the extended family of Puja Guruji and the family members of everyone. I thank God for the opportunity given. Of course, Raju Garu is an immense source of impression, immense source of inspiration. He is behind with all of us for the Sivananda Foundation, and he so talks very simple, very light, with a lower level, and ultimately does what he wants. And such silent band of volunteers Puja Guruji has developed, and I cannot forget the amount of concentration we have been making to improvise, to develop, and plan for the future of Sivananda Foundation. I thank Raju Garu. And without mentioning anything extra, Professor Sudarshan Rao is a great philosopher, guide, mentor, and more affectionate brother to me. When he says something, he always calls me as Kishan. Puja Guruji used to call me as Kishan. And he also clarified to the Guruji that when I'm calling you Kishan, you are my son. Therefore, I cannot call you as Professor Kishan Rao or Kishan Rao or anything else. And similarly, I'm proud with that. My most dear brother, Sudarshan Rao, always calls me as Kishan. And my Vajna is sitting in front of me. And I adore her with due respect that she is a guiding spirit to Sudarshan Rao. And behind every successful person, there is a woman. That's what the Shastra says. And my Vajna Sharda is behind. Of course, every time whenever we have a program, you simply order me that you are coming to this symposium. I never question. I only simply plan to join him whenever there is any opportunity. And so far, so good. From 2002 to 24, we have done many international seminars, many programs under the guidance of Guruji. And our leader is Guruji, but physically our leader is Sudarshan Rao. Thank you. Of course, we had very good sessions since yesterday, and as you have seen that, the great scholars from all over the world, they have come. And to name, I don't want to repeat what they have taught and what they have done and all that, because I don't like to repeat, because all the scholarly eminent personalities have already given their great talk since yesterday till evening. And first of all, I would like to pay my respect to our dear Dr. Vamadeva Shastri Garu and Madam Rambhavi Garu for having joined us. In a way, what I can assess is Guruji wanted both of you to be here so that his presence can be felt to you. Therefore, We are fortunate that you both are here, and Dr. Ramanujaya Shastri Garu, I don't have to say that they will Swami Garu, the Padma Bhushan. He is so simple, so lovable, so kind with all of us, as simple as Guruji used to be. Therefore, Guruji's presence we can keep with him, and his address to us on study of Vedas as knowledge source for the constructing history of Bharat culture, based on Sanatana Dharma, along with the lineage of Rishis and communities. The wonderful overview of the entire thing we have given in this form. And we thank you very much, sir, for giving us so much input, and it has great knowledge that as a youngster we have learned from it. And Kandhavi, Madam, has already given our impression about the experience with Puja Guruji at a later day evening, and that also carries a lot of importance, a lot of energy with all of us, and we gain energy by her talk yesterday evening. Thank you so much, Madam Karan. And of course, our revered national leader, Dr. Palmukund Panditi, he was referring to in his speech that we are India, but no Indian history we have written about Bharat. So he was shocking, he was expressing his shock over that, and he wanted that everything to be done in order. We think tank what our Bharatiya culture is, what the Sanatana Dharma speaks about, and he stressed on that point, and his message has already gone to many, along with all the experts who spoke yesterday. And he has expressed his ambition over the Bharatiya and Bharat culture. And I need thanks from him for coming all the way from Delhi, joining us. And of course, in continuation of this, I'm going by each speaker, what our Revered Sivananda has mentioned about. And Dr. Amila Avadhananda, he has given a critical analysis of Puranic literature as a source of Bharat history of a remote past, and is an expert in this. And having given us 1 hour talk, it simply says that they have something to add, and still yet to join, said to add some more things and all that. He's an expert, we are all familiar with him, and he has taken out his time to address all of us and give the Quranic literature with all the literary evidences he has shown on the screen, and that itself indicates that what kind of a speaker, what kind of a researcher should definitely put all that into action by showing the sources, showing the references, and giving the authenticity of what they are addressing about a particular topic. And I thank on behalf of the Sivananda Foundation. Of course, there are no words to express my grateful thanks to Dr. Nilesh Nilkanto. We're all impressed, very much touched the heart of every audience who have heard him speaking on the important subjects like the critical analysis of epic literature as source of Bharat culture, history. And he has given the dates for Mahabharata and Ramayana, explaining the beginning to the end, analyzing everything from his own perspective by giving the diagram and the date and all that, the sequence of that. So normally we don't get the opportunity if we are outside this program in this particular auditorium. But further, our revered friend Dr. Nilesh Nilkanto and Madam Nilesh also supports him in all his endeavors. And I personally complimented them yesterday. And please continue to inspire the future generation with your vision of ideas, what you are thinking about. And the day Mahabharata and Ramayana I would like to share this one point here is, Puja Guruji worked on the chronological sequence of Mahabharata, and our Radhaka directed me to collect the sources for that, and I had the good fortune and the opportunity of collecting the sources for Puja Guruji. That itself is a boon and a gift that the grace of Puja Guruji on all of us. Therefore, that day we have the benefit of learning a little bit of what Guruji really thought about and think about. So I must thank again Puja Guruji for the opportunity and was thank Radhaka for helping us to serve Guruji in our own way from distance. And that's how Guruji has made us to be a disciplined soldier for every aspect of it. As told Dr. Lord Else, he has given a wider scope of foreign resources to reconstruct cultural history of Bharat, a critical analysis. Normally, whenever we take up any research, we think about our own sources, let it be primary sources or secondary sources from the Indian perspective. And we will always assess ourselves what is that Bharat culture we can have from the sources what we have. But rarely we come across on the foreign literary sources who were almost critical to reconstruct history. And therefore, we are given analysis about the entire foreign literature and what kind of attitude the foreign literature had. Is the summed. We have today Professor Chaturvedi, because a recorded video, and he tried to do his own impressions on paradigm shift in the cultural history of Bharat based on the sources from distance. Thanks to him for joining us today and giving his vibrant talk on the videos. Of course, I'm so happy to say that Frankfurt Royal was also given a critic of coming psychic and modern Indian intellectuals, history writers in particular, and he was always trying to pinpoint how Bharat can be written in the proper way, and what kind of Indian culture can we think about, and what was the nature and temperament of the foreigners who are trying to give a point on advanced culture. So we try to realize, of course, the Arvindra Garu, he has mentioned on the Vedas, Sanatana Dharma, as a source for reconstructing the cultural history of Bharat in his own style, and he has rendered many slokas in Sanskrit, referring to the ideas what he has worked out and shot out, more in particular with Sanatana Dharma, linking it up to the Vedas. And of course, my niece were Vaishema. We are given a broad perspective of the aims and objectives of Bharat culture in the context of Sanatana Dharma, and she tried her best to see that the Bharat culture can be linked with many aspects of the culture and the thoughts of the country, and she tried her best to see that everything is linked to the Bharat culture and Sanatana Dharma. She tried to give a historicity of the Sanatana Dharma, linking with religion, linking with the festival, linking with dance, art, and music, and many other aspects. Apart from other aspects, she stressed that what is the mind of individual and what kind of action they make whenever there is an occasion of war or anything. So I thank Adina also for giving a nice presentation today, and I could not, we could not have Professor Shindeji, who is our right today, and also another friend, Professor Kiran Kumar Suratavari, he could not participate. And the last speaker of today was Sri Girdhar Kamidi, the another brother of the family of Puja Guruji. I've heard him many times, and he has toured all over the country for his own interest, for his own acquiring knowledge. And as you know, that one of the historians, Ranke, says that the historian should reach the spot. Without going to the spot, you cannot write anything. Therefore, I appreciate Giridhar that we have gone to each and every place of our Bharat and did a great service and fused it with the Guruji's vision and mission. And he is lucky that he could accompany to the Guruji for acquiring such kind of knowledge. I congratulate Giridhar on part as a speaker that he has again given us Mahabharata in believing in the Sanatana, and you have done a great service to all of us. And you have taken, as my brother Sudarshan Rao mentioned, that you have taken all of us to the age-old times and brought back to Guruji. And thank you for all that. And I thank each one of you for the patient hearing. And profusely thank the Guruji for the opportunity he has given. It's an honor, whatever it comes from Bharata or Sudarshan Rao or Robert Uncle or Rajagaru, anybody who is associated with Sivananda Foundation, we only think that it's only a message given to you, doesn't mean that you should not take it for granted. You should always take it for granted, positive in that it was Guruji who is making you to be a part of it. So every moment of all of us, every second of all of us is none other than Guruji. I thank you, Guruji, Pranam. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Kishu, for giving a wonderful overview of the today's program, the academic program, very briefly. And there are so many gentlemen who have been associated with us for conducting this today's session. And locally, I think it was depending on Professor Kollur Sivananda. And he has done a lot of help to us. He is looking after the Mallampalli Somashekhara Sharmagari Smaraka organization. So Mallampalli Somashekhara Sharmagari is almost a pioneer historian to Visakhapatnam. So his society and his society members are also have come for these 2 days, and then they have cooperated with us. And before, I think Radha Kumari proposed a vote of thanks. I have a small thing to share with you. It was sometime 2013, I think, 2013. As usual, there used to be a monthly gathering in our DMD. And Guruji, we were almost our family, extended family was about 150 or 200 for a small meeting. And he was very jovial, and we were sitting in the middle, and then we were all sitting like around him, talking, reading. He suddenly said that, and at that time, Professor Raghavendra was also there, sitting on a moda beside him, and Sachavati was also there. Radha was also there at the the door window of the entrance of the house. That time Guruji said, Raghavendran and Sachavati are my caretakers. No, take care, he announced. Then some casual talk, and then he said, Radha is my daughter. Is it right? Radha is my daughter. So Radha and Satyavati would take care of me, that's okay. But Radha is the owner of the library. Radha? He said, she is my adopted daughter, and she is the owner of the library. And his library, personal library, is some of our friends yesterday, they also visited. It's about 40 or 50,000 books strong, if I am not wrong. 30,000 he bought. But there are so many things have been added to the library. And he has built a wonderful library, personal library. And he named it Hall of Time. Hall of Time. And some night, it was at 1 month or 2 months, at about midnight, the watchman, he tapped my door. I was surprised. When I opened, he gave me a small envelope. And I was surprised. Radha my chairman. So I opened that. There was a letter. A letter from this Sivananda Supatha Foundation. And he was asking me to be the advisor of this Sivananda Supatha Foundation. I was very much surprised. When he said that Radha is my daughter, she is owner of this library, then he said, Sudarshan is the user of the library. So, after 2 days or 3 days, I got this letter. In the morning, when I went to Guruji, Radha was also there. And this Sivananda Supatha Foundation has come up, and then a foundation is established for this, looking after the publications and the writings and the library. So since then, even before that, the entire library organization, she has done by herself. And she started collecting Guruji's writings and preserving them and all the cassettes. Then of course there are a few audio cassettes were there. And some videos have also come. And most of them, they have been doing the videos and they're keeping the credentials. And she started collecting all the entire material she has been trying to collect. Because Guruji was speaking for almost 60 to 70 years at various places throughout India and outside also when he went to USA and other places also he used to deliver talks. And most of the things have been in the audio tape in those places, privately. So she has collected all of them and she made a wonderful library of Guruji's writings and Guruji's sayings. And she has been for the past 10 years, she has been doing she has also been conducting so many symposium seminars. So from my side, I would like to get Radha Kumari blessed by Pandit Vamadeva, Shastriji and Shambhavi. Just for me.
I request Pandit Vamadeva Shastri Garu to kindly be on the dais for a while, sir. I have some more ordained duty to report to you, the august audience. This symposium, ever since its planning, structuring, graphically being designing, execution, and well organization, these things could be made possible only because of the two diamonds, the two jewels, the treasure that has been given by Pujya Guruji to us. That is the chairman of the International Symposium, Dr. Professor B.R. Raghavendran Garu, and Dr. Professor Sri Ella Sudarshan Rao Garu. I request through the golden hands of Pandit Vamadeva Shastri Garu and Mata Sambhavi Garu to honor these luminary personalities on behalf of all of us on this August gathering. Request is that to honor Sri R. Raghavendran Garu, the chairman of the symposium, who is responsible for these 2 days event that have gone through. The shall be presented by the Vamadeva Shastri Garu and a memento by Mata Sambhavi Garu. I request they shall be presented to Sri V. Sudarshan Rao Garu by Pandit Vamadeva Shastri Garu and bouquet and memento by Yogini Sambhavi Devi Garu. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the last program. After this, we can all have the. This is the vote of thanks. Pujya Guruji's presence is felt in every moment of this outstanding international symposium, which is getting here successfully. Such a stupendous endeavor could not have been planned and executed without the willing participation and untiring efforts of so many well-meaning friends. Maybe I may not be able to mention the names of all. I seek your pardon in this regard. Outstanding speakers have revealed their life's work through their presentations. It was a wonderful education to all those who love our country and its ancient most culture. I thank Dr. David Crowley, Bonadels, François Gautier, Dr. Balmukunji, Dr. Raymond Avdhan Garu, Dr. K. Arvind Rao Garu, Sri Mamadi Giridhar, and Emma Ella Kadaka. Professor Y. Sudarshan Rao, who has spared no effort to bring together such a galaxy of outstanding scholars and design the symposium to be the first in the series and many more to follow. Many thanks to him. And I thank the Sudarshan Professor Kishan Rao Garu, former registrar and member of many organizations, for his guidance and his support. And I thank the NVTS Rao Garu, my chairman, who gave me full support and a free hand to organize this symposium, and that was my source of strength. The print and electronic media gave such a coverage to us as never before due to the efforts of Sri N. Satish. My thanks to him. My own family and friends at BHEEMUNIPATNAM and Vizag gave me all the help and support. My gratitude to them. How can I forget the cooperation of Sri Ravindra Das, Director, Integral Institute of Advanced Management, encouragement to conduct such events in future. Thank you.
Now, national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय हिंद भारत माता की जय। सतगुरु शिवानंद मूर्ति महाराज की जय। सतगुरु शिवानंद मूर्ति महाराज की जय। सतगुरु शिवानंद मूर्ति महाराज की जय।